This is Audible.
John Murray Press presents Cinderella Boys, the forgotten RAF force that won the Battle of the Atlantic, by Leo McKinstry. Read by Peter Noble. This book is dedicated to my dear brother, Jason, despite his antipathy to most things maritime. Introduction. Valor. Beneath the clear blue sky, the Mediterranean was calm as the twin-engined RAF Hudson began the search for its prey, flying steadily at an altitude of 7,000 feet. The pilot was the highly experienced New Zealander Mike Ensor, whose exceptional eyesight was matched by an intrepid spirit and aerobatic skill. Now on his 66th operation with 500 Squadron, he had taken off that day, the 15th of November 1942, from Gibraltar to make an anti-submarine sweep off the Algerian coast. The mission could hardly have been a more vital one, for the Germans were frantically sending naval reinforcements to the area in response to the Allied landings a week earlier, designed to drive the Axis powers out of Africa. Suddenly, a member of Ensor's crew spotted a surfaced U-boat to the north of the plane. At once, he swung the Hudson down in its direction, and the submarine soon came into his line of vision about 15 miles away, fully surfaced and leaving a huge white wake, as Ensor recalled. He had to go on the attack immediately because the U-boat could dive within 40 seconds of sighting the Hudson, which meant that Ensor had only a few minutes to get within range of his target. Coming down swiftly to sea level, he kept his eye on the enemy as he prepared to drop his depth charges. Then, in order to provide a stable platform for the assault, he drastically reduced his speed, a process helped by opening the bomb doors, which acted as air brakes. Now flying at just 150 knots and at a height of 50 feet, he focused intently on the U-boat's foredeck. I take a deep breath and, as with a sporting rifle, wait for my reflexes, trained by practice, to make me press the release button and let go 4 250-pound Torpex high-explosive depth charges in a row spaced 25 feet apart. But immediately after he had pressed the button, Ensor sensed that something had gone badly wrong. There's a great whoomph and a feeling of being compressed. For a moment, I've no outside vision, but my instinct is to pull the nose up. The control wheel falls back uselessly into my lap, which is covered with bits of perspex from the shattered cockpit windows. Fearful that the Hudson was about to crash, Ensor, in his desperation, rammed the throttles fully open, and to his exhausted relief, the plane began to climb. But he now faced a new problem. The rudders, ailerons, and elevators had been badly damaged, with the result that the stricken Hudson was difficult to maneuver. The crisis soon passed, however, once Ensor hit on the creative idea to use 2 of the crew as a kind of human ballast, moving them around the flight deck area to give him better control. So great was the noise inside the plane, because of the smashed cockpit windows and the engines roaring at maximum revolutions, that he had to give his instructions in hand signals. But the makeshift system worked. Even better news followed when the gunner in the rear turret told Ensor that he'd seen the U-boat blow up, leaving bits everywhere. Yet Ensor could not relax for a moment. The next challenge for him and his crew was how to exit the Hudson while still over the sea. Not only was the plane too battered to land, but it had also begun to lose height, and its overworked engines could fail at any moment. Fortunately, Ensor had spotted a Royal Navy sloop 12 miles off the African coast, which improved their chances of being rescued once they bailed out. So when the Hudson was at 1,500 feet, he signaled for the men to gather by the escape door. The 4 of them then jumped in turns from the aircraft, which soon went into a steep diving arc before it crashed into the sea. Just as he had hoped, Ensor and the rear gunner were picked up by the Navy. But tragically, the other two did not survive. One suffered a fatal injury when his head struck the Hudson's fuselage as he exited the aircraft. The second plunged to his death when his parachute failed to open. Although this remarkable incident could not be definitively explained in Ensor's view, the devastation to his Hudson had been caused by the explosion of depth charges underneath his plane. With the attack made at such a low level, the blast from the 250-pound Torpex bombs, perhaps detonating prematurely due to a faulty fuse, would have been sufficient both to sink the U-boat and wreck the RAF aircraft. Whatever occurred, Ensor, who subsequently won the Distinguished Service Order, DSO, for his valor in the episode, showed astounding qualities of judgment, resourcefulness, and leadership. Indeed, the aviation historian Dr. Alfred Price wrote that his display of airmanship and cool-headedness can have few equals in the history of flying. Courage such as Ensor's was central to the story of Coastal Command, which, during the Second World War, had the crucial tasks of protecting the Allies' sea routes, especially in the Atlantic, and weakening the Axis's shipping capacity. As a maritime nation at the heart of a vast empire, Britain's very survival depended on the maintenance of her global trade. It was a daunting duty, given the strength of the Reich, the firepower of the U-boats, the dangers of low-level flying, and the harshness of environments as inhospitable as Iceland and the Outer Hebrides. Sir John Slessor, the senior RAF strategist who took charge of Coastal Command in February 1943, described how his men had to work hundreds of miles out in the Bay of Biscay or on the convoy routes, fighting the elements as much as the enemy, but when the tense moment came, going in undaunted at point-blank range against heavy fire, knowing full well that if they were shot down into the cruel sea, their chances of survival were slender. The struggle required diligence, patience, and fortitude, for the men of Coastal Command undertook long operational tours that could last up to 800 hours for crews of 4-engined planes. One Wellington airman, Peter Beswick, recalled that virtually all the hours of your flight were over the sea. We operated a single aircraft all the time, and it was pretty tiring. You were always looking down at the North Atlantic, which you knew would be bloody cold if you went down into it. The sense of isolation was also captured by Wing Commander Patrick Gibbs, who wrote of the lonely sea stretching all around to the horizons without sight of land. Graham Harrison, a gunner in a Wellington with 612 squadron, referred to the howling purgatory of the rear turret, with the elevator and rudder cables jerking nakedly along the fuselage side, and a chemical toilet so primitive that it was a point of honor never to move the bowels in flight. Pilot I.F.B. Walters, who flew short Sunderland flying boats from 1940, stated, "The thing that shook me most was the risks we took with the elements. We operated from advanced bases like the Shetlands and Ireland, with very few modern aids, in weather which makes me think it was a miracle that made us survive." Not all did survive. During the war, 8,874 members of Coastal Command lost their lives, and another 141 were missing in action. Peter Burden, a navigator with 206 Squadron, recalled in his unpublished memoir how his occupation made him very hard. "I had, in under 3 years, become used to my colleagues being killed. Or rather, they were not killed, but went for a Burton. Their aircraft did not have a crash, but had a prang. We did not say our work was dangerous, only that there was very little future in it. In Coastal Command, many of our casualties were when an aircraft simply failed to return from an operation, and the crew just disappeared. The sea was as cruel to airmen as it was to mariners. Among those who lost their lives was Lloyd Trigg, a pilot in 200 Squadron and another tough New Zealander, who, on the 11th of August 1943, undertook a patrol off the West African coast from his base at Yundum, near Bathurst in the Gambia, now Banjul International Airport. It was to be his first operational sortie in a B-24 Liberator, the mighty four-engined American bomber that had recently replaced the Hudson at 200 Squadron and was transforming the capabilities of Coastal Command with its tremendous range. After 8 hours uneventful flying in the huge but unfamiliar aircraft, Trigg's crew sighted a U-boat on the surface. Just as he nosed the Liberator into position for a diving attack, the German vessel opened up with sustained anti-aircraft fire after one of its lookouts had seen the RAF bombers approach. This was a decisive period in the maritime war, when the U-boats had been instructed by the Kriegsmarine's High Command to fight back on the surface against British aerial attacks instead of diving, an order buttressed by a significant increase in anti-aircraft guns. But even in the face of this barrage, which set his plane ablaze, Trigg managed to make 2 runs on the target, dropping some of his depth charges on either side of the vessel. By the time he turned away for the second time, the rear of the Liberator was engulfed in flames. At this point, Trigg could have broken off the attack and made a forced landing in the sea, but he did not hesitate to come in again for a third run, flying at just 50 feet over the U-boat as shells hit the underside of the burning Liberator. Now doomed, the aircraft managed to release the remainder of the depth charges before it staggered a short further distance in the air, then crashed into the ocean. Trigg and all his crew perished beneath the waves. At the same time, having reached the requisite depth, the charges exploded around the German submarine with devastating effect. As the U-boat sank, a few of its crew, including the captain, Clemens Schamong, managed to escape and make it to the Liberator's rubber dinghy, which had broken free from the wreckage and was floating nearby. The next day they were picked up by a Royal Navy corvette, sent to the scene after the dinghy was spotted by an RAF plane, which had presumed it contained survivors from the Liberator. The rescue, even if it was based on a misapprehension, had one posthumous benefit. Having taken Captain Schamong into captivity, the British authorities were so impressed by his testimony about the attack that they awarded Trigg the Victoria Cross, VC, the only time in history that the medal was given solely on the evidence of an enemy combatant. In his citation, Schamong stated that Trigg's exploit had been one of grim determination and high courage, while in a letter written in 1961 he said that Trigg must have been a very brave man. I think that he could have saved his life. That he did not do so, in spite of his plane already being mortally wounded, and in spite of our well-aimed fire, has my highest admiration. Yet for all the extraordinary, selfless heroism of figures like Ensor and Trigg, direct engagements with the enemy were sporadic rather than regular in the saga of Coastal Command. The organization's war was mainly one of attrition. There were no titanic aerial clashes like Fighter Command fought in the Battle of Britain, no massed frontal incursions like Bomber Command's raids on Hamburg or Dresden. For much of the time, the work of Coastal Command was solitary and monotonous. Frustration and fatigue were prime characteristics. The fight was sometimes more against sleep than the enemy. For most people, the Battle of the Atlantic meant getting up at some ghastly hour, going out in the pouring rain, waiting for your aircraft to be made serviceable, flying out into the Atlantic in foul weather, and coming back 12 hours later to somewhere like Ballykelly, with your heart in your mouth. So remembered Wilfred Alton, who served in Coastal Command with distinction throughout the war. Frank Tudor, who before the war had been a butcher's assistant in Birkenhead, said of his sorties over the Bay of Biscay as a wireless operator and gunner, "On occasions we took off at 2 or 3 in the morning in the dark. We would sometimes have to fly 200 or 300 feet above the waves, which was hard going for the pilot. There was nothing to see, flying low over the water, looking for U-boats. Searching, searching, searching. All the time on these searches, we saw only one boat, which we attacked with depth charges, but I could not say we sank it." It was partly the enervating nature of these routines that meant, despite the importance of its role, Coastal Command neither thrilled the wartime British public nor received the credit it deserved for its role in the ultimate victory. Hector Bolitho, the RAF intelligence officer who edited the in-house journal Coastal Command Review, wrote in his diary for May 1944 that the branch has done its rather dull job without much recognition or appreciation. There has been no romance in the lonely vigils over the Atlantic, nothing to startle the public imagination. The command was widely seen as less exciting than Fighter Command, less pivotal than Bomber Command to the war against Germany, an attitude that shines through the memoir of Polish pilot Józef F. Jaworszyn, who flew with 304 Squadron, but often thought of how to escape the clutches of Coastal Command and move to fighters. Recounting his first operational flight in 1942 in a Wellington, he wrote, "Stuck in the middle of the Bay of Biscay on a cloudless day, broiling in the sun, and so far in 5 hours all we had done was change courses and hear who was getting shot down and where. With an imagination like mine, there was too much time to think in this kind of flying. I lit an umpteenth cigarette, poured another cup of coffee." One pilot who succeeded in transferring from Coastal to Fighter Command was Squadron Leader Joe Bodine. In a letter to his sister in November 1940, he set out his attitude. "There have been several things happen in the last 2 years that make it imperative I get right at those Huns. It's not hate, but a combination of little incidents that have affected me. Coastal Command was okay at times, but the fights were too few and far between. I cannot explain why, but I must be on fighters, and that's just where it ends." Until the later part of the war, the sense of disdain towards Coastal Command was mirrored at the highest ranks in government and the Air Ministry. A culture of neglect and indifference prevailed, which meant that it was known by some senior officers and politicians as the Cinderella Service. That term, reflecting the belief that the command was denied the necessary aircraft, equipment, and personnel for its job, was first used by the Admiralty in November 1940 during a fierce debate within the government over the direction of air strategy. Ever since its creation in 1918 under Hugh Trenchard, the RAF had regarded bombing as its central purpose, indeed, the very justification for its existence. It was an outlook largely shared by Churchill, who told cabinet colleagues that the bomber offensive should have the first place in our war effort. This disregard of Coastal Command's needs created deep friction within the RAF, particularly from the organization's chiefs in the opening years of the war. Just as vociferous was the Admiralty, which before the war had shown little interest in aircraft as a weapon against shipping or the submarine. But the lethal effectiveness of the Kriegsmarine's U-boat wolf packs, along with the Reich's control of most of the waters around northern Europe after the fall of France, quickly changed that. Naval chiefs soon saw that air cooperation was a key element of Britain's maritime defences, and were exasperated that the Air Ministry did not appear to accept this. The indignation of the Admiralty over the RAF's policy on Coastal Command was seen at its fiercest in 2 political clashes that convulsed the government during the darkest years of the conflict, when Britain's fate still hung in the balance Both involved fractious ministers, disputatious service chiefs, and angry cabinet arguments, with Churchill himself playing a leading, but not always constructive, part. One arose in late 1940 over operational control of the command between the RAF and the Royal Navy. Even after an awkward settlement was reached, discord continued in a long, intense conflict over strategic priorities. Known as the Battle of the Air, the dispute reached its combustible peak in the most difficult months of the Atlantic struggle, in late 1942 and early 1943. The Battle of the Air raged across a number of flashpoints, including the provision of airborne radar, the bombing of the western French ports, the development of weaponry, the use of intelligence, and the serviceability of Coastal Command's squadrons. By far the most explosive issue was the supply of very long-range aircraft, particularly the American B-24 Liberator, which had the potential to transform the Battle of the Atlantic by dramatically widening the radius of anti-submarine warfare and closing the so-called gap in the northern part of the ocean where the U-boats could operate with impunity beyond the reach of Allied aircraft. Yet Coastal Command and the Admiralty had to engage in an often vexed campaign to receive the Liberators in sufficient numbers. Writing of the high-level debates within the government, Sir Philippe Joubert de la Ferté, the command's second wartime chief, said, "A few crumbs would be thrown to Coastal. It is almost incredible that it took months of arguments and discussion to allocate the 27 very long-range aircraft for the U-boat war." Even on this limited scale, the enhancement of Coastal Command's capabilities was keenly felt by the U-boat fleet, led by the resolute Admiral Karl Dönitz, who had once said that the aeroplane can no more eliminate the submarine than the crow can fight the mole. Coastal Command forced him to rethink those words, especially when its new aircraft featured advanced technology, camouflage, and experienced crews. In his diary for the 24th of June 1942, Dönitz recorded that such aircraft were now a danger, not only to the isolated U-boats surprised and attacked, but also to the whole method of conducting submarine warfare, which is based on mobility and operations on the surface. In fact, by 1943, Coastal Command was fast becoming a formidable branch of the RAF. No longer an overstretched, defensive organization, it had gone on the attack. As well as the U-boats, its widening range of targets included enemy merchant shipping, coastal installations, German naval vessels, and the Luftwaffe. For the first time in the war, it had the weapons to do its job effectively. From aircraft like the pugnacious Bristol Beaufighter and the versatile de Havilland Mosquito, to advanced arms like rocket projectiles and heavy cannon. As the tide turned, morale was boosted. We all seemed to feel that now we were, at last, after many monotonous flying hours, doing something worthwhile, wrote Jack Coleman, who flew patrols over the Atlantic in 120 Squadron. With Coastal Command in the ascendancy, even home waters were not safe for the Germans. Douglas Young, a navigator with 489 Squadron, which was part of an elite, well-equipped strike force, recalled an assault by 3 Beaufighter squadrons on a large enemy convoy near Heligoland in July 1944. As the German anti-aircraft fire opened up, down we went, and our 4 cannons burst into life with a shattering roar above the noise of our engines. Young's Beaufighter scored a direct hit on a German vessel, which seemed almost to leap out of the water as we pulled out of our dive only feet above the now smoking decks. Clouds of steam and smoke, as well as streams of yellow flashes, cascaded about us as we swept on just above the waves. The Coastal Command planes left behind a spectacular scene of wreckage as they began their journey home. In the space of perhaps 3 or 4 minutes, Absolute havoc had been inflicted from the skies on that convoy. Almost every ship was belching thick clouds of oily smoke, and some were already listing heavily and seemed to be turning in helpless circles. The next day, the press reported that the biggest German convoy of the war had been smashed by the RAF. 40 ships put to sea. Not one escaped. In February 1941, Churchill wrote to his old friend, Air Secretary Sir Archie Sinclair, who was also leader of the Liberal Party, "Anything that can help Coastal Command will be supported by me. I am of the opinion that the service has been Cinderella through the years. So if I can back you up in playing the role of the prince, to which you are eminently suited, you will have all the shoes I can send you." The Prime Minister did not always live up to those words, but eventually Cinderella made it to the ball and gave a decisive performance. 1. Reconnaissance. There was no phony war for Coastal Command. While stalemate prevailed for months in Western Europe, following Germany's invasion of Poland on the 1st of September 1939, the RAF's maritime wing was in action almost from the opening of the conflict. Its endeavours were given a sense of urgency by the predations of the German U-boat force led by Karl Dönitz, who fervently believed that the submarine would be the key to the Reich's victory. "I am convinced that it is the means of inflicting decisive damage on England at her weakest point," he wrote. This outlook prompted him, just hours after Britain's declaration of war on the 3rd of September 1939, to issue orders for his U-boats to attack Allied shipping. His edict had an immediate impact. That very evening, a U-boat captained by Julius Lemp fired 2 torpedoes at a ship sailing off the west of Scotland, one of which exploded in her engine room and sank her. Lemp later claimed that he thought the vessel was an armed merchant cruiser or a troop ship. But in fact she was the liner Athenia, taking civilians, including Jewish refugees and evacuated children, to Canada. In the devastation of the attack, 98 passengers and 19 members of the crew were killed. The Kriegsmarine had provided a dramatic early illustration of the ruthlessness with which they would conduct the war. During September, the German U-boats sank 48 ships, another 33 in October, 27 in November, and 39 in December, bringing the total Allied merchant losses in 1939 to 509,321 tons. The toll would have been even higher if Dönitz had possessed the size of submarine armada that he had continually but forlornly demanded during the late 1930s from the Reich's High Command. To his regret, he had only 57 U-boats in commission at the outbreak of war, a number far short of his vision of a 300-strong fleet. Nevertheless, due in part to his dynamic leadership, it was a well-trained, highly competent force that at once put Britain on the defensive. Coastal Command's response was energetic and determined, but ineffective, as typified by Mike Ensor's encounter off the Algerian coast. Just 2 days after the declaration of war, pilot officer George York of 233 Squadron, based at Lucas in Fife, was carrying out a reconnaissance patrol over the North Sea in his Avro Anson when he thought he sighted a U-boat on the surface of the water. Flying towards his target, he released 2 100-pound anti-submarine bombs and 8 20-pound Cooper bombs, the primary weapon of the Royal Flying Corps in the First World War. But the chief impact of the bomb's explosions was to riddle the underside of York's plane with shrapnel, puncturing the fuel tanks. As a result, they ran dry on the Anson's journey back to Lucas, so York and his crew were forced to ditch in the sea. The men survived, but on their arrival back at the station, they were told that their self-destructive attack had been made not against the enemy, but against HMS Seahorse, a Royal Navy S-class submarine, which had suffered minor damage that meant it had to return to port for repairs. Equally fruitless was an attack the same day by an Anson of 206 Squadron on a U-boat off the Dutch coast, while the 5th of September also saw Coastal Command's first aerial combat of the war, which ended in another Anson of 206 Squadron being shot down. In fact, Coastal Command did not sink a single U-boat in 1939, nor were anti-shipping operations much more successful during these early months, prompting the Commander-in-Chief, Sir Frederick Bowhill, to complain about the lack of a powerful striking force. But there was certainly no absence of diligence. In September, Coastal Command spent almost 2,400 hours flying in support of convoys, 3,300 on reconnaissance, and another 1,600 on anti-submarine patrols. Figures that led Air Secretary Sir Kingsley Wood to tell the House of Commons that the activities of the service have been unremitting and strenuous in the extreme from the first day of the war. With a flourish, the minister added, "By its very nature, the work is silent and normally unspectacular. It demands continuous flying over the sea in all weathers. The magnitude of the effort of Coastal Command may be judged by the fact that during the first 4 weeks of war, the command flew on reconnaissance, anti-submarine and convoy patrols a distance of approximately 1 million miles, and provided escorts for over 100 convoys." Eager to cheer on the war effort, the press took up the theme of Coastal Command's indefatigability. In an article about the command's vast Sunderland flying boats, Sunday Times correspondent Virginia Coles wrote excitedly of how, from an English coast in the early dawn, these planes slip across the water and rise into the air like great flying whales as they leave to scour the Atlantic for hundreds of miles in search of German submarines. Coastal Command, she continued, is performing one of the most dramatic and daring services of the war, acting as watchdogs for the fleet and keeping the Empire's trade routes open. In the same vein, The Times reported in early December that the shore-based aircraft of the Royal Air Force are now proving themselves capable of throwing out a defensive screen over the sea far from the coasts of Britain, and of maintaining constant daylight supervision over the movements of shipping in large tracts of the North Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. Coastal Command had neither the aircraft nor the armaments to take on the Kriegsmarine successfully, or provide strong aerial defences. Too many planes were obsolete, with inadequate equipment, limited range, and meagre firepower. At the start of the war, the command had just 236 planes, including 12 Vickers Wildebeests, 12 Saunders Roe Londons, and 6 Supermarine Stranraers, all of them hopelessly outdated biplanes. The Wildebeest, which had entered service in 1928, was a single-engine torpedo bomber that had a radius of just 180 miles, and a top speed of only 150 miles per hour. To all intents and purposes, it was a completely useless plane, wrote Sir Philip Joubert de la Ferté, who had 2 difficult spells as commander before and during the war. The unsuitability of the Wildebeest for its main purpose was exacerbated by the absence of any fighter cover in Coastal Command for its dangerous torpedo missions. More advanced were the 164 rugged Avro Anson monoplanes, which made up the backbone of Coastal Command. Having entered service in 1936, they were liked by crews because they were comfortable, steady, and had few vices. No one was ever sick in them, reflected Arthur Beach, a navigator with 42 Squadron. Yet they were also slow, had a limited range, unable even to reach Norway, and their bomb load was pitifully small, to quote the liaison officer, Captain Dudley Peyton Ward. Even their most modern feature, the retractable undercarriage, was cumbersome, for it could only be raised or lowered manually by winding a large handle. It was all a bit Heath Robinson, recalled rear gunner Edward Nichols. Fortunately, there was a far higher level of performance from two other planes that had started to arrive in Coastal Command before the war, the American Lockheed Hudson and the Short Sunderland. Interestingly, both were military versions of successful civil airliners. The twin-engined, highly versatile, all-metal Hudson, the first of a succession of impressive American aircraft in Coastal Command, was developed from the pioneering Lockheed Electra, the plane that flew Neville Chamberlain from Munich to Heston Airport after the notorious Munich Conference in 1938. Similarly, the huge four-engined Sunderland was derived from the luxurious Empire flying boat that served the far-flung destinations for Imperial Airways in the late 1930s. Still, by September 1939, there were only 18 Hudsons in Coastal Command, a reflection of the fact that the RAF's contract for 200 of the type had only been signed with Lockheed in June 1938, at a cost of £17,000 each. Described by pilot-navigator Hugh Eccles as a grand aeroplane, really quite sophisticated, the Hudson became a mainstay of early reconnaissance and anti-submarine patrols, able to carry 1,000 pounds of bombs to a range of 1,000 nautical miles. For a comparatively big and heavy aircraft, it is very maneuverable, said the Coastal Command Review. The wingspan was only 9 feet more than the Anson, but it could manage 3.5 times more power, recalled Jack Coleman, who also highlighted one dangerous weakness. She had a reputation of being a bit of a bastard because the high wing loading meant she had a vicious stall, some nasty characteristics at slow speeds, and she would ground loop if you did not watch it. There were just 2 squadrons of Sunderlands, made up of 12 aircraft in total, in service with Coastal Command at the start of the war. But they soon proved themselves to be of a high caliber. Until the advent of the Liberator, the type was the most capable anti-submarine aircraft in the RAF, due to its ability to carry up to 2,000 pounds of bombs or depth charges, its vast fuel capacity that enabled it to fly for 14 hours, its reliable Bristol Pegasus radial engines, and its bristling armament, including guns in the front turret, the mid-upper turret, the tail, and, in some makes, both sides of the fuselage, hence its nickname of the Flying Porcupine. What so often impressed observers was the Sunderland's size, with its height of 32 feet and its wingspan of 113 feet. As befitted a vehicle with origins as a long-distance airliner and with a unit cost of £80,000, it was probably the most well-appointed plane in the RAF. Spread over 2 decks, it had 6 bunk beds, a galley kitchen, a porcelain flush toilet, a machine shop for minor in-flight repairs, and spacious compartments for a crew of 11. Harry Prout, who joined the RAF in 1940 as an engineer, eulogized every aspect of the plane, even its Pegasus power plants. Everyone loved the engine, the old Peggy. When the plane took off, they used to sing a beautiful note. It was a lovely plane to fly in. I once flew one when the skipper said I could have a go. It was easy. The plane could almost fly itself. I loved the Sunderland. You went on board and felt at home. Because it carried quite a few crew, you were always in company. Operating as a flying boat, however, could sometimes be a problem. If you landed a Sunderland heavily on the water, it could bounce like a golf ball, recalled Prout, while in really stormy conditions, you could lose a float no trouble at all. But there was a bigger difficulty with the Sunderland, which reflected the priorities of the government. Despite the plane's obvious qualities, production was confined to just 5 a month in the early part of the war, because the supremacy of the strategic offensive against Germany meant that Shorts, the manufacturer, had to concentrate on the output of the 4-engined Stirling bomber, which, in contrast to the flying boat, turned out to be a dismal failure. Yet the quality of neither the Hudson nor the Sunderland could disguise the wider aircraft shortages. At one stage, Sir Frederick Bowhill was so desperate that in an attempt to deter German raiders and U-boats from British waters, he even resorted to the use of unarmed biplane Tiger Moth trainers on so-called scarecrow patrols, organised in 6 flights around the British Isles. The logic of the move could not be faulted, as squadron leader Tom Dudley Gordon wrote, "To the fish, no doubt any bird looks like a cormorant, and to the U-boat, any aircraft spelt danger. So tiger moths were pressed into service. These 2-seater trainers went into operations with a grand spirit. And nothing else. Sometimes the pilots carried revolvers, more as a gesture than a weapon, but they had no bombs or machine guns. Nor did the newer planes compensate for Coastal Command's technical deficiencies. Navigation aids were poor, altimeters unreliable, and radio sets rudimentary. George Bain, a wireless operator with 200 Squadron, recalled how even on the Hudson, the very basic radio receiver worked on a high-tension 120 volts battery and a 1.5 volts accumulator, which could be charged after each flight. The way to get Morse signals, he remembered, was to wet your finger and tap the ball bearing on top of the receiver, and you'd hear it bleep. Meanwhile, the transmitter was a huge box-like thing. When you switched it on, the valves would glow and illuminate the whole cockpit. Nor was the first version of air-to-surface vessel, ASV radar, which went into production in 1939, satisfactory, particularly against U-boats, as squadron leader Tony Spooner reflected. ASV was a very elementary form of airborne radar, and it lacked the sensitivity and definition to pick up a submarine. It might find a U-boat in dead calm water, but not in the Atlantic rollers. Also, we were not told how to use it because it was top secret. None of us had done a course in radar or ASV, or had even been told its principles. We had to work it out for ourselves, and I'm sure we were not applying it correctly. Peter Burden of 206 Squadron agreed. The first ASV equipment was soon shown to be pretty primitive, and was not nearly as reliable or easy to use as later models. Perhaps even more serious was the impotence of Coastal Command's armory. The standard Mark III anti-submarine AS bomb, weighing just 100 pounds, was a feeble weapon. In one telling friendly fire incident on the 3rd of December 1939, an Anson of 206 Squadron erroneously attacked the British submarine HMS Snapper, scoring a direct hit on its conning tower with a 100-pound bomb. But the only damage inflicted was 4 broken electric light bulbs and some shattered crockery in the wardroom. The 250-pounder was slightly better, in that it could crack the pressure hull of a U-boat if it exploded within 6 feet. But it could not be carried by the Anson. Depth charges were potentially more effective, but the unmodified 250-pound naval version could not be used as an air weapon because of its tendency to break up when dropped from a height, while only the Sunderland would be able to carry the 450-pound charge, which was under development for aerial use. Similarly, the rifle-caliber .303 Browning guns used throughout Coastal Command could not penetrate the metal structures of enemy ships or submarines. All we could do was harass and frighten, wrote Peyton Ward. Altogether, Coastal Command was in a sorry state in September 1939. In the words of historian Corelli Barnett, the service was a seabird weak on the wing, short of sight, and weak of beak. The meagre resources partly explain why Coastal Command's role was so restricted when the war began. Anti-shipping and submarine warfare were secondary duties, behind its primary task of carrying out maritime reconnaissance, particularly over the North Sea, where it was feared the Kriegsmarine would operate on a large scale or break out into the Atlantic. In his post-war dispatch about his time in charge, Bowhill wrote with some bitterness, "My operational strength did not in any way provide a suitable striking force, and the role of my command was thus largely limited to reconnaissance in the early stages, and this, in many ways, had to be strictly limited, owing to the shortage of aircraft." Those limitations were illustrated in the simplistic and largely fruitless operations of the North Sea line patrols, where the command's planes just followed basic parallel tracks to a set range. The concentration on reconnaissance, which in turn was fed by the institutional neglect of Coastal Command, reflected the pre-war lack of faith within both the Air Ministry and, to a lesser extent, the Admiralty, in air power as a decisive factor in a maritime conflict. In one sense, this attitude was extraordinary because it ignored the lesson of the First World War, where aircraft, despite being in their technological infancy, were invaluable for the Allies at sea in providing cover and serving as a deterrent. Remarkably, of the 16,000 ships that sailed in ocean convoys and the 68,000 that sailed in coastal and shorter sea convoys, just 5 were lost where aerial escorts had been present, even though the planes had no weapons and could effectively only act as submarine spotters. That had been enough to make the U-boats abandon British coastal waters and move further west, beyond the reach of Allied naval aircraft. Encouraged by this success, the Royal Navy wanted to use adapted long-range bombers for more extensive anti-submarine operations towards the end of the war. But in a harbinger of things to come during the Second World War, the newly created Royal Air Force, under the bullish Hugh Trenchard, sought to retain all such aircraft for the sole purpose of bombing the enemy on land. By the late 1930s, however, the Admiralty was much less concerned about the U-boats. This was mainly because of its belief that its ASDIC device, the acronym is derived from a combination of Sonic and the Admiralty's anti-submarine division, which had been developed after the First World War and which used sound waves to detect objects underwater, had effectively eliminated the threat. The optimism inspired by ASDIC was buttressed by a number of international treaties, including the London Naval Protocol of 1936, which formally outlawed unrestricted submarine warfare. Nazi Germany, ironically, was among the signatories to the agreement. The following year, the British Naval Staff was moved to comment that the submarine will never again be able to present us with the problem that we were faced with in 1917. Joubert de la Ferté, Coastal Command's chief in the middle of this decade, later commented how it was quite fantastic that in the light of the experiences of the 1914 to 1918 war, no attention was paid to the problem of attacking submarines from the air as part of our trade protection measures. It seemed at this time the Admiralty believed that U-boats no longer presented a danger to our national existence. The Air Ministry did not disagree. Indeed, such profound complacency suited the air staff, who were still wedded to the Trenchard doctrine of the bombing offensive. To most of them, maritime aviation was a matter of irrelevance compared to building up Bomber Command, which swallowed almost 60% of the government's huge RAF expansion program. This mentality was clearly revealed in December 1936 by a statement from Arthur Harris, then the Air Staff's Deputy Director of Plans, later to be head of Bomber Command. It would be unnecessary to keep any ponderable number of aircraft either employed in or standing by for reconnaissance operations in connection with a trade defense war that might not happen. The combined outlook of the Air Ministry and the Admiralty meant that Coastal Command was starved of investment and support. One of the reasons why the Anson had been preferred to more effective flying boats was that the air staff said the latter were too expensive to maintain compared to similar land-based aircraft. The same parsimony lay behind the refusal to equip Coastal Command with a dive bomber, even though anti-shipping trials conducted since 1929 had shown that dive bombing was the surest way to sink a moving vessel at sea, as naval experiences in the Second World War were to prove. Ignoring the evidence from successful experiments, the air staff opportunistically argued that attacks on surface enemy forces were best carried out by high-altitude bombing, a claim that justified the continued priority for heavy bombers. As the military historian Professor John Buckley has pointed out, even the worthless Vickers Wildebeest only survived because it could double up as a general-purpose bomber, and therefore could be theoretically used as part of a strategic campaign. The neglect of Coastal Command in the build-up to war was in tune with the history of maritime air power in Britain, stretching back to the creation of the independent Royal Air Force in 1918 through a merger of the Royal Flying Corps and the Royal Naval Air Service. Only with reluctance did the Admiralty accept the move, which involved the transfer of almost 3,000 aircraft and 67,000 personnel to the new force. It was the start of more than 2 decades of friction and uneasy cooperation between the two services. Once the First World War was won, the first task of the new RAF was to preside over a massive contraction in its resources. As part of this process, the RAF's organization in 1919 was shrunk to just 3 commands. 2 of them were geographical, northern and southern, soon to be amalgamated under the title Inland Area, and 1 was functional, named Coastal Area, which took over the former RNAS infrastructure. There was not much of this. By March 1920, Coastal Area had just 3 squadrons, while its duties were vague, loosely based on the protection of shipping, cooperation with the Navy, and reconnaissance. In the climate of post-war austerity, modernization and expansion were painfully slow, and not helped by continued agitation from the Admiralty for the return of some of its aerial assets. Though when the Fleet Air Arm was established in 1924 for the embryonic carrier-based force, it was placed by the government under RAF control. Despite the creation of the Fleet Air Arm, throughout the remainder of the 1920s, Coastal Area continued to struggle. By 1925, it was reduced to just 11 frontline aircraft and 18 training planes. The beginning of the 1930s, characterized by economic crisis and demands for international disarmament, was just as difficult. Sir Arthur Longmore, who had taken command of Coastal Area in 1934, fought a continual battle to preserve his depleted force. But from that year there was a major change in government air policy, precipitated by the rise of Hitler. Wishful thinking about permanent peace gave way to greater realism about the need for strengthened armed forces, especially the RAF, through a series of ambitious schemes for growth. Not much of the additional new air funding reached Coastal Area, but the expansionist environment led in 1936 to the wholesale reform of the RAF's organization, with the creation of 4 new commands to replace the previous structure. In contrast to the advent of fighter, bomber, and training commands, the formation of Coastal Command was the least radical step, for it involved little more than an alteration in its name from Coastal Area. Its headquarters remained at Lyon-the-Solent in Hampshire, and the commanding officer, the gregarious Australian-born Longmore, stayed in charge. But the wider RAF reorganisation was hailed as the sign of a more dynamic approach. The Daily Mail predicted that the changes would bring greater speed and efficiency, adding that the effect of the new system will be to give the commanders-in-chief more time for the strategical, operational and training aspects of their commands. The Daily Telegraph argued that the new organisation would help the RAF move on to a wartime footing by improvements to liaison, training and discipline, while the paper also praised the brilliant careers of the 4 commanders, including Longmore, who was one of the first 4 naval officers permitted by the Admiralty to learn to fly in 1911, later becoming the commandant of the RAF College at Cranwell. Longmore did not last long. Within a few weeks, he had been appointed the head of the Imperial Defence College and was replaced in September 1936 by Sir Philip Joubert de la Ferté, an experienced senior officer of French heritage who had served with distinction in the First World War. Articulate and thoughtful, Joubert was immediately confronted by the reality of the small force under his command, consisting of just 8 squadrons, with little prospect of significant reinforcements. The feeling in the government, he wrote, was that the British naval forces were so superior to those of Germany that no great importance need be attached to the supply of aircraft for air-sea operations. Joubert swiftly made one useful change to the machinery at his headquarters, however, when he set up a combined operations room to improve liaison with the Royal Navy. The move was to have a lasting impact on the work of Coastal Command during the war, when close cooperation proved vital. But it was a much bigger, more immediate aspect of relations with the Navy which dominated the remainder of Joubert's brief first spell in charge. In the wake of the RAF's reorganisation, the Admiralty had renewed its campaign to take over maritime aviation, including not just the Fleet Air Arm, but also all Coastal Command's assets. Inevitably, the RAF resisted this. So, in time-honoured fashion, the government set up a committee under Sir Thomas Inskip, the new Defence Coordination Minister, to find a solution. A Protestant lawyer with a fine legal mind, unencumbered by any experience of military or naval matters, Sir Thomas had already outraged the air staff by his willingness to challenge the trencher doctrine through his emphasis on the need for strong fighter defences. Now he came up with a compromise, whereby Coastal Command would remain part of the RAF, but the Fleet Air Arm would be transferred to Admiralty control. Announcing the policy in the Commons in July 1937, Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain declared that the plan represented a final and satisfactory settlement of a prolonged controversy which it is in the public interest to close. But the Labour leader Clement Attlee was doubtful about this, warning that internecine warfare could continue. If it has not been settled, it is no use pretending that it has, he said, words that were to be borne out within little more than 4 years. The Inskip Award, as it became known, was another blow to Coastal Command's prestige and cohesion of purpose. Soon afterwards, Joubert left to take charge of the RAF in India. He was succeeded by Sir Frederick Bowhill, an officer with natural authority, who had begun his career in the Merchant Navy, won the DSO in 1918 while serving with the RNAS in East Africa, and had subsequently held a string of senior positions in the RAF, most notably as the Air Staff's head of personnel. Nicknamed Ginger because of his thinning red hair and weather-beaten face, he was a figure of resourcefulness and toughness, virtues that he displayed in one incident during his naval days, when he amputated a wounded seaman's leg with a butcher's knife by the light of a hurricane lamp during a storm. According to his biographer, his tremendous beetling eyebrows gave him a rather ferocious appearance, But behind this facade, he was kindly and had a keen sense of humor. Admiration for him was not universal within the Air Force, where some saw him as a poor administrator. Sir Wilfrid Freeman, the outstanding Vice Chief of the Air Staff during the war, told Air Secretary Sinclair that Bowhill was personally to blame for many of the failings in Coastal Command. With all his good qualities as a leader and cooperator, he is too old and is no great organizer. For all such criticism, Bowhill at once made his mark on Coastal Command. One of his first acts was to move its headquarters from Lyon the Solent to Eastbury Park near Watford, a grand mid-19th century house constructed in the Scottish baronial style. During its checkered history before its sale to the RAF, it had variously been a private residence, a girls' boarding school, and a country club with a dubious reputation and a clandestine membership that was said to include the Prince of Wales, later the Duke of Windsor. Camouflaged by trees in Eastbury's grounds, a wooden building was erected to accommodate the Combined Operations Team, complete with a huge map on one wall that showed the location of aircraft and ships in British coastal waters. From Eastbury Park, Bowhill presided over an organisation that had around 10,000 personnel and was divided into 4 groups. Number 15 in the southwest, with its headquarters in Plymouth and covering the western approaches. Number 16, with its headquarters at Chatham, covering the eastern part of the English Channel and the southern part of the North Sea. Number 17, based in Gosport and responsible for training, and Number 18, with its headquarters at Rosyth and covering the rest of the North Sea and waters around Scotland. Each of the group headquarters had been set up in an area with a strong naval presence to facilitate liaison between senior officers in the two services, prompting Bowhill to claim that the closest collaboration was maintained. The tone for this collaboration was set by Dudley Peyton Ward, whose instinctive understanding of German naval tactics was matched by his phenomenal work ethic. A former submariner who had been compelled to leave active service because of severe arthritis, he never allowed his painful condition to undermine his indefatigability. Yet collaboration and practicable management were not enough, as Bowhill knew. Throughout the period of my command, I made repeated representations to the Air Ministry for an increase of aircraft, not only for reconnaissance, but also for long-range fighter and long-range torpedo aircraft, he wrote in his post-war dispatch. Once the war started, the shortcomings of his force became stark. What made Coastal Command's predicament all the greater at the end of 1939 was that the service would soon face far greater tests than anything experienced in the first months of conflict. 2. Retreat. The winter of 1939-40 was the most bitter in living memory. As Arctic weather gripped Britain in December and January, plunging temperatures were accompanied by heavy snowfalls and storms. Much of the Thames, the Grand Union Canal, and the sea off the south coast froze over. Telephone wires snapped under the weight of ice. Roads turned into skating rinks. It was not until mid-February that a thaw finally set in. Yet even in this meteorological adversity, Coastal Command stuck to its duty. In a review for the Air Ministry of his force's work in January, Bowhill stated, "This month has been remarkable for the persistence of severe winter conditions, with the prevalence of frost and snow over most of the British Isles. This has made working conditions very difficult at times, from the point of view of both operating and maintaining aircraft. Nevertheless, flying times for the month are up to average, and prove the ability and determination of all ranks and trades to overcome climatic difficulties and maintain our air patrols, which have become an essential part of the protection of trade in home waters. The steadfastness of the Coastal Command squadrons was also emphasized by the press. After a visit to one station, Charles Graves of the Daily Mail wrote of how impressed he was by the ardours and endurances of the command, where many of the personnel don't see England by daylight for a week at a time, going out as they do at dawn and coming back at dusk. Even with these long hours, Graves explained that the enemy was only occasionally seen in the sky. The shooting down of a Hun seems to be as rare, but no more than getting a rhinoceros. In an article of the 24th of January 1940, headlined, "Britain's Air Coast Guard Keeps Vigil Far Out to Sea," the Daily Telegraph's correspondent James Wentworth Day wrote of how Coastal Command's exploits are adding an Elizabethan page to the book of English history. Its planes, he continued, have flown the equivalent of 220 times round the world, a distance of 5 million miles. Their endless chain patrol of the sea goes on day after day, through snow, ice, tempest, and sunshine. He ended with the prophecy that, before long, Coastal Command will burgeon as a complete air force on its own, with its own fighter and bomber units. But this was a distant fantasy. In early 1940, Bowhill's command was still mired in a dearth of modern aircraft and equipment, symbolized by the continuing use of the Tiger Moth Scarecrow patrols. Planes which would have been valuable in an anti-shipping role, like the Armstrong Whitworth Whitley or the Vickers Wellington, were monopolized by Bomber Command. Several of the new types that had been promised turned out to be disappointments. The twin-engined, high-wing Saunders-Roe Lerwick flying boat, seen as a replacement for the Stranraer and the London, was immediately revealed to be a menace to its own crews because of its flawed design. Entering service in early 1940 as a reconnaissance, convoy protection, and anti-submarine plane, after an agonizing development program that failed to resolve its inherent problems, it had a vicious stall, faulty hydraulics, and a tendency to lose its floats. After a worrying number of accidents, it was withdrawn. The same fate was suffered by the Blackburn Botha, introduced in December 1939 as a twin-engined reconnaissance and torpedo bomber. The Air Ministry had been so impressed by the initial concept in 1936 that 442 had been ordered even before the maiden flight. But the Botha proved to be a disaster, with a poor lateral stability and highly restricted views for the crew because of the position of its underpowered engines. "I don't know how it ever got into service. It was a relief when we changed back to Anson's," recalled Hugh Beresford of 608 Squadron. The high early hopes invested in the Bristol Beaufort as a torpedo bomber replacement for the discredited Vickers Wildebeest were also dashed, as teething difficulties plagued the new plane when it went into service with 22 Squadron in January 1940. Crews were particularly concerned about the reliability of its Taurus engines, which were prone to overheating or cutting out when the throttle was rapidly applied, while they also found that it needed a long bombing run, leaving them vulnerable to anti-aircraft fire. They proved far more difficult to handle than the docile Ansons, remembered Roy Conyers Nesbitt, who flew the Beaufort in 217 Squadron. So serious were the failings that the Beaufort did not even undertake its first torpedo operation until September. Although the plane underwent significant improvements, it was never satisfactory. During the war, more were lost to accidents and mechanical failures than to enemy action. The supply of depth charges remained inadequate, just as progress to install ASV radar was slow because of a shortage of sets. Nor did the Mark I ASV live up to expectations as a hunting aid. In fact, the maritime war was turning out differently to the predictions of the strategists. Germany's surface fleet had been much less active than had been feared, in contrast to Dönitz's U-boats, whose deadly attacks shattered the complacent theory that the Royal Navy's use of ASDIC would counter their threat. In fact, ASDIC proved to be of only limited effectiveness, partly because it was useless against a surfaced submarine, and partly because, in the absence of forward-throwing technology, any British vessel on the attack against a submerged one had to pass over the U-boat to drop its depth charges astern, a requirement that rendered ASDIC temporarily deaf at the vital moment of combat, when the enemy could simply dive or turn to escape destruction. Far from being neutralized, the U-boats continued to inflict a colossal toll. By May 1940, the Allies had lost 2,250,000 tons of shipping, half of this total to German submarines, despite Dönitz's limited numbers. The British government and service chiefs had begun to realize that not only would they have to change the Royal Navy's approach, but they would also have to rebalance Coastal Command's role, with less emphasis on reconnaissance and more on anti-submarine warfare. These faults undermined official rhetoric about the performance of the command. In early March 1940, Air Secretary Kingsley Wood told the Commons that even in the abysmal recent weather, not a day passed without finding the aircraft of Coastal Command at their ceaseless task, sighting and bombing submarines, escorting convoys, shooting down or driving off enemy aircraft, destroying mines, and accompanying leave ships safely into port. In the same reassuring tones, Wood further claimed that the command enjoyed the closest cooperation, not only with the Admiralty but also with fighter and bomber commands. Hugh Dalton, the well-connected opposition front-bencher, was not convinced. He informed MPs how he had heard that things are not as good as they might be. It is said that Bomber Command is sometimes rather insensitive to suggestions that some bombers might be used by Coastal. Warning against petty compartmentalization, Dalton said that the RAF ought to be a flexible instrument, with no stiffness between the commands. Amid the problems, however, there were some causes for optimism. Hudsons were arriving in greater numbers, prompting the Air Ministry to increase its original order with Lockheed to 351 planes. To boost trade protection, 4 squadrons of twin-engine Bristol Blenheims were also borrowed from Fighter Command, the first of them, number 254, going into action in February 1940. A highly versatile aircraft, which was used in a range of roles during the war, the Blenheim had been a pioneer when it entered service in 1937, with its high-speed, all-metal construction, retractable undercarriage, and power-operated gun turrets. Though it was heading for obsolescence by the start of the war, due to rapid advances in aeronautical engineering. Nevertheless, it was a useful addition to Coastal Command, as former navigator Geoffrey Garside, who flew with 236 Squadron early in the war, recalled. It was a marvelous machine, with guns in its turret and wings. From a navigator's point of view, I could see way ahead, sitting just behind the pilot, but still in the nose. We had the job of escorting flying boats, which was a funny experience as they were much slower, so we had to zigzag above them to keep with them, otherwise we should have left them far behind. The spirit of innovation was also strong in parts of the command, as an unorthodox use of one of its units reveals. From the start of the war, the Germans had placed magnetic mines in the approaches to British harbours, causing severe damage to shipping. By the end of 1939, 79 vessels had been lost in this way, weighing 163,000 gross tons. The Royal Navy was desperate for an answer, because the task of clearing them was beyond traditional minesweepers, and it would take months to develop shipborne degaussing equipment. But British research scientists had a swift and ingenious solution, inspired by a deep understanding of magnetic power. On their instructions, a Vickers Wellington bomber was fitted underneath its airframe with a huge ring, 48 feet in diameter, and made of balsa wood. In this ring were strips of aluminium that emitted electrical impulses when charged by an electrical current, which in turn was supplied by a Ford motorcar's V8 engine driving a generator. Early tests with the experimental Wellington on a disarmed magnetic mine showed that the theory worked. By the beginning of 1940, 15 of the modified planes had been built by Vickers, who used the deliberately misleading title of Directional Wireless Installation, DWI Wellingtons. They were assigned to the General Reconnaissance Unit of Coastal Command's No. 16 Group, based at the Kent airfield of Manston. Within 4 days of their arrival, they had their first success, when on the 9th of January 1940, a DWI Wellington fully blew up a mine in the Thames estuary. On the 14th of January, they detonated another, but that achievement almost resulted in disaster because the plane was flying too low. As the author and former naval intelligence officer Carl O. Schuster recounted, the Wellington was propelled upwards about 40 feet by the blast. Its hatches were blown off, and the accelerometer recorded 10 Gs of force on the airframe. In a testament to the bomber's robustness, no structural damage was inflicted beyond the loss of the hatches. With experience, the crews learnt that 60 feet and 130 miles per hour were the optimum height and speed for detonation. It was demanding, dangerous work, not just because of the risks from exploding mines, but also because the planes were unarmed, their guns having been removed to accommodate the weight of the incongruous ring. Moreover, the fumes from the generator could induce violent nausea. The early success of the DWIs in clearing British ports led Coastal Command to form a second unit of them in April 1940. And by the summer, the danger had passed, the Royal Navy having developed practical degaussing gear for ships. But the Command's DWIs were not redundant. Several were sent to Egypt to protect the Suez Canal and coastal waters in the Mediterranean as the North African campaign intensified. There were other successes in early 1940 which highlighted the potential of Bowhill's force. On the 30th of January, Coastal Command claimed its first kill of the anti-submarine war, when a Sunderland of 228 Squadron, piloted by Flight Lieutenant Edward Brooks, used its bombs and machine gun fire to attack U-boat U-55, which had just been damaged by depth charges dropped by a Royal Navy destroyer. Unable to dive or escape, the submarine was then hammered by another Allied ship guided to the area by Brooks's Sunderland. Mortally stricken, the U-boat was scuttled by its crew off the coast of the Scilly Isles, with the survivors picked up by the Navy. An official assessment committee subsequently gave part of the credit for the sinking to 228 Squadron, though the incident was further proof of how ineffectual Coastal Command's bombs were. For despite Brooks's assault, it took the Navy to finish off U-55. There were further sightings and attacks in February, one of which saw a Hudson come under fierce anti-aircraft fire when it tried to bomb 3 German destroyers, sighted during a patrol of the eastern North Sea. In a report to Chamberlain's War Cabinet, the Air Staff explained that after the Hudson's bombs had missed their targets, 8 Messerschmitt 109s had then appeared on the scene. These had registered hits on the tail unit, turret, and wireless cabin of the Hudson, and had made the port rudder control unserviceable, but had refused to come within striking range of the rear turret of our aircraft. Taking advantage of the clouds, the Hudson then completed its patrol. At the end of March, Bowhill felt able to boast that the hours spent on convoy duties reached a record figure, with air escorts found for 265 convoys, involving the protection of nearly 4,000 ships. During the month, he further noted, 10 submarines were sighted, and of these, 8 were attacked, though there was no evidence any were sunk. Bowhill also reported that in 5 aerial clashes with the Luftwaffe in March, it is almost certain that one failed to get back to base, and in 4 of the other combats, damage was undoubtedly inflicted on the enemy. Of far greater significance for the course of the war was Coastal Command's involvement in an episode that took place in the North Sea on the 16th of February 1940, after intelligence had reached the Admiralty that the Altmark, a German supply ship, was sailing near Norway with 299 Allied prisoners of war on board. The War Cabinet, normally so hesitant seizing the initiative, decided that action must be taken to rescue the men, even though such a move would violate Norwegian neutrality. 3 Hudsons from 220 Squadron, based at Bircham Newton in Norfolk, were therefore sent across the North Sea to look for the Altmark along Norway's coast. Bruce Forbes, one of the pilots, later told the press that he had been roused at 6 a.m. and in the operations room was told that a very special job was in hand. The briefing officer informed the crews that the Altmark, when last seen, had been painted black with white upperworks and a large single funnel aft. Visibility was poor when the Hudsons set off, but the weather swiftly improved as they approached Norway, whose snow-covered mountains could be seen from more than 30 miles away. Flying well outside territorial waters, I examined every mile with binoculars. Then, 15 miles ahead, I saw a smudge of smoke. A minute later, a ship with black hull and cream upperworks was steaming directly towards us. My heart sank when I recognized from her lines that she could not be our quarry. 15 seconds later, I spotted something else, a grey ship with a funnel aft. Immediately, the 3 planes swept down. As we dived, my eyes were riveted on the stern, searching for a name. I saw letters about a foot high. I could not suppress a whoop of joy when I saw they read Altmark, reported Forbes. The sighting was reported to the Navy, and in the early afternoon HMS Cossack followed the Altmark into a fjord, where she tried to take refuge but ran aground. That evening the Cossack sent a boarding party on to the Altmark. After some hand-to-hand combat, the British sailors overwhelmed the Germans, freed the prisoners, and took them onto the Cossack, whose homeward voyage was escorted by the Hudsons. The Altmark incident provided a tremendous boost to the morale of both the Royal Navy and Coastal Command. But it also led to a dramatic escalation in the war between Britain and Germany, as both sides became increasingly hostile towards the restraints of Norwegian neutrality. For their part, the British now drew up plans to mine Norway's territorial waters in order to halt the passage of iron ore, essential to the Nazi war effort, from Sweden to the German ports. For his part, Hitler had been made all the more suspicious about Allied designs on Scandinavia, and stepped up his plans for a preemptive invasion of Denmark and Norway. The fires were about to be lit for a new stage in the conflict, which would soon engulf most of Europe. An insight into British thinking can be found in a most secret memorandum of the 4th of April, sent to Bowhill by the Deputy Chief of the Air Staff, Sir Richard Pearce, soon to become the head of Bomber Command. Having outlined Operation Wilfred, the plan to mine Norway's waters, which was due to commence on the 9th of April, Sir Richard said, with a worrying degree of complacency, that in response the Germans may take no military action in Scandinavia, at least at the outset. If they did, he argued, they would probably launch a large-scale aerial bombardment of the British fleet in the North Sea, establish air and naval bases in southern Norway, and perhaps occupy southern Sweden. In turn, this would be met by a British counter-offensive through landings at key ports, intensification of air cover, and mining of traffic on the Rhine. But it was Hitler who advanced first, before any mines had been laid. On the 8th of April, the crew of a Sunderland from 204 Squadron, on patrol over the Norwegian coast, spotted the mammoth German battleship Scharnhorst, accompanied by 2 cruisers and 2 destroyers. At once the German flotilla saw the Sunderland and opened up with a barrage of anti-aircraft fire, holing 2 of its fuel tanks. The damaged plane was able to report the sighting and just make it back to base after the loss of 300 gallons of fuel. Over the next 24 hours, other Coastal Command reconnaissance aircraft were dispatched to Norway, where they witnessed a huge increase in German naval activity. The Reich's assault on Scandinavia had begun. The Norway campaign should have been the ideal arena for Bohil's command and the Fleet Air Arm to show their capabilities, particularly in reconnaissance, strikes against enemy shipping, and attacks on occupied ports and coastal air bases. But no matter how doggedly the personnel served, the fight in Scandinavia again exposed their weaknesses, as the Germans quickly gained mastery of the air and control of the land. Even in the official Air Ministry account, intelligence officer Hector Bolitho wrote, "The numbers of aircraft at the disposal of both services were too small. The distances they had to fly, too great. For Coastal Command, the burden of challenging the Germans fell to the Hudsons and Blenheims, but the journey of between 300 and 400 miles to Norway meant the planes only had a short time over the combat area. Nor were the Blenheims a match for the Luftwaffe's marauding Messerschmitt 109s, while the engine troubles with the Beaufort meant that Coastal Command still had no meaningful torpedo force. One incident on the 17th of April, a little more than a week after the start of the German invasion, typified the problems. A Hudson of 233 Squadron had been given the task of acting as a gun spotter for the Royal Navy heavy cruiser HMS Suffolk, which was attempting to shell Stavanger airfield in southwestern Norway. But the mission went badly wrong, as historian Chris Ashworth, a Coastal Command veteran himself, recounted. Due to communications difficulties and inexperience, the cooperation was a dismal failure, and most of the 202 8-inch shells expended undoubtedly missed the target. To compound a catalogue of errors, the ship was then ordered to intercept a number of German destroyers as she withdrew, and was therefore not where her planned escort of Blenheim fighters expected her to be at the rendezvous time. Unescorted, the Suffolk was subjected to fierce attack by the Luftwaffe. In a similar vein, an experiment on the 15th of April in using the Beaufort as a mine layer was an initial disappointment because of poor weather and a shortage of aircraft, with the result that Bohill had to ask 815 Squadron of the Fleet Air Arm to assist with these early, unproductive mine-laying operations. The first Allied aircraft shot down during the Norway campaign gave rise to one of the most extraordinary tales of survival during the war. On the 9th of April, at the start of the German invasion, a short Sunderland of 210 Squadron left its base in Invergordon, Scotland, to fly on a reconnaissance mission to Norway. When the plane reached the Oslo fjord, it immediately came under fire from a couple of twin-engined Messerschmitt 110s. Staggering through the sky at 3,000 feet, the Sunderland exploded in mid-air over the mountain village of Silling. As the plane was ripped apart by the blast, 9 of its 10-man crew were killed. But the wireless operator, Welshman Ogwyn George, was thrown from the flaming wreckage and began the plunge towards the earth. Given that he was badly injured and without a parachute, death seemed inevitable. By a miracle, however, his fall was broken by thick pine trees before he landed in deep snow. Almost as incredibly, the combat had been witnessed by a local woodsman, Johan Braten, who began the long, exhausting climb up the mountainside to look for any survivors. On his first search, he failed to find George, who had painfully managed to struggle a short way before collapsing. Yet Braten refused to give up. Later that night, he returned to the task, having come across an animal track that followed a trail of George's blood. By now, George, drifting in and out of consciousness, thought his end was close, and, with what seemed his final breath, shouted out, "Lord, if you want me, take me." His cry was heard by Braten, who managed to bring him to a local hospital. George had suffered frostbite and severe burns, but with medical help he recovered sufficiently to be sent to a prisoner of war camp, where he spent the next 5 years. In a heart-warming moment in 1972, he travelled to Norway, appeared on television there, and met Braten, the man who had saved his life. Within weeks of the German invasion, the British position was hopeless. Troops who had only just landed at Åndalsnes and Namsos were told to prepare for evacuation. A military presence was retained at the northern port of Narvik, more as a forlorn gesture of defiance than as a realistic base for a counterattack. Coastal Command's task changed from bolstering resistance to covering retreat, with little improvement in results. That air of futility was captured in a report to the War Cabinet of the 8th of May about action on the day before, when 6 Beauforts had tried to attack a German cruiser said to be anchored off Norderney in the East Frisian Islands. Only 1 aircraft had located the target. No hit was claimed. 1 Beaufort had been attacked by a Messerschmitt Bf 109 and hit, the resulting damage causing it to crash on landing. 1 Beaufort was missing. Subsequent reconnaissance of the area had failed to sight the cruiser. An attempted attack on several German ships, including the renowned Scharnhorst on the 10th of June at Trondheim harbour, caused little damage for the loss of 2 Hudsons. Equally ineffectual was a subsequent attack 2 days later on the Scharnhorst by 6 Hudsons and 9 Beauforts, which were loaded with bombs because the continuing technical problems meant the torpedo training had still not begun. The huge battleship was unscathed again, as all the bombs missed their target, while 4 Beauforts were shot down by Me 109s, and every Hudson was damaged by heavy flak. In his monthly summary on the 11th of June, Bohill said that the German triumph in Norway had a profound effect on the role of this command and on the tactical employment of my squadrons. His force's task, he went on, had been made much harder, and increased risks and greater odds have to be faced in maintaining our reconnaissance over the North Sea. Defeat in Norway also had a profound effect on the political scene. After a sweeping rebellion by backbench Tory MPs against the government on the 8th of May, at the end of the Commons' debate on the doomed campaign, Chamberlain resigned as Prime Minister and was replaced by Winston Churchill at the head of an all-party coalition. The creation of a national government had major consequences for the oversight of Coastal Command. Sir Kingsley Wood was succeeded as Air Secretary by Sir Archibald Sinclair, the Liberal leader who was a close friend of Churchill. Their bond was cemented not just by politics, for Churchill had been a Liberal MP for 20 years until 1924, but also by their joint service with the Royal Scots Fusiliers in the trenches during the First World War. To his admirers, Sinclair was articulate, well-organised and debonair. To his detractors, he was little more than the smooth-tongued mouthpiece of Churchill or the Air Staff. Churchill's successor as the new First Lord of the Admiralty was the Sheffield Labour MP and leader of the cooperative movement, Albert A.V. Alexander, once described by the Fabian socialist Beatrice Webb as a vigorous and masterful personality with a good physique, alert mind and straightforward manner, but without charm or brilliance. Like Sinclair, he was respected for his loyalty and patriotism, but to critics he was too much the creature of his service chiefs. Apart from these two men, who each served in his post until the end of the European War, a far more controversial appointment was that of the maverick Canadian press tycoon Lord Beaverbrook as Minister for Aircraft Production, bringing both dynamism and friction to the heart of the cabinet. The new government immediately had to deal with the titanic crisis sparked by Germany's invasion of Western Europe on the 10th of May, which soon overwhelmed the Low Countries and plunged Britain's closest ally, France, into a desperate battle for survival. After the setbacks in Norway, the new theatre further strained the limited resources of Coastal Command. As before, the crews fought gallantly, despite the daunting circumstances from the outset. Beauforts of 22 Squadron bombed Rotterdam Airport in an unsuccessful attempt to prevent its use by the Germans, while 220 and 235 Squadrons bombed oil storage depots in Bremen and Hamburg. Ansons were in action patrolling the coast, escorting Allied ships and attacking German fast-attack E-boats, with some success. On the 24th of May, off the Netherlands, an Anson blew up one E-boat and raked two others with machine gun fire. According to official figures, during the first 20 days of operations in the West, Coastal Command flew 94 daylight patrols over Holland, Belgium, and northern France. Activity intensified enormously at the end of May, when much of the British Expeditionary Force, beaten again by the Wehrmacht, retreated to Dunkirk, from where an epic evacuation, codenamed Operation Dynamo, began. Working closely with Fighter Command, the aircraft of Bowhill's force protected the vast naval flotilla in the waters of the English Channel as best they could, despite complaints from the retreating British Army about the absence of the RAF. In the 4 days from the 31st of May, 16 Group of Coastal Command flew 327 sorties. Examples of heroism in the skies abounded. On the 1st of June, one Anson of 500 Squadron, flown by pilot officer Philip Peters, shot down 2 Me-109s and disabled 2 others over Dunkirk, an achievement for which he was awarded the Distinguished Flying Cross, DFC. The citation stated that Peters, menaced by 9 Messerschmitts, had immediately turned to the attack and so skillfully manoeuvred his aircraft that he and both the air gunner and the navigator were enabled to concentrate their fire on the enemy. Peters' plane was part of a formation of 3 Ansons on the search for E-boats. Jack Waithouse, the wireless operator in the leading aircraft, left a vivid account in an interview about his own experience of coming under fire when flying at just 50 to 80 feet. The cabin was full of explosive bullets. I instantly started to send an SOS, still sitting at the desk. There were 3 attacks on us, during which our gunner was critically injured. After I sent the SOS, I went back to man the gun on the left-hand side. But as I approached, our pilot did a sharp turn and I was thrown onto the floor, right near the air gunner's entrance. And when I picked myself up, I could see he had collapsed in his turret, The plane was badly damaged and leaking fuel, but the pilot managed to nurse it back to Manston. As we landed, both engines packed up, one almost immediately after the other. We just plonked down, and the undercarriage came down, but the wheels were shattered with bullets, so we stopped dead, recalled Waithouse. Soon afterwards, the ambulance arrived, but the gunner succumbed to his wounds 2 days later in hospital. Another account of Coastal Command's fight over Dunkirk came from Alistair Panton, a Blenheim pilot in 53 Squadron, which was given the task of bombing German field batteries and gun positions. All our attacks were low-level ones, carried out at 200 feet, a method which gave us maximum flexibility. We picked a target, flew straight at it and over it, low down, releasing bombs to arrive on the target more or less at the same time as we passed over it, wrote Panton. He also described the scenes that he witnessed as he flew on his missions. We could see the lines of shipping crossing and recrossing the channel, bombs and shells exploding among the lines of soldiers on the beaches and around the shipping standing off them, and air battles in the blue sky above us. It was a gigantic, awesome spectacle. On his third sortie, Panton experienced an astonishing incident. Having lined up my target, I found I was following another Blenheim from an unknown squadron. Not knowing what delay had been set on his bombs, and not wanting to be blown up by them, I eased off on his port side. As I pressed my release button, the other Blenheim's bombs exploded, and as I passed over the German guns, a soldier appeared in the air beside the cockpit, 200 feet up, still running, with a ludicrous look of outraged surprise on his face, which I could clearly see under his helmet. The magnificent evacuation saw more than 300,000 Allied troops lifted from the beaches by the 4th of June. But as Churchill told the Commons, wars are not won by evacuations. Dunkirk was soon followed by the fall of France, which meant that the entire northern coast of continental Europe, from the Spanish border to the tip of Norway, was in German hands. The strategic balance of the maritime war was transformed in the Reich's favour, with Coastal Command put even further on the defensive. In particular, the seizure of France gave an enormous advantage to the Kriegsmarine and the Luftwaffe. Not only were the western approaches and the English Channel turned into hostile waters for Britain, forcing the Atlantic convoys to adopt longer northerly routes, but even more importantly, Dönitz's U-boat force could now use the French ports in the Bay of Biscay, which were 450 miles closer to the Allied sea lanes than its bases in Germany. After a huge logistical operation that brought supplies and materials to western France, the first Atlantic U-boat port began operations on the 6th of July. A dark new chapter in the submarine war had opened, soon threatening the very existence of Coastal Command as part of the RAF. But it was the survival of Britain, isolated and battered, that was at stake in the immediate aftermath of the Reich's triumph in the West. Thwarted in his hopes that the British government would sue for peace, Hitler ordered plans to be drawn up for a full-scale invasion, codenamed Operation Sea Lion. An essential prerequisite of the proposed assault, which was due to take place in September, was the Luftwaffe gaining air supremacy over southern England in order to protect the landings. The pulverizing recent victories of the German war machine led Hermann Göring, the bombastic Luftwaffe chief, to think that the task could be accomplished in a matter of weeks. But he had badly underestimated the resilience and determination of the RAF once the Battle of Britain began. For Coastal Command, reconnaissance was still the main role, but this was heavily supplemented by attacks on enemy shipping in channel ports, as well as coastal land targets such as marshalling yards, supply depots, barracks and aerodromes, to undermine the preparations for the invasion. According to Bowhill, Coastal Command performed 15,243 hours of operational sorties in July, another 13,676 hours in August, and 13,787 hours in September. His force flew, on average, 40 visual reconnaissance missions a day, cooperated with Bomber Command on mine-laying, and dropped 231 tons of bombs during the battle. For these duties, several steps were taken to strengthen the force. Because German fighters now posed a far greater threat from their bases in northern France and the Low Countries, Avro Ansons were fitted with extra side guns, and some also had a free-mounted 20mm cannon installed in the floor of their cabin to ward off attacks by E-boats. Anti-shipping and reconnaissance operations in the north were boosted by the deployment of 2 squadrons from Bomber Command, numbers 21 and 57, to Lossiemouth in Scotland. In July, the 4 Blenheim squadrons, which did heroic work patrolling the French coastline and escorting Sunderlands, were reinforced by 2 further Blenheim squadrons from Army Cooperation, specifically to concentrate on surveillance of the invasion ports, where the Wehrmacht was gathering a vast armada of almost 2,000 barges for Operation Sea Lion. The barges were also a key target for the Beauforts, which finally went into action as torpedo bombers, the technical difficulties having at last been resolved. On the 11th of September, 5 Beauforts of 22 Squadron, led by Flight Lieutenant Dick Bowman, set out on their first torpedo mission, aiming for an enemy convoy off Calais. 3 of the torpedoes failed to release, and 1 hit a sandbank, but Bowman's badly damaged a 6,000-ton freighter. Despite heavy flak, all the Beauforts returned safely. Almost a week later, on the night of the 17th of September, 22 Squadron launched another attack by Beauforts, this time led by Rex Mack. The target was Cherbourg, the most heavily defended of the Channel ports, as Mack soon discovered, having entered the harbour through its western entrance. I'd hardly got in, flying at about 50 feet, when the Germans opened fire. I was so close that I could actually see them, and I watched a German gunner, one of a crew of 3 manning a Bofors gun, trying to depress the barrel, said Mack. But the gunner could not get it down sufficiently, and the flak passed over the Beauforts to hit a fort at the other end of the breakwater. Then Mack saw the target, a large troop ship. I dropped the torpedo in perfect conditions, for I was flying at the right speed and the right height. Half a second after I had dropped it, 5 searchlights opened up and caught me in their beams. I pulled back the stick and put on a lot of left rudder and cleared out. The trouble about a torpedo attack is that when you've released the torpedo, you have to fly on the same course for a short time to make quite sure that it has, in fact, left the aircraft. I remember counting 1 and 2 and 3 and forcing myself not to count too fast. Then we were away. Inevitably, given what was at stake, there were tensions during the summer of 1940 between the service chiefs, with Bowhill complaining that he was not treated with the same respect as Sir Hugh Dowding, head of Fighter Command, or Sir Charles Portal, head of Bomber Command. That resentment had been exemplified in June, when the Air Ministry decided to base 3 fighter squadrons at Coastal Command Station at St Evell, Cornwall, a move that required Bowhill to move some of his operations elsewhere. Accommodation for these fighter squadrons is to take priority over all other commitments at St Evell, ruled the ministry. Bristling at this remark, Bowhill wrote to Sholto Douglas, the Deputy Chief of the Air Staff. I wonder if it is fully realised in certain branches of the Air Ministry the vital importance of defending our shipping from the menace of the submarine, and the amount of flying we have to do to ensure that our shipping is comparatively safe. Bowhill further expressed his annoyance at the lack of consultation. I should have been informed. I notice that Dowding is always asked about his aerodromes, and also Portal. I am not obstructing in any way, far from it, but such snap decisions hamper my command considerably. Douglas told him that though he recognized the importance of Coastal Command's work in defense of shipping, we have got to reorientate our fighter defense to look south as well as east. A fighter station was therefore necessary in Cornwall, and St. Evell was the only possible location, because aerodrome accommodation is strictly limited in the west of England. The following month, Douglas wrote to warn Bowhill against conducting his own independent bombing campaign against targets in occupied Europe without reference to the Air Ministry. Having reminded Bowhill that the primary role of your squadrons is reconnaissance, Douglas stated that the RAF's accepted policy was that subsidiary offensive operations undertaken by your command should be directed primarily against ships at sea or concentrations of shipping in harbour. It was vital that operations should be conducted in conformity with the wider war strategy, because however important these objectives may appear, unless they are relating to the general bombing policy, their attack may be an unjustified diversion of effort and result in the dispersion of the limited bomber force which we have available. In reply, Bowhill said he fully realized that reconnaissance was his command's key duty, but added that recent subsidiary offensive operations have been directed primarily against concentrations of barges and small vessels in the inland waterways of Holland, Belgium, and northeast France. He further explained that his crews were sometimes hindered by insufficient information and short notice from the Air Ministry about the chosen targets. Precisely because bombing was a subsidiary role, his command needed a little more time to organize raids than Bomber Command. At the end of the month, Bowhill protested to Portal that official demands for Coastal Command support in designated bomber missions could be unrealistic. You will appreciate that with the primary role of reconnaissance considerably increased as a result of the threat of invasion, the number of aircraft that can be made available at any time for bomber operations is comparatively small. Bowhill was also unhappy with the coordination of mine-laying operations on the enemy coast, whereby Bomber Command retained operational control of its Hampden squadrons responsible for this task, while the details of targets were provided by Coastal Command acting on instructions for the Admiralty. Even though Coastal Command's Beauforts were now functional, the scope for inefficiency was worsened by hold-ups in the supply and distribution of mines. On many occasions in both commands, aircraft and crews were kept standing by on the promise of the delivery of the mines, when they could have been deployed on other vital operational tasks. A change was duly made in mid-August, whereby Coastal Command was put in authority of both the information on targets and the distribution of mines, and arrangements proceeded more smoothly for the next 6 months, he wrote. Through mine-laying, reconnaissance, and its own bombing raids, Coastal Command helped degrade Germany's military capacity, provided vital intelligence, disrupted supply lines, and strengthened Britain's resistance. Crucially, more than 10% of the Reich's invasion fleet in the northern continental ports was destroyed. By mid-September, the Germans recognized that air superiority could not be achieved, without which an assault on Britain was impossible. On the 17th, 2 days after the Luftwaffe had sustained crippling losses at the hands of the Spitfires and Hurricanes, Hitler indefinitely postponed Operation Sea Lion. It was the Reich's first defeat of the war. Like the rest of the RAF, Coastal Command paid a heavy price for its defiance, losing 148 aircraft and 280 men in the battle, more than half the total of Fighter Command's casualties. Given the pivotal circumstances of the struggle, such attrition had been inevitable, but on the 16th of October, the outgoing head of the RAF, Sir Cyril Newall, who was about to be replaced by Portal, told Bowhill that the time had come to preserve his resources for the fight that lay ahead, when other burdens would be placed on his command. The loss of highly skilled reconnaissance crews should be avoided where possible, the more so in view of the expansion of your command during the coming year, when such personnel will be worth their weight in gold. I realize that we have been passing through a critical phase, when a measure of risk had to be taken in pressing home attacks against the invasion ports. But now that the immediate threat of invasion has somewhat receded, and the weather is deteriorating, I think those risks are less justified. Newall concluded with words of praise for the offensive spirit and the high standard you have already set, qualities that would now be needed in another great battle, that of the Northern Atlantic. 3. Control. Although it was the height of summer, the rain was falling heavily when Flight Lieutenant Ernest Baker was brought with his crew from 210 Squadron by dinghy to their Sunderland at Pembroke Docks. The Battle of Britain was now raging in the skies over southern England, but his mission would take him far from the scene of combat between Fighter Command and the Luftwaffe. On this bleak morning of the 16th of August, with the dark clouds hanging just 400 feet above the sea, Baker had been instructed to fly a patrol down to the Bay of Biscay, picking up a convoy and looking for U-boats. Having taken off at 7 o'clock, the crew had glimpsed no sign of the enemy after 6 draining hours in dismal weather. Then suddenly, the second pilot shouted that he had spotted a U-boat to port. "I put my foot on everything," recalled Baker. His account continued. "The U-boat was on the surface when we sighted it, and they must have sighted us at the same time, for they started to do a crash dive. By the time the submarine was down, I was diving low over the top to attack. The result was terrific. The whole of the surface of the sea seemed to shudder for yards around, and then suddenly blew up. In the middle of the boiling sea, the submarine emerged with its decks awash, and then sank rather like a brick. I did a steep turn and came over it again just as it was disappearing. The explosion actually blew the submarine right out of the water. Baker dropped more bombs right over the frothing target. Large air bubbles came rushing up. One was over 30 feet across. Great gobs of oil began to spread over the surface until a wide area was covered. I waited for about an hour until there was no more air or oil coming up, and then I fetched a destroyer from the convoy and signaled what had happened. After carrying out an ASDIC sweep, the Royal Navy ship reported no contact. It had been the first attack by Coastal Command on a U-boat using airborne depth charges, yet the bubbling water and widening oil slick gave only the illusion of destruction. Remarkably, the German vessel U-51, skippered by Dietrich Knorr and on its 4th war cruise, was not sunk by Baker's Sunderland, but escaped, only to be fatally hit 4 days later near Nantes. Tellingly, it was not another Coastal Command plane that was responsible for the kill, but the torpedoes of a Royal Navy submarine. U-51's survival from the Sunderland's apparently devastating assault was a tribute to the toughness of the submarine's design, with its thick steel pressure hull. But it was also a reflection of the weakness of Coastal Command's anti-submarine armory and tactics, which negated the courage of the crews. In mournful tones, Bowhill wrote in his monthly summary for July 1940. The results of actions against the U-boats continue to be unsatisfactory. It is an outstanding fact that 70% of the U-boats attacked by my aircraft are getting away without material damage. I am more than ever convinced that the weapons in use to date have been inadequate for purpose. He was fully justified in his belief. Despite the growing awareness of the U-boat threat, the anti-submarine bombs were still almost impotent, and ASV radar sets ineffective beyond a range of only 3.5 miles. At the same time, the 450-pound naval depth charge, modified for Coastal Command's use by the fitting of a streamlined nose cap and an air tail, was no panacea, as Baker's experience proved. Over 700 had been supplied to the maritime force, but its Amatol explosive charge lacked power. It was too heavy to be carried by any plane other than the Sunderland, and the entrenched theory that it should be dropped from 100 feet turned out to be disastrously mistaken, an illustration of the absence of proper operational research within the force. The reality was that Coastal Command still had to live with the legacy of RAF policy in the pre-war years, with its focus on bombing strategy, its complacency towards enemy submarines, and its low priority for maritime air power. Bowhill wrote, "The situation regarding numbers and types of aircraft at my disposal caused me grave concern, not only because the strength was still below the minimum necessary to undertake the initial requirement of the cooperation with the Navy, but because the war had revealed many new tasks that had not been envisaged." Sir John Slessor, one of Bowhill's successors, felt that it was nothing short of amazing the extent to which the U-boat menace was underrated at this time. Only the Sunderlands were capable of operating beyond a 500-mile radius, but they were still in short supply. By July 1940, there were still just 34 of them in service. At a senior level, the command's sense of grievance shone through its discussions about the Air Ministry's failure to provide sufficient and effective long-range flying boats to combat the Reich's U-boat fleet. In a perceptive memorandum of the 22nd of February 1940, Air Commodore Ivor Lloyd, the head of planning at Coastal Command, emphasized the need for greater endurance. Within the next year, the Germans will build submarines of sufficiently heavy tonnage to operate in the mid-Atlantic and prey on our convoys, and we shall have nothing with which to reach them. This feeling of neglect was all the more dangerous because Dönitz had dramatically intensified his campaign since the fall of France, taking advantage of his ability to deploy his U-boats much closer to the western approaches and the Atlantic. There had been a brief lull in the submarine war during the conquest of Norway, when he was required to send much of his fleet to Scandinavian waters. But now he was ready for a deadly new phase, backed by a growing force and new tactics. Dönitz had 48 U-boats in June, to which another 24 were added by October. The geography of the war had shifted decisively in his favor. Within a week of the armistice in France, his U-boats began to establish their bases in 5 Atlantic ports, namely Brest, Saint-Nazaire, Bordeaux, Lorient, and La Rochelle, where he ordered the installation of anti-aircraft defenses and the construction of vast concrete bunkers in each to act as submarine pens. These were built by the 15,000 engineers and forced labourers from the Todt organization that handled large infrastructure projects with an astonishing efficiency. In another step that exemplified his unrelenting focus on the Atlantic campaign, he set up his headquarters in the 19th century Villa Carillon, which was known locally as the Château des Sardines, and occupied a position overlooking the harbour at Lorient. the U-boats soon started to wreak even greater havoc on the Allied shipping as they cruised the ocean to the west, out of reach of the RAF. What made their attacks all the more lethal was Dönitz's adoption of the Rudeltaktik, or wolf pack system. While many of his submarines still hunted as lone killers, others preyed in groups, known as wolf packs, gathered along patrol lines that spread across the expected path of the convoys, and were coordinated by messages sent from Dönitz's control center at Lorient, using the supposedly unbreakable Enigma code. One prime feature of most U-boats was that they had to spend much of their time on the surface in order to recharge their batteries, to replace stale air, and to use their radios, which were not operable underwater. While potentially increasing the vulnerability to being spotted, surfacing had two clear benefits in combat. First, the Royal Navy's ASDIC was nullified, and second, a surfaced U-boat had a much greater speed than a submerged one. In fact, a Type 7 U-boat, which formed the basis of Dönitz's fleet, could only travel at a maximum of 7 knots underwater, slower even than a convoy, whereas on the surface it could reach more than 17 knots. Moreover, the theoretical risks of visibility were greatly reduced by Dönitz's instruction that U-boats should launch their strikes against convoys at night where possible, which had the advantage that enemy aircraft, lacking any method of illumination, had little chance of any sighting in the dark. In terms of weapons, the U-boats were now packing a sharper punch compared to the start of the war. Type 7s generally carried 14 torpedoes, whose reliability had greatly improved by mid-1940, after their use in early campaigns had been plagued by technical faults, particularly failures to explode and premature detonations. Dönitz's Atlantic fleet was further boosted by support from the Focke-Wulf 200, known as the Condor, a large 4-engined plane that had originally been built as a transatlantic airliner, but had been converted into a maritime patrol aircraft with the installation of machine guns, cannon, and a central bomb bay. Despite its range of 2,200 miles, its slowness and weak structure should have made it an easy target, though Coastal Command's lack of aircraft meant that Condors, like U-boats, could roam with comparative and savage impunity. Operating from Bordeaux Airport, they became a menace to unarmed merchant ships, sinking their first freighter off Ireland in late August, with more kills in the autumn. Coastal Command's burden was made all the greater because the German surface fleet was not only growing, but could also use the Atlantic ports. It was in August 1940 that the Bismarck, then the largest battleship ever built in Europe, was commissioned. A more dubious addition to the Reich's maritime arsenal came on the 10th of June, when Italy declared war on the Allies, bringing Mussolini's Regia Marina into the fray. By the 18th of October, Italian submarines were operating out of the western French ports, but with nothing like the unforgiving efficiency of the U-boats. That dominance reached an early zenith in the summer and autumn, a period Dönitz's crews dubbed the happy time because of the toll they exacted. Between the beginning of June and the end of October 1940, 274 Allied ships were sunk in the Atlantic, a rate of almost 2 a day, totaling 1.4 million tons, for the loss of just 6 U-boats. In September 1940, the fast convoy HX-72 came under attack, and 11 of its 43 ships were sunk. Even worse followed in October, when a 7-strong Wolfpack attacked convoy SC-7, sinking 20 of its 35 ships and damaging a further 6. During that month, 352,000 tons of shipping were sunk by the U-boats, up from 190,000 tons in June. The only thing that ever really frightened me during the war was the U-boat peril, wrote Churchill in his memoirs. His concerns were revealed at the time at a meeting of the Cabinet Defence Committee on the 31st of October, at which he emphasised that Britain's survival depended on the maintenance of life of this island and keeping our sea communications open. There had, he added, been a serious recrudescence of submarine warfare, and recent losses had been heavy. The sense of crisis at Coastal Command was inescapable. My resources have been taxed to the utmost by the submarines working further out into the Atlantic than hitherto, complained Bowhill in early October. A fortnight later, he warned Portal of the very grave U-boat menace which has developed lately against our trade. During the autumn, he made repeated requests for support from Bomber Command to attack the German-occupied ports in the Biscay areas, without much success, as he later commented with acerbity. It was not found possible to direct other than a few light raids by Bomber Command on these concentrated wasps' nests. In the front line, the diary of Roger Morwood from 248 Squadron, flying Blenheim reconnaissance patrols from the Shetland Islands, captured a mood of frustration and impotence. Nothing of value, he wrote after one mission on the 11th of September. In the grand scheme of things, what were we achieving? He asked in another. Even so, the picture was not entirely bleak. The U-boats were not invincible. While Coastal Command attacks rarely resulted in a kill, the mere appearance of RAF planes over the sea could act as a deterrent, forcing U-boats to submerge and allowing convoys to proceed unhindered. And occasionally, Bowhill's aircraft could be more punishing. On the 1st of July 1940, a Sunderland of 210 Squadron, captained by the Australian Bill Hoot Gibson, claimed the force's second joint kill of a U-boat. Flying on patrol from their base at Mountbatten, Cornwall, Gibson's crew were ordered to a location southwest of Ireland, where a ship in a convoy had been torpedoed. Soon after the search began, the second pilot sighted a U-boat on the surface. Gibson roared down on the target and managed to drop 4 250-pound anti-submarine bombs with cool precision. As they exploded, the Sunderland circled the scene. Another crew member, Bill Vout, recalled, "Suddenly the bow of the submarine broke surface at a very steep angle before levelling off. Hoot released a second salvo, which fell about 40 yards from the sub's midships. I saw the U-boat's crew pouring out of the conning tower, and it looked as if each was placing his hand on the next's shoulder, when suddenly they all jumped overboard and swam clear. The U-boat began to settle by the stern, slowly at first, but then, gathering momentum, it tipped up the bows and slid under the sea at the same steep angle as it had risen." The ill-fated vessel, U-26, which had already sunk 11 Allied ships, had been unable to escape from Gibson's Sunderland because it had already been badly damaged by depth charges dropped by the Royal Navy corvette HMS Gladiolus. The German survivors were picked up by the Navy, which shared the kill with Coastal Command. There were other signs of progress in developing the Cinderella Service. Much as Bowhill might complain, his command had grown from 19 to 26 squadrons in the first year of the war, including the loan of 4 Blenheim squadrons from Fighter Command and 1 from Bomber Command. Another addition was the Armstrong Whitworth Whitley, a twin-engined bomber that had first gone into temporary service with the command in 1939, when 58 Squadron was briefly transferred from Bomber Command to replace some of the aging Avro Ansons. In the autumn of 1940, more Whitleys became available, as new heavy bombers like the Stirling and the Halifax were produced, though its long, box-like fuselage and thick wing meant it lacked agility. William Day, who flew with 58th Squadron, was not an enthusiast. As a combat aircraft, it left a lot to be desired from the speed and bomb load point of view. It was not built for comfort. On occasions, the guns would ice up. Even so, the Whitley evolved into a useful maritime patrol and reconnaissance aircraft. The Mark VII version, with extra fuel tanks and advanced communications, eventually equipping 4 squadrons in Coastal Command. The geographical scope of Bowhill's force had also been significantly widened. A presence was established in Gibraltar when 200 Group, previously under the control of the RAF's Mediterranean headquarters, was transferred to Bowhill, though at first the new Coastal Command base only accommodated Saunders Row London flying boats and Fairey Swordfish torpedo biplanes. Another new station was opened in Iceland, which Britain had invaded in May 1940, fearing that the Reich was about to take over the island. As in Gibraltar, the initial Coastal Command force was limited, comprising just 1 squadron of single-engined Fairey battle light bombers, but later in 1940, detachments of Sunderlands and Hudsons were deployed there, as the island grew into a vital link in the Atlantic's aerial defences. Bowhill was also able to strengthen his protection of the northwestern approaches by installing 2 Blenheim squadrons at Aldergrove in Northern Ireland and another in Cornwall. More and better equipment was becoming available. All the command's aircraft had by now been fitted with short-range RT, radio telephone, so they could be in direct contact with the Royal Navy's vessels without using Aldis lamps. Visual technology was advancing as much as audio communication. The Mark I ASV radar was in service with 24 Hudsons and 25 Sunderlands in late 1940, but a more reliable Mark II set had been developed, with a greater range of up to 35 miles, due in part to the rearrangement of its aerials on the airframe, so they looked sideways rather than forwards. The first longer-range Mark II was used on 502 Squadron's Whitleys, whose flat sides suited this new configuration, and proved such an effective tool that in October Bowhill made a most urgent and immediate request that a further Whitley squadron be added to the command. In the autumn of 1940, shaken by the U-boat losses and perturbed by the continuing weakness of Coastal Command, several chiefs of the Admiralty, led by the First Lord Albert Alexander, contemplated a more radical measure. What they sought was a takeover of Coastal Command, turning it from a branch of the RAF into a subsidiary of the Royal Navy, like the Fleet Air Arm. In their bold demand, they were backed up by Lord Beaverbrook, the Daily Express proprietor and Minister of Aircraft Production since May 1940. As with the circulation of his paper, the Canadian press baron had performed wonders with output from the fighter and bomber factories, but respect for his dynamism was undermined by dislike of his conspiratorial ambition, mixed with his mercurial inconstancy. "The only truly evil man I have ever met," was the verdict of Clement Attlee, Churchill's deputy. The fraught saga of control of Coastal Command was a continuation of the long duel between the RAF and the Royal Navy that stretched back to the abolition of the Independent Naval Air Service in 1918. Determined to uphold the status quo was the new Chief of the Air Staff, Sir Charles Portal, a highly articulate, self-assured leader with a streak of icy aloofness and an unswerving belief in the trenchard doctrine of the bombing offensive. After outstanding service in the Royal Flying Corps during the First World War, his natural authority, self-discipline and fierce work ethic saw him rise to the top of his service in October 1940, the accepted star of the Royal Air Force, in the words of Winston Churchill. His opposite number as head of the Royal Navy was Sir Dudley Pound, who also served as the chairman of the Chiefs of Staff, a much less commanding figure than Portal. Solid rather than brilliant, Pound had enjoyed an impressive naval career, including spells as flag captain of the Grand Fleet and head of planning at the Admiralty during the First World War, but was in poor health for much of his time in charge during the Second. Appointed First Sea Lord in June 1939, he was afflicted by osteoarthritis and fatigue, prompting senior strategist Alan Brooke to comment in his diary, "Pound is quite the slowest and most useless chairman one can imagine." Even more damning was the judgment of Commander Robert Bower, who served in the Naval Liaison Section at Coastal Command Headquarters in 1940. When I saw Pound just after the war started, he hobbled into the operations room at Coastal Command, and I noticed with horror that he had become a worn-out old man. His hair was snow-white and wispy, his face seamed and ashen, and there was a noticeable distortion in one eye. Yet for all his infirmities, Pound's integrity and unruffled temperament won Churchill's trust, while his broad vision made him a strong advocate of maritime aviation. Unlike his political master, Alexander, Pound was lukewarm about the proposed takeover, fearing it would be a major distraction that would produce no more aircraft. In fact, Portal privately said at the height of the furore that the Admiralty was only playing second fiddle to Lord Beaverbrook. But during the last 2 months of 1940, the idea gathered momentum in Whitehall and soon attracted the interest of Churchill, who had concerns about the efficiency of Coastal Command under RAF control. Against the backdrop of mounting losses to the U-boats, Alexander, too, was deeply worried about shortages of maritime aircraft. On the 4th of November, he circulated a paper to the War Cabinet entitled Strengthening of Coastal Command, in which he observed that, whilst the Coastal Command has given the Navy every possible assistance with the forces at their command, no means of meeting the Navy's urgent requirements can be within reach on the present Coastal Command's strength. That command's strength has increased from 150 to 300 planes since September 1939. In my view, the number should be brought much nearer to 1,000 planes in operation at the earliest possible moment. In practice, he argued, this would mean that of the 100 new squadrons to be put into service by June 1941, 15 of them should go into the Coastal Command. The following day, his paper was discussed at a meeting of the Defence Committee, with the Prime Minister in the chair. It was after reiterating his call for a substantial increase in aircraft that Alexander described Coastal Command as the Cinderella Service of the RAF. This was the first time the term had been used. In response, Sinclair not only denied the Cinderella accusation, but also put forward the classic argument for the primacy of strategic bombing. Any undue expansion of the naval cooperation force would inevitably hamper the building up of Bomber Command's strength, and would sacrifice the possibility of its being employed effectively on strategic operations. Sinclair's stance provoked Beaverbrook to a dramatic intervention. Never an admirer of the Air Secretary, he urged the complete handover of Coastal Command to the Royal Navy. Interestingly, Pound did not express his support for the plan, and instead focused on the immediate need for more aircraft. Churchill was in two minds. On one hand, he said, there would undoubtedly be advantages in having the whole of protection under one operational control. The Coastal Command had not received the scale of equipment that they should have. On the other hand, it would be a poor economy to duplicate training grounds or set up competition between the services in the market for aircraft. He concluded that a swift investigation by his office should be held into the proposal. The political wheels were now in motion for a collision, with Beaverbrook at its centre. He followed up his appearance at the committee with an incendiary paper of his own, A Naval Air Force, where he stated, "It is not a satisfactory answer to say that the RAF can fulfill the task of supplementing the surface craft of the fleet. It has failed to do so. The Coastal Command is quite inadequate." It was a claim that was repeated in articles in the London Evening Standard, another of his papers. Many involved with the RAF were furious at his conduct. Slessor, then Director of Plans, privately denounced what he called Beaverbrook baboonery, based on a totally irresponsible and irrelevant demand, born of crass ignorance of air or sea warfare. Regretting that the affair did not even serve to convince Winston what an ass Beaverbrook was, Slessor also called the prime ministerial investigation a mountain of nonsense that rehashed all the old, stale anti-Air Force arguments. Almost as scathing was the Coastal Command Naval Liaison Officer, Captain Peyton Ward, who said that Beaverbrook's paper lacked both restraint and sound argument. Lord Trenchard, the founding father of the RAF, was so appalled that he called on Sinclair, who relayed their conversation to Churchill. In his opinion, such dismemberment of the Royal Air Force would greatly impair it and would weaken the very instrument which offers the best hope of victory. Trenchard therefore wanted an assurance that the government has no intention of severing Coastal Command from the RAF. That is exactly what Portal also wanted. He had only been in post a few weeks, but had marshalled a powerful defence of the RAF at meetings and in writing. On the 24th of November, he privately told Sinclair that nothing but great harm to the Royal Air Force and the country can result unless this matter is dropped completely and finally, now. If the government decided on a full inquiry to consider it, then he and his deputy, Sir Wilfrid Freeman, would feel bound to tender our resignations. Another voice in the chorus of disapproval, inevitably, was that of Bowhill. In his own response of the 19th of November, he wrote that there would be no operational advantage in the suggestion, since the present system works well. Increased costs and waste would be unavoidable, he wrote, before asking, "Surely wisdom demands that we should husband our resources, keep our air effort under one central organization and direction, so we can guard here, strike there." Yet there was a fundamental gap between the fine rhetoric of the RAF and the reality of Coastal Command's long neglect. For all the anger directed at him, Beaverbrook had both touched a nerve at the air staff and emboldened some at the naval staff. Writing to the War Cabinet on the 20th of November, Alexander stated, "We concur with Beaverbrook's arguments," adding that the Admiralty have always been in favour of having full control, not only of Coastal Command, but of all aircraft whose normal function is to fly over the sea. After a month of feverish documentary and verbal contention, the dispute came to a climax on the 4th of December 1940, at a crucial meeting of the Defence Committee, which Churchill again chaired. In his contribution, Sir Charles Portal ran through a series of problems with a complete transfer of the whole command, such as the loss of flexibility, the disastrous blow to the RAF's esprit de corps, and the psychological impact of transferring 28,000 men to another service. but he sensed the tide was turning, and so made a significant concession in admitting that he was perfectly prepared to see the Royal Navy in operational control of Coastal Command. In those words lay the outline of the settlement that was to last the rest of the war. Churchill seized the moment at the meeting's conclusion. The Prime Minister said that it might have been desirable, if he had been starting afresh in peacetime, to make the great change proposed. It would be disastrous at the present moment to tear a large fragment from the Naval Air Force. This was not the time for inter-service controversy. But he agreed that complete operational control must be secured to the Admiralty, with any differences that arose to be settled by the Defence Committee. This outcome was an awkward but creative compromise, perhaps the only pragmatic solution that could have been reached in the pit of war. Afterwards, Churchill told his Foreign Secretary, Anthony Eden, that it would never be possible to hand over Coastal Command to the Admiralty because of the very grievous inter-service wrangle it would have generated. Both Beaverbrook and Alexander were unhappy and dissented from the decision. Slessor thought the whole affair was a farce that produced this ridiculous mouse in the shape of a really quite meaningless form of words. Others argued that the new arrangement made no difference, since there was already good cooperation on the front line. Indeed, that point was emphasized in a joint note that Pound and Portal sent Churchill just after the meeting. We are agreed that under present conditions the existing system of operational control is the best that can be devised. Under this system, the Admiralty issues directives from time to time, supplemented by urgent instructions to meet particular situations. The Air Officer Commanding-in-Chief, Coastal Command, is responsible for translating Admiralty requirements into orders for air operations. Although the question was settled at a service level, within the political arena, the dispute rumbled on for the next 2 years, mainly in the form of interventions in Parliament from advocates of Admiralty control. The row over operational control had given a shock to the RAF, which had only narrowly avoided paying a heavy price for its parsimony towards its maritime wing. But the struggles for Coastal Command would continue. 4. Research. Soon after the climactic Defence Committee meeting, Portal wrote to Bowhill, "We have had an unpleasant fortnight over the ownership of Coastal Command, as well you know, and, having survived the broadsides, we must, I feel, avoid compromising our position. We are being pressed to help the Navy against the submarine and Focke-Wulf menaces. I am in full agreement that this is as important and pressing a requirement as any with which we are now confronted. To that end, therefore, we have been forced to divert, much against our will where the air war is concerned, a ponderable proportion of the very limited bomber effort at our disposal. Apart from the transfer of operational control and the RAF's reluctant diversion from attacking Germany, there were other indicators of the greater priority for the maritime war. One was the move of Coastal Command's No. 15 group from Plymouth to Liverpool, as part of the creation of a new combined headquarters for the western approaches, covering the vital supply lines in the Atlantic. Jointly led by the affable, innovative Admiral Sir Percy Noble and Air Vice Marshal James Robb, a highly experienced, sometimes outspoken officer, the headquarters was accommodated in a vast bunker beneath Derby House in the centre of Liverpool, with almost 100 rooms and a central hub whose reinforced concrete roof was over 7 feet thick, hence its nicknames, the Fortress or the Citadel. Like Coastal Command's headquarters at Northwood, The Derby House Situation Room contained a huge wall chart that showed the movements of Allied and enemy vessels, and was constantly updated by a team of wrens using wooden markers and working on wheeled ladders, which were so high that in 1943 one of them, Patricia Lane, fell to her death when she lost her footing. Gathered from a range of sources, including RAF photo reconnaissance reports, the information was fed to Derby House through a secure network of teleprinters and telephones from Coastal Command's headquarters at Northwood and the Admiralty's Operational Intelligence Centre at Whitehall, whose submarine tracking room was headed by Commander Roger Wynne. A brilliant lawyer before the war, Wynne had suffered polio as a child, leaving him a legacy of crippled legs and a heavily stooped posture. But this did not prevent him carrying out his duties with remarkable diligence and an uncanny grasp of German intentions. A similar process for disseminating intelligence was instituted at the Coastal Command's other combined naval group headquarters, of which there were now 4. In addition to Number 15, based in Liverpool, Number 16 at Chatham, and Number 18 at Rosyth, a new Number 19 group was set up at Plymouth, covering the vital theatre of the Bay of Biscay. To maintain the supply of personnel for its extensive operations and instruct crews in the use of ever more complex equipment, Coastal Command built up a large training organisation, overseen by Number 17 Group headquarters in Gosport, and featuring specialised bodies such as the School of General Reconnaissance, the Torpedo Training Unit, the Combined Anti-Submarine Training Centre, and the Flying Boat Training Squadron. In the early years of the war, like in the rest of Coastal Command, training was restricted by the lack of aircraft, facilities, and crews, which meant that squadrons were badly under strength. As the conflict intensified, however, increasing importance was attached to 2 key elements of the program. The first was the massive Empire Training Scheme, which began in December 1939 and took raw RAF recruits and gave them extensive flying instruction in the Dominions, free from the risk of enemy attack. In Canada alone, the principal centre for the scheme, over 131,000 Allied personnel received training. The second were the Operational Training Units, OTUs, which grew from a single overstretched outfit in 1939, turning out just 1 new crew a month, to a network of 6 by the summer of 1941. In addition, greater capacity meant that the length of OTU courses could be doubled from 4 to 8 weeks, though many of the training aircraft were obsolete Stranraers and Lerwicks. In defence of supply lines, Coastal Command was also extending its reach overseas. Obsolete ferry battles began to be replaced in Iceland by Hudsons in early 1941, helping to shrink the Atlantic Gap, where U-boats were out of the range of the RAF. One of those who flew Hudsons from the Coastal Command base at Caltadarnes was Hugh Eccles, who recalled that the airfield consisted of 1 main runway made of crushed lava dust, surrounded by peat bog, and at the perimeter was a fast-flowing river. The facilities were very primitive. An old farmhouse had been taken over as an officer's mess, with several Nissen huts erected around it. Of his duties in 269 Squadron, he said, 90% of our work was convoy escorts, as all North Atlantic convoys were passing through our area. At times I was escorting convoys of 100 ships. It was a very hard-pressed time. I was normally doing 15 flights a month while I was in Iceland. A typical trip would be to take off from Caltadarnes, go up to 1,000 feet, then get to the position where the convoy would be. The important thing was to meet the convoy, and I would say we did it 7 out of 10 times. Having arrived at the convoy, we would do a search formally, which involved flying 20 miles ahead of the convoy and then coming back again, making a kind of square pattern. Then we would fly around the tail of the convoy to see if there were any U-boats on the surface before we went round the circuit again. Most of the escort duties were pretty routine. Joe Collins of 59 Squadron was based at Camp Geck near Reykjavik from 1943, as the Atlantic campaign reached its climax. We suffered many hardships: no lighting, no water, no sanitation. Edward Nichols, who served as a Whitley rear gunner with 612 Squadron, was shocked on his arrival in Iceland in December 1941 by the cold on the island. I woke up after my first night to 6 feet deep snow outside the hut. His living quarters were a prefabricated Nissen hut with a Queenie cast-iron coke-filled stove for heating. We provided more heat between us than that ruddy stove. We could never keep it going at night. To avoid the damp, the beds were propped up on empty 2-gallon petrol cans, and even the chairs were made of wooden crates. The space between the huts was lumpy, hard frozen earth, topped with a layer of snow. Icicles hung everywhere from windows and roofs. It was bleak, wrote Nichols. Ablutions. We could be excused not washing or shaving. They were primitive, to say the least. Supposed to be showers, they exuded a brown-tinted, pathetic little stream of either freezing, which it mainly was, or boiling water. The toilet, bogs are a fair description, consisted of a standard Nissen hut, RAF issue, airmen for the use of. Down each side, 6 cubicles at the front, each cubicle with a wooden seat, wall to wall, with the usual shaped hole in it. Bucket underneath. Nichols also recalled a ferocious storm that swept across his base one night in January 1942. The whole of our area was smothered in sleet and snow, with winds reaching speeds of 135 miles per hour or more in terrifying gusts. Amid tremendous noise, the planes had to be held down by cement blocks supplemented by heavy vehicles, and teams of 40 men each to hold them down. Much further south, in January 1941, 3 Sunderlands of 95 Squadron were sent out via Gibraltar to Freetown in West Africa to strengthen the protection of the supply lines there. This was a very different assignment from the freezing one in Iceland, as recounted by wireless operator Jeff Walker. It was a tropical paradise of white surf, golden sands, waving palm trees, and a warm ocean. The daily routine of springing lightly from under the mozzie nets, having checked first for snakes by leaning over one side of the bed and bashing a shoe on the floor, before dashing to the showers and then a glass of water with a dash of Dettol in it, drunk to wash down the issue yellow mepecrine tablets, kept most of us free from the dread lurgy. Of course, the most potent remedy was the weekly bottle of Johnny Walker or bourbon. No germ could survive in those concoctions. James Kernahan of 228 Squadron enjoyed the rations, but not the tedium of his patrols. In West Africa you had oranges, bananas, and sweets, all things you never saw in England. The worst thing was the boredom, continually searching the ocean with your eyes until you'd lose the horizon. Gibraltar itself, with its strategic position at the gateway to both the Atlantic and the Mediterranean, was becoming increasingly important to Coastal Command, so much so that Bowhill, in a reversal of the great political battle of the previous winter, even wrote to the Admiralty urging that he be given operational control of the base, in order to ensure that the men on the spot conform to the accepted principles which have proved successful over here as regards the protection of shipping. Predictably, the government rejected the idea, but Coastal Command's workload in the Mediterranean was expanded, as some of the Sunderlands of 228 Squadron were sent to an advanced base in Malta, mainly to keep a watch on the Italian fleet. and harass the Axis supplies for the increasingly intense North African campaign. When the Allies had to quit Greece in April 1941 after another military defeat, it was the Sunderlands of 228 Squadron that were at the forefront of the evacuation. The creation of new bases was accompanied by the promise of more aircraft. One clear result of the furore over operational control was that the Air Ministry had to increase Coastal Command's share of the planes coming off British production lines, and from the USA's swelling provision of reinforcements under the Lend-Lease program negotiated by Churchill and President Roosevelt. Of the additional 100 squadrons due to reach the RAF by June 1941, Coastal Command was promised 15. In the immediate term, new units of Whitleys, Beauforts and Blenheim Mark IVs, then being phased out by Bomber Command, were handed to Bowhill. More importantly, 3 far more successful planes, the Wellington, the Beaufighter and the Catalina, entered Coastal Command's service in early 1941, becoming synonymous with the force's burgeoning power. The versatile Vickers Wellington, which had already performed duty as an unorthodox aerial minesweeper, now started duty as a maritime workhorse, equipped with ASV radar. The first Coastal Command squadron to use the Wellington was 221 Squadron, based at Bircham Newton. From the 23rd of February, No. 221 flew convoy escort patrols before adding shipping reconnaissance along the Dutch coast in March, and then moving to Northern Ireland in May, from where it undertook anti-submarine work. Partly designed by Barnes Wallis, later the mastermind of the Dam Busters' bouncing bomb, the twin-engined Wellington was so useful because its geodetic airframe, a lattice steel structure covered in doped fabric, could absorb large amounts of punishment. I thought it was a great aircraft, very reliable and tough. We once came back on one engine, flying at about 1,000 feet. I would have been happy to fly anywhere in a Wellington, recalled navigator Peter Beswick. Equally rugged was the Beaufighter, developed by Bristol's design team, headed by Leslie Fries, from the unsatisfactory Beaufort, by the installation of a shorter nose to move back the centre of gravity. It had a pair of more powerful Hercules engines and stronger armament, including 4 20mm cannon and 6 7.7mm machine guns mounted in its wings. The relative quietness of its radial engines, combined with its heavy armament, brought it the nickname Whispering Death among some of the enemy that encountered it in action. Despite its size and firepower, it was maneuverable, fast. It was capable of 350 miles per hour and effective in a variety of roles, from long-range fighter escort to torpedo bomber, though it was as an anti-shipping strike aircraft, complete with rocket projectiles, that it proved most deadly over water. After some teething problems, Mark I Beaufighters began to enter Coastal Command's service from December 1940, with 252 Squadron, based at RAF Chivenor in Devon, one of the first recipients. It was a bulldog of a warplane, immensely tough and able to withstand any amount of damage, recalled Jim Blake of the squadron, which soon moved to Malta to join the fight against the Axis in the Mediterranean. Of his initial flight in a Beaufighter, Norman Carr of 143 Squadron said that the power seemed unbelievable on first takeoff. He went on to describe the plane as immensely strong and powerful, as well as reliable and able to take an awful beating and still get you home in one piece. But Portal warned that the Beaufighter, for all its qualities, was no panacea. On no account should it be supposed that the use of the Beaufighter will enable us to defeat the German attacks on our shipping. In my opinion, the use of shore-based fighters will never offer adequate protection against the kind of attacks we must now expect, he told the Chiefs of Staff Committee pessimistically in March 1941. Against the backdrop of limited Sunderland production because of the pressure on Shorts to build bombers, Coastal Command was also crying out for another modern flying boat for reconnaissance and patrol duties. The answer was the introduction of the consolidated PBY-4 seaplane, powered by two Pratt & Whitney Wasp engines, which had been in service with the U.S. Navy since 1936. Like the Wellington and the Beaufighter, it was tough and versatile, but was also distinguished by its long range of over 2,500 miles, and the excellent visibility provided by its high parasol wing and large blisters on either side of its fuselage. The aircraft had first been purchased by the Air Ministry in 1939, and within the RAF quickly became known as the Catalina, after an island off the Californian coast close to Consolidated's base in San Diego. Bowhill had mixed feelings about the import, telling Sir Wilfrid Freeman in February 1940, "My objection to the PBY-4 is that at the best this aircraft, which has already seen 5 years' service in the American Navy, does not compare as a military proposition with the Sunderland or the Lerwick in armament or navigational facilities. But where the Americans do definitely have the advantage over us is in their engine design, which makes for greater economy in fuel consumption and maintenance." Despite Bowhill's reservations, the Catalina went on to perform impressively for Coastal Command, and was especially valued for its ability to operate from almost any stretch of water. Having entered service in April 1941, over 700 of the type saw action in the RAF. One intriguing but abortive proposal to bolster Coastal Command in its fight against the intimidating Focke-Wulf Condor was put forward by Robert Mayo, the technical advisor to Imperial Airways, who, before the war, had successfully conducted experiments with a seaplane carried for part of its journey on the back of a short Empire flying boat, before the two aircraft separated. Known as the Short Mayo Composite, this innovation enabled the airline to carry mail long distances without the need for refueling, though the outbreak of hostilities prevented it being put to practical civilian use. Mayo felt, however, that the composite had military potential, and suggested that to give long-range fighter cover, a Spitfire Whitley bomber composite be developed. Bowhill, anxious about the damage caused by the Focke-Wulf, was an enthusiast, telling Freeman that any idea which may be possible should be tried out. As you will be fully aware, we must do everything to overcome this menace to our shipping. But Freeman, while assuring Bowhill that the government treated the idea of the Spitfire Whitley composite very seriously, believed it would take too long, probably more than 6 months, to come to fruition, because both the undercarriage and the fuselage of the Whitley would have to be greatly strengthened. Nor did Freeman have much faith in Mayo. I found him to be such an over-optimist as to almost earn the name liar. The final death knell was sounded when Churchill himself imposed a veto on any further work on the project, in April 1941. The aerial campaign by the Condor, which not only attacked shipping but provided vital reconnaissance, was part of the Reich's increasingly successful maritime war, led by Dönitz and his deadly U-boat wolf packs. In January 1941, the Germans sunk 59 Allied and neutral ships in the Atlantic, with a tonnage of 273,000. The following 2 months saw 132 ships lost on the Atlantic routes, totaling 682,000 tons, though 5 U-boats were also destroyed. There was no let-up in the carnage during April, May, and June, as the Germans accounted for 184 vessels in the Atlantic, with a combined weight of 947,000 tons. The U-boats may have been the most dreaded element of the enemy's forces, But Axis aircraft were also exacting a savage toll. During the first 6 months of 1941, air attacks were responsible for the sinking of no fewer than 294 Allied ships in all theatres, including Northern Europe and the Mediterranean. Operating together, the submarines, planes, and surface raiders could be a devastating combination, as shown by the experience of convoy HG-53 that left Gibraltar on the 6th of February 1941, bound for Liverpool. It was soon sighted by U-37, which not only began to shadow the procession of 21 ships, but also provided homing beacon signals for a formation of 5 Condors from the nearby German airbase at Bordeaux. Having found the convoy, the Focke-Wulfs bombed it from 150 feet. A ferocious assault that was joined by the Kriegsmarine's heavy cruiser, the Admiral Hipper, which was guided onto the target by U-37's beacon signals. 9 British ships, almost half the convoy, were lost. Coastal Command knew that it was up against a formidable foe. In parts of the service, confidence started to wane, a trend worsened by the perception of the low priority given to the command and the futility of some of its missions. In a letter of the 25th of February 1941 to Freeman, Bowhill wrote, "We are asking a tremendous lot of pilots to fly continually long distances over the sea, hour after hour, in aircraft which they know will not fly on one engine. This does and must produce nervous strain." Bowhill further grumbled about shortages of Sunderlands, the slowness of Whitley and Wellington deliveries, and the unreliability of his Beauforts. His frustrations were mirrored in his squadrons. "We were only too painfully aware of the successes of the U-boats, which were now hunting in their feared wolf packs," wrote Ted Cowling, a Sunderland pilot in 210 Squadron, about early 1941. For William Middlemiss, with 233 Squadron based in Northern Ireland, the chief memories were of cold and tedium. "We did long, dreary trips over the Atlantic, watching the sea. We sighted a Condor once, but could not get near it. And when we first arrived, we were stuck in Nissen huts without any heating. We were frozen." The New Zealander Mike Ensor, who became one of the command's most renowned pilots, was shaken by the lack of morale and purpose when he joined his first operational unit, 500 Squadron, based at Bircham Newton and flying Blenheims. "Days drifted by without us being told what we were supposed to do or how to do it. Grumbling began, none too quietly either, and the atmosphere became poor." According to Ensor, there was a readiness of crews to avoid hazardous trips, while senior officers looked and sounded miserable at briefings and were conspicuously absent when danger beckoned. But the worst problem was the obsolete Blenheim. Let's face it, the Blenheim was not a machine to go to war in. Not in winter, not across water, and not, least of all, against the Germans. Another famous command pilot, Patrick Gibbs, who flew Beauforts in 22 Squadron in 1941, was equally disillusioned with the cost of sorties against enemy shipping, protected by heavy flak and fighters. "With monotonous regularity, we kept losing crews and aircraft without sinking any worthwhile targets. Indeed, anti-shipping operations in the first half of that year were ineffectual, with just 5 enemy vessels sunk and 4 damaged. The pressure to take the offensive against the U-boats and German Navy by targeting the French coast heightened the strain on Coastal Command. By mid-1941, Dönitz had ensured that the Biscay ports were heavily defended, which meant that raids could be hazardous. Alan Wilson, who flew Beauforts with 217 Squadron based at St Evell in Cornwall in 1941, remembered how useless the 250-pound bomb was in action against the Kriegsmarine's Scharnhorst and Gneisenau, when the two huge battleships were anchored at Brest. The bombs just bounced off the decks of those ships. It was quite dangerous over Brest. There was a lot of flak. I don't think we had much success. In fact, so dangerous were these missions that 217's commander, Guy Bolland, refused to obey an order in March 1941 to attack the Admiral Hipper at the port by daylight with all available aircraft. I was only too aware of how well that was defended by guns and fighters. There was no possible chance of any of my machines getting anywhere near Brest, and if they did and were lucky enough to hit the ships, the damage they inflicted on the enemy would be negligible. I decided to declare all my aircraft unserviceable. His action was questioned by 19 Group at Plymouth, and Bowhill telephoned St. Evell to protest. But Bolland stood his ground and travelled to Plymouth to explicitly state his case. I told the air officer commanding, Air Commodore George Boyce, that this was a suicide order and I was dead against it, as it would serve no useful purpose except to pander to the Navy's demand for action. As Bolland admitted, it was a useless visit, and one which cost my command. The mission went ahead, and all 3 Beauforts were lost, though daylight raids were drastically reduced after that. In fact, Coastal Command's poor record in this theatre led to a change of air policy, as Freeman told Bowhill in April. It is the intention that Bomber Command will take over the bombing attacks on enemy harbours, and that your striking force should only be employed in the torpedo and bomber role against ships at sea, with the exception that should the opportunity ever occur, a torpedo attack on enemy shipping in harbour may be attempted. In the face of such apparent helplessness, there were episodes of extraordinary valour, even while Bolland's forebodings were proved right. On the 6th of April 1941, Kenneth Campbell of 22 Squadron took part, with a formation of Beauforts, in an attack on the Gneisenau, which was anchored on the north shore of Brest Harbour, and protected not only by its own guns, but also by an array of batteries and 3 anti-aircraft ships. The Admiralty feared that the battlecruiser was about to break out and sail westwards across the Atlantic to devastate Allied shipping. Only 2 of the planes reached the port at first light and managed to fly through the initial rounds of flak from the outer shore batteries. But then the pilot of one of the Beauforts turned back, deterred by both the growing intensity of the continuous barrage and his inability to see the Gneisenau because of a low mist that hung over the water. Campbell's crew were now on their own. Undaunted, they dived down to almost sea level, sighted the vast grey vessel, and sped towards their target in the face of a stream of heavy and light shells, as well as tracer machine gun fire. When they were less than 500 yards from the ship, Campbell released the Beaufort's torpedo, then banked steeply to avoid the hills that lay immediately behind the shoreline. His manoeuvre was to no avail. His plane was shot down, and, according to one eyewitness, crashed on the deck of the Gneisenau, but not before its torpedo had caused severe damage below the waterline, requiring the cruiser to be brought back to dry dock for major repairs. The entire RAF crew died in action, but their bravery may have saved thousands of lives by keeping the Gneisenau out of the Atlantic for months. Campbell himself was posthumously awarded the V.C., Coastal Command's first of the war. By pressing home his attack at close quarters in the face of a withering fire on a course fraught with extreme peril, Flying Officer Campbell displayed valour of the highest order, read his citation. Despite individual acts of courage like Campbell's and the expansion of Coastal Command's fleet, the results of operations still disappointed. There was a growing sense in the air staff and government that Bowhill's force was neither maximizing the use of its resources, whether through serial inefficiencies or misguided tactics, nor coping well with its expanded responsibilities. What was needed was a more scientific approach, one that used hard data and scientific evidence to guide the command's decision-making. The first move in this direction had come in December 1940, when the command set up a development unit based at Carew Cheriton in Pembrokeshire to undertake service trials of radar equipment and advise on how this technology could best be used. Quickly winning the respect of commanders, the unit saw its role expanded to provide trials for all the command's new equipment and aircraft. This success soon led to the decision in early 1941 to recruit a scientific advisor with a remit to focus on the war against the U-boats. The expert chosen can be regarded as one of the great unsung heroes of the command's story because of his beneficial influence on operational practices and strategy. He was Patrick Blackett, a brilliant physicist who hailed from a middle-class stockbroking family. After outstanding service as a sailor in the First World War, during which time he became fascinated with the problems of technological warfare, he joined the world-renowned Cavendish Laboratory at Cambridge University, beginning the work on cosmic rays and antimatter that would eventually win him the Nobel Prize. From his earliest days at Cambridge, he placed great emphasis on the importance of statistics. You should treat your research like a military campaign. Make sure you have plenty of data, he told his students. But Blackett was no monomaniac. On the contrary, his interests in the arts and left-wing politics led him to mix in bohemian circles in the 1930s, including the Bloomsbury Group, where his intense good looks were admired. He was tall and strikingly handsome in the film star mold, recalled fellow scientist Solly Zuckerman, who worked on a range of vital research projects during the war, including the design of the civilian defense helmet and the destruction of the German transport network in occupied France during the build-up to D-Day. A socialist, but never a pacifist, Blackett was recruited at the outbreak of war by the Royal Aeronautical Establishment at Farnborough, where he worked on the creation of a new bomb site. His growing renown saw him appointed in August 1940 as scientific advisor to Anti-Aircraft Command under Sir Frederick Pyle, who was immediately impressed by Blackett's skill in developing gun-laying radar for the defence batteries. Another figure impressed by Blackett was Lord Hankey, the former cabinet secretary, who had built a formidable reputation for administrative efficiency before switching to politics and becoming Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster in Churchill's wartime government. In January 1941, Hankey wrote to the Air Secretary, Sir Archibald Sinclair, to suggest that Coastal Command should have its own scientific advisor, given how very useful Blackett had been to Pyle. Explaining that he knew Bowhill very well, Hankey wrote that, "He tells me he would like nothing better than to have the services of a first-class scientist on his staff." Sinclair was immediately taken with the idea. After the consideration of some other names, his ministry suggested that Blackett could be loaned by Pyle to Coastal Command for 3 months in the Western Approaches headquarters in Liverpool, a sufficiently long period to hasten the development of anti-submarine work. The task of informing Pyle about this plan fell to Joubert, the Assistant Chief of the Air Staff. In a letter of the 12th of February 1941, Joubert told Pyle that, though a combined drive by the Royal Navy and Coastal Command was underway to stop the rot in the Atlantic, there has been a lack of scientific direction. But the campaign, he argued, would be enhanced by the temporary appointment of Blackett, the best man for the job, both because of his naval and scientific record, and his strength of character. This, of course, will leave you without your magician, a situation which will be very upsetting to you, Joubert wrote sympathetically. But he expressed the hope that Pyle would concur, because we're getting into a really desperate situation as regards shipping at the moment. Pyle reluctantly agreed. However, there was a more difficult hurdle to overcome, since Professor Blackett was nominally still employed by Lord Beaverbrook's Ministry of Aircraft Production. The mercurial press baron was not happy about the request, as he told Sinclair. There is a very heavy demand going on from the Air Ministry for personnel from this ministry. There is no return flow. The answer on this side is always yes. The answer on that side is always no. But Beaverbrook gave way. You may have Professor Blackett for 6 weeks. Blackett stayed at Coastal Command much longer, widening his role from lone advisor to head of an influential operational research section, which was formally established in June 1941. For this new body, he hired an eclectic bunch of scientists and mathematicians, including Dr. Cecil Gordon, a geneticist who specialized in fruit flies. His most important recruit was a stocky Welshman called E.J. Williams, who managed at the same time to be shy, inhibited, argumentative, and impetuous. There was a wildness and unexpectedness about his behavior, wrote Blackett, reflected in the way Williams drove a car with complete disregard for the laws of dynamics. But Williams's restless, inquiring spirit was to be crucial to the operational research section's work, particularly on maintenance schedules and the optimum height at which depth charges should be set to detonate. An intellectual genius, Blackett was also a highly practical man. For him, solid improvements were more important than shiny inventions. Too much scientific effort has been expended hitherto on the production of new devices, and too little in the proper use of what we have got, he once said. One of his first insights arose after he had studied the vast wall chart at Derby House, showing the known movement of all ships and submarines over the Atlantic. With his analytical mind, he calculated that the number of U-boat sightings by Coastal Command planes should be 4 times higher than their current level. The reason for this gap, he concluded, was that in 3 out of 4 cases, the U-boat spotted an RAF plane early and was therefore able to dive before any radar contact was made. Blackett then asked what colour Coastal Command's aircraft were painted, and was told that, as in Bomber Command, they were black, to reflect as little light as possible from any searchlights. But unlike the bombers' nocturnal missions, Coastal Command's patrols were also conducted during the day. Blackett therefore urged that the command's planes engaged in anti-submarine warfare should be painted white. Subsequent trials showed that the white camouflaged aircraft would be likely to catch submarines on the surface on 30% more occasions than black ones. The visual change was implemented. More importantly, the Operational Research Section conducted a comprehensive analysis of how depth charges were deployed, with the aim of raising the dismal kill rate. Until now, Coastal Command's advice was that they should be set to explode at between 100 and 150 feet, based on the calculation that this was a depth that an average submarine would reach in a dive lasting 2 minutes, having been sighted by an attacking aircraft. Yet, as Blackett's fellow physicist Bernard Lovell pointed out, the fallacy was that in these cases, after 2 minutes had elapsed, the aircraft had poor information on where to drop the charge, so the effective accuracy was very low. Blackett's team further showed that in 40% of cases, the U-boat either stayed on the surface or had been out of sight for less than 15 seconds, so the setting was far too deep. In fact, the 100 to 150 feet setting represented the worst of all worlds. Targets in the right place were at the wrong depth, while targets at the right depth were in the wrong place. In a groundbreaking paper, Williams demonstrated that if the charge was dropped from low level and the setting fixed at 25 feet, the lethality of attacks on submarines would increase by 2.5 times. Again, this proved Blackett's theory that significant operational gains could be achieved by simple tactical changes, though it was not until September 1941, after a series of trials, that a charge with a much shallower setting was adopted across Coastal Command. Edward Shackleton, who served as an intelligence officer at St. Evell and later became a Labour government minister, said of Blackett's impact, "In the first 2 years of the war, the RAF hardly sank a submarine. It was only when the operational research people got busy that we changed our tactics." The arrival of Blackett coincided with a greater sense of urgency towards the submarine war, as the damage to the merchant fleet appeared to threaten the nation's survival. The historian Andrew Roberts has pointed out that the United Kingdom had to import 2/3 of all her food, 30% of her iron ore, 80% of her soft timber, 95% of her petroleum products, and 100% of her rubber. By March 1941, Britain had lost 3.2 million gross tons of shipping since the start of hostilities, but only 36 U-boats had been sunk, less than 2 a month, while the Focke-Wulf Condor continued to roam the skies. The Germans were also ahead of the Allies in naval intelligence, their B-Dienst cryptanalysis service having penetrated the British naval codes since the start of the war, whereas the Kriegsmarine's Enigma code remained uncracked in the first 2 months of 1941. During a visit to Chequers at the beginning of March, the Australian Prime Minister, Sir Robert Menzies, witnessed Churchill's anxiety about the Atlantic, as he recorded in his diary, "The PM in conversation will steep himself and you in gloom on some grim aspect of the war. Tonight, shipping losses to Focke-Wulf planes and U-boats, the supreme menace of the war." In his own war memoirs, Churchill wrote that he would have exchanged a full-scale invasion for this shapeless, measureless peril, expressed in charts, curves, and statistics. Determined to galvanize the fight to protect Britain's lifelines, Churchill issued a memorandum on the 6th of March that became known as the Battle of the Atlantic Directive. It declared, "We must take the offensive against the U-boat and the Focke-Wulf wherever we can and whenever we can. The U-boat at sea must be hunted. The U-boat in the building yard and the dock must be bombed. The Focke-Wulf and other bombers employed against our shipping must be attacked in the air and in their nests. To that end, all measures approved and now in train for the concentration of the main strength of the Coastal Command upon the northwestern approaches, and their assistance on the east coast by fighter and bomber commands, will be pressed forward. It may be hoped that with growing daylight and the new routes to be followed, the U-boat menace will be reduced." Churchill's clarion call was reinforced by the creation of a Battle of the Atlantic Committee, chaired by the Prime Minister and made up of the service ministers as well as naval and RAF chiefs. This body, which held its first meeting on the 19th of March, dealt largely with operational issues and put further impetus behind the growth of Coastal Command. Over the next 6 months, the force would grow from 31 squadrons to 46. To strengthen the northwestern approaches, Bowhill won approval to shift 8 of his squadrons from southern England to Northern Ireland and Scotland. These reinforcements also enabled him, in fulfillment of the spirit of Churchill's Atlantic Directive, to go on the attack against the Focke-Wulf Condors and the U-boats. As he recorded in his dispatch, offensive sweeps were carried out into the Atlantic to a depth of 400 miles. Individual escort was provided for convoys out to 300 miles. But such escort was at a distance of 15 to 30 miles from the convoy, and was made a priority in the later afternoon up to sunset. More squadrons were equipped with ASV Mark II. From May 1941, just as the Operational Research Section was devising new tactics, the supply of 250-pound depth charges began to reach Coastal Command in large numbers. The command's presence in Iceland was expanding rapidly, with both an airfield and a seaplane base opened at Reykjavik, in addition to the facility at Kaldadarnes, further stretching the radius of Sunderland operations and forcing the U-boats to move further west and south. In fact, Bowhill could boast that, thanks to greater air cover, he had, by the spring of 1941, established fair immunity from attack by U-boats for our shipping out to 250 miles from our coast. Other developments were in the pipeline which would dramatically boost Coastal Command's fighting capacity. One was the invention of a powerful airborne searchlight by Humphrey de Verd Lee, a personnel officer at the command's headquarters. On his own initiative, he had begun experiments with this method of illumination, which would come to fruition in 1942, transforming the fight against the U-boats at night in the Bay of Biscay. Another was the progress by Bletchley Park in deciphering the Enigma code from March 1941 on, after a raid by the Royal Navy and 2 commando units on the German-occupied Lofoten Islands off the Norwegian coast, with the aim of destroying enemy shipping and the production of fish oil, vital for high explosives. During this daring, combined operation, codebooks and a set of Enigma rotor wheels were captured from a German armed trawler before it sank, providing the Allies with their first real insight into the enemy's naval communications. It seems that the British are getting around the locations picked out for attacks. This leads one to suspect that our ambush points are known to the enemy, wrote Dönitz in his diary in April 1941, though his suspicion fell on a potential traitor or spy within his fleet, rather than on Britain's cryptologists. Just as important was the promised advent of the American long-range bomber, the consolidated B-24, known to the RAF as the Liberator, which had first flown in December 1939. The plane featured a spacious, slab-sided fuselage for the crew of 10, heavy armament, 4 Pratt & Whitney Wasp engines, twin oval fins on its tailplane, a tricycle undercarriage, and a revolutionary high-shoulder wing designed by David Davis, a freelance aeronautical engineer. Its unrivaled performance was recalled by squadron leader Tony Spooner in a post-war interview. We had a war-winning aircraft in the Liberator. It was magnificent, with an enormous range and 4 very reliable Pratt & Whitney radial engines, which almost never failed. Its superb radar could show U-boats in the Atlantic relative to the aircraft's position. We had far better depth charges, a low-level bomb sight, and we were armed to the teeth. But it was not an easy plane to fly, and was nicknamed the Flying Coffin by some American crews because of its vulnerability to enemy fire and its single exit at the rear. The French government had been sufficiently impressed by the early design to place an order for 120 of them. Before any could be delivered, France had fallen to the Reich, however, and this meant that the contract was taken over by Britain. Inevitably, as the first B-24s had become available in early 1941, Bomber Command had prior claim on them, but they deemed the aircraft unsuitable for night bombing missions, partly because of its susceptibility to flak, and partly because of the long, bright flames from its exhausts. When an initial batch of liberators was offered to Coastal Command, Bowhill, too, expressed his doubts. An item in the minutes of Churchill's Battle of the Atlantic Committee in early April read, "He, Bowhill, was not very satisfied with what he had heard of the Liberator, but he did not know enough of its capabilities yet. It might do." The Liberator could not immediately enter service, for the plane had to be modified for anti-submarine use, a requirement that involved the installation of ASV radar, 4 20mm fixed cannons, and equipment to carry depth charges in the bomb bay. By August, the first Liberators were ready for deployment, and were sent to RAF Nuts Corner in Northern Ireland, where 120 Squadron had reformed. By then, the Catalina, Consolidated's other plane in Coastal Command, had been in action for several months, and had played a central role in one of the most significant maritime exploits of the early war. On the 20th of May 1941, the Admiralty received a report from the naval attaché in Stockholm that the German battleships Bismarck and the Prinz Eugen, two of the largest vessels ever constructed by a European power, were moored at Bergen on the Norwegian coast, a finding confirmed both by a photo reconnaissance Spitfire and by decrypts from Bletchley Park. As the Admiralty recognized, the two ships, escorted by a flotilla of destroyers, were making preparations to raid the Allied shipping lanes in the Atlantic. Given the havoc these ships could cause, a concerted effort had to be made to stop them. Coastal Command therefore ordered Whitleys and Hudsons based at Wick, Scotland, to carry out an attack on the night of the 21st to the 22nd of May, using 250-pound semi-armor-piercing bombs. But in poor weather, the mission proved abortive, and the German force was able to reach the Atlantic, having evaded further patrols carried out by Coastal Command between the Shetland Islands and Iceland. The Admiralty's worst fears were now realized, as the Royal Navy made contact with the enemy. In a ferocious encounter in the Denmark Straits early on the 24th of May, HMS Hood, the pride of the fleet, was struck in her aft ammunition magazines by a shell from the Bismarck. She exploded and sank within 3 minutes, with the loss of more than 1,400 lives. The Prince of Wales was also badly hit, though she stayed afloat and was able to return fire on the Bismarck, causing serious damage to her fuel tanks, hull, and turbo generator gear. The action was witnessed by Flight Lieutenant R.J. Vaughan of 201 Squadron, based in Iceland, flying overhead in his Sunderland. Having watched the huge explosion on the burning Hood, Vaughan was forced to find cloud cover at 2,500 feet from enemy anti-aircraft fire. On emerging from the cloud 5 minutes later, the Hood had almost completely disappeared, and only part of the bow was showing, he wrote, before expressing his admiration for the Prince of Wales's gunners in firing back at the Bismarck. A hit in the stern, he said, was the most accurate salvo I had observed in the action. Even so, the scene was a harrowing one. We flew over the wreckage of the sunken ship, observing one large red raft and a considerable amount of wreckage amidst a huge patch of oil. From the height we were flying, no survivors could actually be seen. Triumphant, but battered, the Bismarck's captain, Admiral Günther Lütjens, decided to head for France, where his ship would have to undergo major repairs. But the Royal Navy and Coastal Command were in pursuit, bent on vengeance for the loss of the Hood, and helped by the seeping oil, which enabled another patrolling Sunderland to identify the Bismarck's path. At midnight on the 24th to the 25th of May, 8 Fairy Swordfish from the carrier HMS Victorious launched a torpedo attack that succeeded in inflicting further damage on the Bismarck, causing more flooding and a loss of speed. The wounded German battleship then had a stroke of luck, as bad weather intervened, and the Allied chasers lost contact. It was at this moment that Bowhill, a former sailor himself, played a masterstroke, as he recalled after the war. After careful analysis of the position and the probabilities of what the Bismarck would do after contact was last made at 0306 hours on the 25th of May, I decided that, in my opinion, her most probable course would be to make for the Bay of Biscay ports. I therefore ordered 2 crossover patrols to cover the area. This was further south than that estimated by the Admiralty, who, due to a misinterpretation of encoded signals from the Bismarck, thought the ship was sailing for Germany via the Iceland-Faroes Gap. Bowhill's instinct proved correct. Against a backdrop of mounting urgency to find the Bismarck before she reached port, the patrols were carried out by Catalinas from 209 Squadron, then based on Lough Erne in Northern Ireland, before its move to Iceland in August, and 240 Squadron from Oban. It was one of 209's planes, captained by Pilot Officer Dennis Briggs, that sighted the enemy battleship. After taking off at 3:25 on the morning of the 26th of May, his crew had engaged in a long, difficult search for hours through heavy cloud cover. But approximately 790 miles west of Brest, the clouds parted, and Briggs, flying at 1,500 feet, saw the Bismarck directly below. Immediately the ship's anti-aircraft guns opened up, forcing the Catalina into evasive action. Briggs later gave this account of the incident. The first we knew of it was a couple of puffs of smoke just outside the cockpit window, and a devil of a lot of noise. And then we were surrounded by dark, brownish-black smoke as she popped off at us with everything she'd got. The explosions threw the flying boat about, and we could hear bits of shrapnel hit the tail. Luckily, only a few penetrated. My first thought was that they were going to get us before we'd sent the signal off, so I grabbed a bit of paper, wrote out the message, and gave it to the wireless operator. The signal was sent to the Navy, whose ships now raced to the location. As another Catalina continued to shadow the Bismarck, the aircraft carrier HMS Ark Royal steamed towards the target before dispatching 3 units of Swordfish torpedo bombers that evening. This time, the damage was terminal. 1 torpedo demolished the Bismarck's rudder, with the result that the ship could not be maneuvered and kept going round in circles. In this stricken state, she was easy prey for the advancing Royal Navy destroyers, which finished her off on the 27th of May. The Prince Eugen was more fortunate. Despite one possible sighting by a Catalina of 210 Squadron, she managed to reach Brest. Nevertheless, at a low point in the war, the sinking of the Bismarck was a major boost for the Allies. In the House of Commons, Churchill praised the cooperation between the Navy and the Air Force. From the moment the Bismarck was known to be at sea, the whole apparatus of ocean control came into play, and very far-reaching combinations began to work. Yet, after this triumph, Bowhill did not remain much longer at Coastal Command. In June, to his regret, the government decided to transfer him to Ferry Command, a vital post, but one that was out of the front line. On the 12th of June, just 2 days before he left, he put in writing his complaint about the treatment of Coastal Command, which in his view had been saddled with any cast-off aircraft that the Air Ministry do not know what to do with. He was being too negative. Despite some doubts about his organizational abilities, he had presided over a transformation of his force during almost 4 years in charge. Coastal Command was ready for a new phase and a new commander. 5. Atlantic. In theory, the man chosen to succeed Bowhill could not have been more suited to the role. Sir Philip Joubert de la Ferté had not only been the first chief of Coastal Command when it was established in 1936, but he was also a highly experienced, courageous officer who had fulfilled an impressive range of responsibilities since joining the Royal Flying Corps in 1913. During the First World War, he was mentioned in dispatches no fewer than 7 times. The first such citation occurred within a week of the outbreak of hostilities, when he had made aviation history by undertaking the first-ever reconnaissance flight behind enemy lines. After service in France, he was transferred in 1916 to Egypt, where he showed a flair for improvisation and shrewd husbandry of limited resources, qualities that he further displayed as a commander in Italy. During the interwar years, his gift of leadership and creative mind propelled him rapidly up the Air Force's hierarchy, with successful spells as Commandant of the RAF Staff College at Andover and Commander of the RAF in India. Soon after the start of the Second World War, he was made Assistant Chief of the Air Staff, ACAS, with oversight of naval liaison and the practical application of radar, particularly for night fighters, a task which again utilized his interest in technology. It was as the ACAS that he became a household name in Britain, because another of his duties was to give regular BBC radio broadcasts and write national newspaper articles about air affairs. His eloquent originality as a communicator was helped by his imaginativeness and unconventional background. Born in Darjeeling, the son of an Indian civil servant whose father was French, Joubert himself was a fluent French speaker, a key asset on the Western Front during the First World War. Some of his radio talks could be controversial, however, as in October 1940, when he predicted increasing success by the RAF against the Luftwaffe's night bombers. As the Blitz intensified that winter and the death toll mounted, his forecast looked badly mistaken. Indeed, Churchill was moved in early December to complain to Air Secretary Sir Archibald Sinclair that Joubert should concentrate on his main job of improving Britain's air defences. Sir Philip Joubert de la Ferté's broadcasts no doubt give a great deal of pleasure to his audiences, but when I see how completely he has failed to produce any results in the night fighting against bomber attacks, and how unsatisfactory is the air action on the northwestern approaches, in respect of which he has important liaison duties, I wonder if it would not be better if he confined himself more precisely to those professional duties upon which our safety largely depends. A few days later, Joubert provoked even greater prime ministerial ire with an article in the Sunday Express. Disciplinary action in regard to this officer is overdue. The very important, nay, vital work with which he is charged is not prospering, and he has no business to neglect it for the sake of advertisement and publicity. But Churchill's annoyance did not prevent Joubert being appointed the head of Coastal Command on the 14th of June, 1941, and given the rank of Air Vice-Marshal. Joubert was a figure of considerable suavity, a real old-world gent, in the words of the Coastal Command pilot Mike Ensor. His friend and RAF colleague Sir Arthur Longmore, for a time the commander of the RAF in the Middle East, described him as charming, talented, and entertaining. Yet, for all his elegant sophistication, he also had a steeliness to his character, which brought him into conflict with other senior officers and politicians. At the heart of this discord was the perennial struggle between the primacy of the bomber campaign and the needs of the maritime war. Throughout his time at the head of Coastal Command, he was engaged in a constant, draining fight for more aircraft and better equipment, in the face of hostility from the air staff and most of the cabinet, who clung to the belief that the destruction of the Reich's cities and industrial capacity was the way to win the war. For Churchill, Bomber Command was the favourite child, wrote Joubert later. In fact, from the moment of his appointment, much of the air staff regarded Joubert with suspicion, fearing his ambition, independence, and reluctance to subscribe to the official orthodoxy. Just before Joubert took up his post, Freeman urged Portal to interview him to ensure that he understood the government's priorities, writing, "Joubert must, while commanding Coastal Command, adhere to the doctrines of the air staff. Bowhill was good in this regard, and seldom went adrift, and only did so in ignorance." Against this background, Joubert's belief that Bomber Command should support his force in the maritime war was coolly received. On his first day at Northwood, the headquarters of his command, he told Portal that Coastal Command should be able to call on Bomber Command for attacks on submarine bases at the Biscay ports, and this cooperation should be, within reason, given unquestioningly. Portal replied that Joubert should consult Bomber Command as well as his group commanders before pushing for major policy decisions. Within less than a week, Joubert set out his case in more detail to Richard Pearce, the head of Bomber Command. "The ports are well within reach of our heavy bombers, and I suggest that in the next moonlight period, a reasonable part of Bomber Command's striking force should be devoted to this form of attack." Joubert concluded, "We are fighting for our bare existence. I feel we shall not get the better of the submarine menace unless we take all the measures I suggest with the utmost vigour." Pearce wrote back, telling Joubert that it was a question of priorities. "I am firmly convinced myself that the better use for the limited available bomber force today and in the near future is to attack objectives in Germany. It is up to the Navy to protect seaborne trade, and though I realize that my bombers must be deflected from their primary role against major menaces such as the Scharnhorst and the Gneisenau, which apparently cannot be dealt with by the Navy, the same cannot be said of the Biscayan ports." The Air Ministry was just as dismissive, maintaining that attacks on the Bay of Biscay ports would constitute a very considerable and unwarranted diversion from present planned operations. Reluctance from Bomber Command to cooperate over the French ports was just one of an imposing range of problems that immediately faced Joubert as he tried to galvanize the campaign in the Atlantic, where Britain, in his view, was still fighting a defensive and consequently ineffective war against the U-boats. Admittedly, Coastal Command's anti-submarine component had expanded substantially in recent months. By the time he took over, there were 269 aircraft in the northern approaches, and more than half of Coastal Command's fleet had been fitted with ASV radar. Moreover, the cracking of the Enigma naval code, reinforced by the Royal Navy's capture of U-110 in May, enabled the Admiralty to predict the Kriegsmarine's movements. Yet, given this increase in resources and the improvements in intelligence, the number of successful attacks on German submarines remained negligible, as was reported at a meeting of the Battle of the Atlantic Committee on the 9th of July. Tracking room evidence had shown an unusually large number of U-boats making for the French Biscayan ports, and by keeping a good search going, Coastal Command had achieved a good number of sightings. Unfortunately, no sinkings appear to have resulted. Some of this failure was down to technical deficiencies. Even long-range ASV was not proving as successful as originally hoped, only locating U-boats before visual contact was made in 20 to 25% of cases. ASV was difficult to maintain, not trusted by crews who preferred to rely on their own eyes, and, crucially, did not work in the final 1,000 yards in the run-up to the target. so it was little use at night, when U-boats usually surfaced to recharge their batteries. The searchlight pioneered by WWII was still far from the prototype stage, its development hampered by official interest in other types of airborne illumination. Nor had the suggestion of Professor Blackett's team for a shallow depth charge setting at 25 feet been widely implemented, partly because the standard naval fuse had a minimum setting of 50 feet. It was not until November 1941 that a 25 feet pistol was widely distributed, but even then there were teething troubles with premature detonations. In addition, Coastal Command crews had not yet found the ideal technique in terms of spacing and angle of approach for dropping a stick of charges on the target. At the meeting of the Battle of the Atlantic Committee on the 9th of July, Joubert noted two other difficulties with the depth charges. The plane had to proceed at a slow speed to drop them. This meant that as you approached the submarine, you were trying to ease down while it was endeavoring to make a getaway. Furthermore, the optimum height for ASV was 1,500 feet, but that was too high for depth charge attacks. As Bowhill had been, so Joubert was immediately confronted by grumbles about mismanagement in Coastal Command, which was undermining the benefits of expansion. Anxieties about the command's efficiency lingered, even reaching the heart of Downing Street. On the 21st of July, Churchill asked Portal about the impression of liberators lying idle because we had no crews to man them, to which Portal, echoing Joubert, explained that work had been needed to convert these aircraft for the Coastal Command role which was originally allocated to them, including the installation of elaborate ASV, fixed cannon guns, depth charge dropping apparatus, etc. Part of Churchill's frustration with Coastal Command at this time stemmed from his belief that Britain was now winning the Battle of the Atlantic, and so more air resources should be devoted to the bombing campaign. The Prime Minister's confidence, so early in the war, was based on a number of factors, such as the strengthening of the northwestern approaches, which had pushed the U-boats further into the middle of the Atlantic, as well as Roosevelt's willingness to dilute U.S. neutrality in support of Britain. In July, the President announced that America would not only attack Axis U-boats and raiders, but would also occupy Iceland, thereby closing the gap further and freeing up British forces for deployment elsewhere. There was also the impact of Hitler's dramatic invasion of the Soviet Union in June 1941. This had not only shifted the focus of Germany's war machine eastwards, but had also heightened pressure on Britain to lend its new ally support by attacking the Reich's homeland from the air. Churchill's stance appeared to be backed up by statistics. In June 1941, Dönitz's force sank 61 ships in the Atlantic, totaling 310,000 tons. But in July, those figures had plunged to just 22 ships and 94,200 tons. The toll in August was much the same, 23 ships, totaling 80,300 tons. Late that month, Churchill's military aide, Sir Hastings "Pug" Ismay, wrote to Sir Wilfrid Freeman to explain that the Prime Minister was inclined to think that the corner has been turned in the Battle of the Atlantic, and that the drop in the rate of sinkings might be maintained. Meanwhile, he is very concerned at the failure in production of bombers and the consequent steady decrease in the strength of bomber command. Taking these two considerations into account, he thought there might be a case for diverting to bomber command some of the effort at present going into Coastal Command. What Churchill had in mind, wrote Ismay, was not just the diversion of any complete squadrons whose aircraft would be suitable for use in bomber command, but also a reduction in the number of new aircraft of suitable types now being specially equipped and supplied to Coastal Command. Even the air staff, so keen on the bombing campaign, were doubtful about this. Freeman told Ismay that such a move would be counterproductive, since the Wellingtons and Whitleys deployed to Coastal Command had undergone special modifications for maritime warfare. According to the Ministry of Aircraft Production, continued Freeman, it would take at least 2 months to revert the fittings for Bomber Command use, nor were the Liberators equipped for Bomber Command work. If these 3 types were withdrawn from patrols on the northwestern approaches, this area would have to be covered by long-range flying boats. This could not be done by the numbers we have. In frustration at the pressures on his force, Joubert described the government's position on the supply of Liberators as absurd. Out of 20 originally allocated, we are to get 13 aircraft. These are still not forthcoming, and with no possibility of replacement, it is out of the question to form a squadron. Churchill did not give up. In October 1941, he told the Admiralty that he was most anxious to increase Bomber Command's strength. He suggested that it could be done through the transfer of 60 Whitleys and Wellingtons by a slow and gradual process back to Bomber Command, now that new Catalinas, Sunderlands and Liberators were reaching Coastal Command. This idea was forcefully rejected by A.V. Alexander, the First Lord of the Admiralty, who told Churchill directly that the suggested transfer of Whitleys and Wellingtons to Bomber Command would have a serious effect on the Battle of the Atlantic, and I am therefore opposed to it. The experience of recent months had shown that the close approaches to the United Kingdom have been made perilous to the enemy submarines, as in these waters our short-range aircraft are able to exercise adequate supervision, forcing the Germans further afield. This meant it was even more necessary to have long-range aircraft. Yet the numbers were still too low, said Alexander, with just 27 Whitleys, 22 Wellingtons and 7 Liberators in Coastal Command's established strength at present. After meetings of the War Cabinet and the Battle of the Atlantic Committee, Alexander's view prevailed. It was essential that we retain these 60 bombers, especially for operations in northern waters, he said on the 28th of October. What Joubert especially regretted about this pressure to shift resources to Bomber Command was the complacency that lay behind it. He believed that the lull in the U-boat war was only temporary, and that Dönitz would soon renew his campaign with even greater vigour. Such concerns were shared by the Board of the Admiralty, which declared, "We require every surface ship and every long-range aircraft we can possibly muster. Any suggestion that the corner has been turned is not supported by the facts." As early as the beginning of August, Joubert wrote to Portal, "I have noticed with very great alarm a number of newspaper articles and paragraphs, some emanating from very high quarters, which appear to indicate a perfectly unjustifiable optimism in regard to the Battle of the Atlantic." This view was badly misplaced, he said, because the Reich's enormous submarine building program is such that the enemy can flood the Atlantic with U-boats, which meant we cannot let up for a moment in this struggle. Coastal Command must retain, and indeed increase, the numbers of aircraft if it is to help the Navy keep this lifeline going. Complaining about the drain of RAF resources to the Mediterranean theatre and North Africa, he wrote pithily, "We could lose Egypt and not lose the war, but if we lose the Battle of the Atlantic, we are done." His letter concluded, "We are likely to suffer many losses yet, and Coastal Command should be built up rather than reduced." In reply, Portal told him that he entirely agreed that no one should be too optimistic about the future of the Battle of the Atlantic. Far less should we think that it is already on the way to being won. We shall certainly do our best to build up the Coastal Command. But he expressed the hope that the Americans' presence in Iceland, along with their growing protection of the convoys and their supply of new aircraft, would do much to relieve the strain on your resources. Joubert's forebodings were correct. As he had warned, U-boat production was accelerating, so that in August, Dönitz was able to put a daily average of 41 submarines in the waters of the North Atlantic, compared to 24 in May. The result was that after the brief summer decline, Allied losses began to mount dramatically again. In September, 60 ships were hit by the U-boats, almost double the number in August, with a gross tonnage of 202,820 sunk. In October, the U-boats accounted for 51 ships, totaling 156,554 tons. In hunting their prey, Dönitz's wolf packs continued to have invaluable assistance from the Focke-Wulf condors, whose sorties could both provide reconnaissance on the location of convoys and inflict heavy damage themselves. Indeed, over 40,000 tons of Allied shipping was sunk by Axis aircraft alone during September. Yet the Condor was far from invincible, even for less advanced aircraft, as was highlighted by the experience of Pilot Officer Ronald Down in the summer of 1941. Flying his Lockheed Hudson on escort duty for a convoy of 27 ships, he sighted a large aircraft about 4 miles away and very low in the water, which his navigator soon recognized as a Condor. Down increased his speed, while the gunner readied himself behind the 2 303 Brownings in the nose, and the navigator and wireless operator ran for the side guns. In Down's account, the RAF crew were overhauling the German fast, and at 400 yards they opened up with 5 short bursts from their front guns. The Condor replied, his tracer whipping past the nose of the Hudson in little streaks of light. Down's plane drew even closer, continuing to fire. When the two aircraft were separated by only about 40 feet, the Condor engines started to glow. For one moment they saw a white face appear at one of its windows. Then the big bomber turned away, into which the Hudson side gunner opened fire. There was a wisp of smoke, a sudden belching of smoke, and then flames from beneath the Germans' 2 port engines. Down had to throttle back to avoid a collision. Then, as he came out of a tight turn, he watched the Condor crash into the sea, 4 of its crew managing to reach its dinghy before they were picked up by the Royal Navy. Another aerial encounter with the Luftwaffe in 1941 was experienced by probably Coastal Command's most celebrated recruit, the globally renowned playwright Terence Rattigan, who served as a Sunderland air gunner and wireless operator in 95 Squadron based in Freetown, flying long patrols over the Atlantic. On one such sortie, Rattigan's Sunderland came under fire from a Heinkel HE-111 bomber, firing from dead astern with its cannon and machine guns. "We were an absolute sitter, but he missed us," recalled Rattigan. The Sunderland pilot tried to take evasive action, but could not prevent the Heinkel making 4 further attacks. The tailplane was damaged, the intercom wrecked, and 1 engine failed. As the plane began to lose height, the pilot ordered the crew to jettison everything they could find. Rattigan immediately dived into his case and retrieved a set of papers before joining in the emergency removal of equipment, baggage, and even the toilet seat. The exercise worked. Now sufficiently light, the Sunderland reached port with a few minutes of petrol to spare. The document that Rattigan saved, now decorated with a hole made by a bullet from one of the Heinkel's guns, was the partially completed manuscript for his play Flare Path, which became a huge hit when it was performed in the West End a year later. In a tribute to Rattigan's service, the author Robert Gore Langton wrote, "The chaps loved Tail End Terry for his kindness, his irreproachable manners, and his professionalism. He appeared to have engine coolant in his veins, but later wrote of his hairier moments over the briny, "I was shitting myself along with everyone else." Even more striking than the dogfights were Coastal Command's increasingly successful attacks on U-boats, as experience deepened and tactics began to improve under the influence of Blackett's Operational Research Section. During a patrol on the 25th of August, a Catalina from 209 Squadron, now based in Iceland, sighted U-452 on the surface and roared over the submarine as it started to dive, dropping 4 450-pound depth charges with the new recommended detonation setting of 25 feet. Rocked by the explosions, the U-boat was then strafed by the Catalina before a nearby armed trawler, HMS Vaskama, rushed to the scene to finish her off with more depth charges. Though officially shared with the Navy, this was Coastal Command's first clear destruction of a U-boat. The kill was followed 2 days later by one of the most astonishing episodes of the Command's war. That week, U-570 had sailed from Trondheim into the Atlantic on its maiden patrol, captained by Hans-Joachim Ramlo. It was his first time in charge of a submarine, and the rest of his senior officers were equally untested. Compounding their inexperience were a host of technical problems that emerged as U-570 was ordered to intercept a large group of Allied merchant ships off Iceland. Aboard the U-boat, the air compressor had malfunctioned, the diesels were not tuned, and the underwater listening devices had been knocked out. In addition, many of the crew were seasick, and some were bedridden. In this debilitated state, after several rough days at sea, on the morning of the 27th of August, Ramlo ordered his submarine to move close to the surface. Clearly visible from the air, the vessel was spotted by a Hudson of 269 Squadron, piloted by Sergeant Leslie Mitchell, who dived towards the target. To his anger, as he swept over U-570, his depth charges jammed in their bombing rack, but he was able to call out the location of the submarine to the rest of his squadron while he remained in the vicinity. Unaware of what had happened in the sky above, Ramlo, still desperate for air or a respite, breached the surface at 10:50 a.m. without checking his periscope. Waiting for him was squadron leader James Thompson, skipper of another 269 Hudson, whose plane had picked up the U-boat on its ASV radar and now moved in for the attack. There was no jam this time, nor was there a direct hit, as the 4 250-pound depth charges exploded around the submarine. But that was enough to panic Ramlo, who had ordered a dive as soon as he opened the bridge's hatch and heard the sound of the Hudson's engines. The shock of the detonations had not only knocked out U-570's electric motors and lighting, but had also meant that seawater was leaking into the engine room and mixing with acid from the batteries to form a gas, which the crew mistakenly believed was deadly chlorine. Sick and shaken, Ramlo gave orders to abandon ship and sent out an unencrypted message for help, though he also instructed that the boat's Enigma machine and its code books be thrown overboard. As the first of his men reached the conning tower, Thompson, still overhead in his Hudson, opened fire on them, thinking they were about to man the submarine's deck guns. "I have lived all my life to see those bastards scrambling out of a conning tower," said second pilot Jack Coleman, as the tracer hit the submarine and kicked up the water around it. In desperation, the Germans waved an improvised white flag and put up their arms. The scene was now an extraordinary one. As the RAF circled above, submariners clambered into life rafts or dumped equipment in the sea to lighten the U-boat and prevent it from sinking. More planes soon arrived, including a Catalina of 209 Squadron, to deter any attempt by the Kriegsmarine's surface ships or U-boats to mount a rescue in response to Ramlow's uncoded message. With huge waves crashing against the paralyzed submarine, the standstill continued for another 8 hours until the Royal Navy turned up, first with an armed trawler, then with more ships. The German crew was taken aboard as prisoners, while the captured U-570 was towed to Reykjavik, where it underwent temporary repairs before sailing to England. Despite the loss of its Enigma machine, it provided a wealth of information to the British about U-boat technology. More incongruously, after stringent tests, it entered naval service as HMS Graf, the only submarine to fight on both sides during the war, another distinction to add to its record as the only U-boat to surrender to an aircraft. The capture of U-570 was a shining, unique moment for Coastal Command. Apart from the boost to morale, the episode proved that the focus on shallow-set depth charges had been correct. As the Battle of the Atlantic Committee noted, these had produced a very satisfactory hammer effect, while anti-submarine bombs were useless. Otherwise, the picture in the U-boat war began to look more positive during the remainder of 1941. Although submarine kills were still rare, Coastal Command's aircraft were undoubtedly a major deterrent, as revealed by the statistic that among the heavy shipping losses in September, just 3 of the 51 Allied vessels sunk that month were torpedoed within 350 miles of maritime air bases. The value of aircraft in convoy defence was further illustrated by the Royal Navy's use of the catapult-armed merchant, CAM, ship, equipped with launching gear, but no landing deck. Dependent on exceptional courage, the makeshift CAM required a fighter pilot to set off and fly in search of the enemy until he ran out of fuel or reached the shore. Altogether, 35 of these ships saw action during the war. Equally innovative, but more effective, were the escort carriers, the first of which, the HMS Audacity, went on convoy duty in September 1941, with seaplanes flown by the Fleet Air Arm. Designed to meet the Navy's dire shortage of regular carriers, these auxiliary types were converted from fast liners by the installation of flight decks. The protection of convoys on more southern routes was further enhanced by the expansion of Coastal Command's forces in West Africa, through detachments from 96, 200, and 228 squadrons. Similarly, No. 19 Group's operations over the Bay of Biscay were reinforced in October by the transfer of the Catalinas of 209 Squadron to Pembroke Dock, and the switch of the Hudsons of 33 Squadron, previously used for anti-shipping work, to St. Evell in Cornwall to carry out anti-submarine duties. The rise in confidence was recognized by the Battle of the Atlantic Committee at the end of the month. Air attacks on U-boats continue to be carried out with increasing skill by aircraft based in the United Kingdom. The weapon situation is not yet satisfactory, as we are having difficulty in getting both depth charges and bombs to explode shallow enough. These difficulties should shortly be overcome. Even the Liberator position began to improve in late September, when 120 Squadron, based at Nuts Corner, became fully operational, while the number of Sunderlands in Coastal Command had gone up to 67. After a big increase in losses to the U-boats in the early autumn, the trend was dramatically reversed in November. Only 13 ships, totaling 62,200 tons, were sunk in the Atlantic by the Wolfpacks that month. This decline was partly due to the Allies' countermeasures and partly to bad weather, but another crucial factor was the diversion of a large part of Dönitz's fleet to the Mediterranean to bolster the Axis campaigns in the Balkans and North Africa. Although Allied losses to U-boats doubled in December to 124,000 tons, the coordinated defense of the convoys was becoming increasingly adept, as illustrated by the case of HG 76, comprising 32 ships, which left Gibraltar bound for Britain on the 14th of December, escorted by RAF Swordfish, 17 destroyers, sloops and corvettes captained by the renowned Royal Navy U-boat hunter Frederick "Johnny" Walker, and the auxiliary carrier Audacity, which had American Grumman Martlet fighters on board. The progress of HG 76 through the Straits was reported by German agents in Spain to German naval intelligence, prompting Dönitz to form a wolf pack, backed up by Condors, to intercept it. But it was the Allies who made the initial deadly strike. As the distance from Gibraltar increased, Catalinas and Hudsons of Coastal Command, along with the Martlets, took over protection duties from the Swordfish, which had successfully beaten off 3 attempted attacks by the U-boats during the first night of the embattled voyage. Then, on the following morning, a Sunderland on routine patrol spotted U-127 advancing to take up its position in the Wolfpack's search line. The crew of the Sunderland alerted a nearby destroyer, which quickly found U-127 with ASDIC and sank it with depth charges. For a time after this, the U-boats, harried by Coastal Command's planes, lost contact with HG 76. But at noon on the 16th of December, the convoy was sighted by a Condor. The Wolfpack now moved in, ready to draw blood. There followed 4 days of continuous action, during which the RAF, the Fleet Air Arm and the Navy mounted a ferocious defense of HG 76, enabling the convoy on the morning of the 22nd to come within range of a 120 Squadron's Liberator from Nuts Corner. The plane had an immediate impact as it chased off a Condor and attacked a U-boat. A second Liberator soon arrived to attack 3 more U-boats. Although it did not sink any of them, its aggression forced the submarines to dive and lose contact with the convoy. The following morning, the 23rd of December, Dönitz called off his Wolfpack, and HG 76 sailed unmolested to the Clyde. 3 ships and Audacity had been lost, but with 5 U-boats sunk, the outcome was a decisive victory for the Allies, one that again illustrated the value of coordinated escorts and long-range aircraft. Indeed, the maritime war was exacting a heavy toll on Dönitz's forces. 5 U-boats were sunk in November and 10 in December, a reflection of the Allies' greater experience and grasp of technology. In one telling incident near the end of the year, U-451 was sunk off the North African coast, with depth charges dropped by a Fleet Air Arm Swordfish. It was the first time that a German submarine had been destroyed by radar guidance at night. Events like that vindicated the opinion of Johnny Walker, the hero of HG 76, that aircraft are absolutely invaluable for anti-submarine warfare. Far less progress was made in anti-shipping operations during Joubert's first 6 months in command. Indeed, since the start of the war, there had been only a limited attempt to degrade enemy convoys, even though they were a vital part of the Reich's war effort, especially the import of iron ore from Spain and Sweden, as well as the maintenance of trade routes from the Far East. Coastal Command had lacked the planes, firepower, and organization to cause serious disruption to this traffic, partly because the war against the U-boats was a higher priority, and partly because of the drain of squadrons to other theaters. In addition, the German defenses on the northern European coasts were formidable, embracing flak ships, anti-aircraft artillery, flying balloons, and Luftwaffe fighters. Despite its importance, This offensive was a secondary consideration for Joubert compared to the Battle of the Atlantic. Nor was he alone in playing down the anti-shipping role. The government's own most recent directive for Coastal Command, issued on the 2nd of September 1941, stressed that offensive operations were still subsidiary to the primary role of reconnaissance. According to Chris Ashworth, these months were a traumatic time for the anti-shipping forces of bomber, fight and coastal commands, with a total of 698 merchant ships attacked and 59 sunk, for the loss of 123 aircraft and their crews. There were 13 squadrons in Coastal Command responsible for anti-shipping work, 2/3 of them based in No. 18 Group in Scotland. But, much to Joubert's indignation, their strength was continually undermined by the demands from other theatres, especially the Middle East. In July, he had complained about this constant drain on home squadrons, citing the recent transfer of trained Beaufighter crews to the Mediterranean. While he later told Sinclair that the Beaufort situation is tragic, not only as regards shortage of aircraft, but arising from unserviceability due to bad design. When, to make up for the absence of Beaufighters, Joubert made a request to the Air Ministry for some de Havilland Mosquitoes, the fast, versatile fighter-bomber that had recently gone into service, he was told it was out of the question. He was also plagued by shortages of torpedoes and the inadequate backing of torpedo-trained crews. And this meant that from October 1941, torpedo operations had largely to be confined to the Norwegian coast. Nor had an experiment in an elite Coastal Command offensive unit set up by the Air Ministry in early 1941 proved a success. Ideally, this unit was meant to comprise 4 long-range fighter squadrons, 4 bomber and 4 torpedo bomber squadrons. But again, the removal of trained crews, shortfalls in Beaufighters and problems with the Beaufort hindered its effectiveness. In his frustration, Joubert suggested that the force's Beauforts be replaced by more reliable Hampden bombers, which he believed were becoming obsolescent from Bomber Command's point of view, but in Coastal Command's hands would be excellent for torpedo work and mining in the Bay of Biscay and on the Norwegian coast. Freeman was having none of it. So far from being obsolescent, the Hampden, with its flexibility between bombing by day or night and sea mining, is extremely useful to Bomber Command. I am afraid that I cannot agree to your proposal that the Hampden should be handed to Coastal Command. Just as fruitless was the creation of a shipping interception unit in September 1941, with the aim of hitting enemy shipping in the Straits of Dover during periods of darkness or poor weather. The plan was that Beauforts, escorted by Hawker Hurricane fighters and equipped with ASV, would find the enemy, illuminate the target, then attack with torpedoes or bombs. After 2 missions with unobserved results, the trial was abandoned in December 1941 because the planes were needed elsewhere. A month earlier, there had been more exasperation for Joubert when Coastal Command's anti-shipping work had been interrupted by the Admiralty's demand for intensified reconnaissance to keep watch on the German capital ships based in Trondheim and Brest, after intelligence reports that they could soon be on the move. In a hiatus that lasted 10 days, all the long-range aircraft were collected from 9 of the 11 operational Hudson squadrons, formed into a special flight and attached to No. 220 Squadron at Wick in order to assist the breakout patrols, recorded Joubert. But the breakout was not to occur for 3 more months. And when it did, Coastal Command would experience one of its darkest passages of the war. Another early source of discord with Bomber Command was the lack of liaison from Richard Pearce's force over attacks on enemy surface vessels in European waters. In a clear statement of his belief in his command's absolute autonomy, Pierce had told Joubert in June that bombing is the bomber's role, whether it is against shipping, industrial targets, or in support of the army, adding that, in principle and practice, the case for Bomber Command to specialize in bombing seems conclusive. Just as conclusive is the case for reconnaissance to be the exclusive prerogative of Coastal Command. This rigid theoretical demarcation was bound to lead to conflict. As Joubert noted at one of his daily conferences with his senior officers, Coastal Command had constantly insisted on the exchange of such information so that there was no overlap in action. But Bomber Command did not play. It was an attitude highlighted by the case of a Rotterdam convoy that was targeted by Bomber Command without telling Coastal Command. This divided control and usurping by Bomber Command of all right to any attacks on shipping is very detrimental to action against the enemy, complained Joubert. As a result of his pressure, the air staff implemented a system whereby Bomber Command had the responsibility for attacks on shipping between Cherbourg and the island of Terschelling off the Dutch coast, while Coastal Command took charge of operations over the other waters around the British Isles. The dangers of anti-shipping missions were graphically experienced by Alan Wilson of 217 Squadron, who was sent on patrol in his Beaufort near the French port of Loyang on the 11th of August 1941. We found this tanker and went round once, dropped a bomb on it, and then its flak caught us in the starboard engine, which packed in completely. We turned around and decided to head for home. After we'd gone 5 minutes, the other engine packed in. In fact, the Beaufort could barely keep up on one engine, and we were losing height. The plane had to ditch in the sea, but it stayed afloat long enough for Wilson and the 2 other crew members to escape through the hatch and climb into the dinghy that they had released. Soon they were picked up by a German minesweeper, taken aboard, given hot soup and dry clothes, before spending the rest of the war as prisoners. Geoffrey Garside described one bombing sortie with 59 Squadron against German E-boats near the Dutch coast as hopeless and a bit gruesome. They had too much firepower and fighter protection. It was a long flight, and as you approached there was anti-aircraft fire, lots of different-coloured flak. We had to fly straight and steady to drop the bombs at the target from about 1,000 feet. The pilot was a bit nervous, saying, "For goodness sake, drop the bombs and let's get out of here." The narrative, however, was not one of universal gloom. Ted Rayner of 220 Squadron had more success when he was sent in his Hudson to attack a German convoy carrying iron ore off the Danish coast. As we came within range of the convoy's guns, I took the Hudson up into cloud and circled about 180 degrees, so that when we emerged, we approached the ships from the opposite direction to where they had last seen us, gaining those vital few seconds of indecision and adjustment among the gun crews. We dived low as I pushed the air screw pitch controls into high revs, gave the engines full boost, and selected as the target the largest ship, of about 7,000 tons, in the middle of the convoy. The bomb fuses had been set at an 11-second delay, so that we would be clear from a low-level attack by the time the bombs exploded. In the coordinated attack, which had become second nature, I pressed the Browning gun firing button to let off a few rounds, just to let them know we're serious, then pressed the bomb release. I hauled back on the control column to lift the aircraft over the ship. The rear gun clattered its message for a few seconds. Then we came round again on an east-west heading as quickly as possible for a second attack. We dropped 2 GPs, general-purpose bombs, on target according to the rear gunner, and we were away, up into cloud again, on course for home. In fact, despite all the setbacks and limited resources, the anti-shipping operations began to show a real improvement towards the end of 1941. As Christina Golter, the foremost historian of the RAF's anti-shipping offensive, has pointed out, in the third quarter of the year, 6 enemy vessels were sunk and 5 sustained serious damage, but in the last 3 months of the year, the figures leapt to 17 sunk and 10 damaged. This success, she argues, was not down to any increase in the number of aircraft and sorties, but to the development of intelligence, including the interception of coded traffic, reports from agents and photographic reconnaissance. Between July and October 1941, the resources of the Photographic Reconnaissance Unit, PRU, which was administered by Coastal Command, were rapidly expanded from 12 aircraft to 72, while the number of expert photo interpreters was also increased. Some of the new flight crews were Norwegian, bringing invaluable knowledge of their native coastline. In response to the higher losses, the Germans put more of their ships in convoys, strengthened their armament, and introduced the Speerbrecher, or barrier breaker escort vessel, 93 of which were in operation by the end of 1941. As a result of these stronger defences, 54 Coastal Command anti-shipping planes were downed in the last quarter of the year, compared to 35 in the first quarter, causing the decision to abandon the traditional low-level attacks in favour of medium-level ones. Remarkably, at this stage of the war, it was more dangerous to serve in a Coastal Command anti-shipping unit than in a Bomber Command squadron. A bomber tour of duty comprised 30 sorties, giving a crewman a 44% chance of survival, whereas research by Coastal Command in 1942 revealed that a torpedo crew, on its first tour operations lasting 200 hours, had only a 17.5% chance of survival. This high rate of attrition added to Joubert's despondent mood, already low because of the range of problems he faced. On every front, he struggled with shortages and disputes with other commands. His catalogue of grievances grew longer, covering such problems as delays to the installation of ASV in Catalinas, liaison with the Navy at Gibraltar, deficiencies in operational training and the discipline of crews in flying boats. But by far the biggest remained the need for long-range aircraft in the Atlantic. As he told the First Sea Lord in mid-November, he had been promised 20 Liberators in April, but that total had kept being lowered over subsequent months. Even 120 Squadron, now established in Northern Ireland, was under threat. Coastal Command had been given, he told Pound, just enough aircraft to form the squadron. But there is nothing left for wastage. At the present rate of wastage, the squadron will have disappeared as a useful organisation by January, unless higher authority, by which I do not mean the Air Ministry, can be persuaded to allot a due proportion of new Liberators. This mention of higher authority was an obvious reference to Churchill, who, in Joubert's view, had failed to recognise Coastal Command's need. Sir Wilfrid Freeman, to whom a copy of the letter had been sent, was furious at this attempt to dragoon Pound into putting pressure on Downing Street without consulting the Air Ministry. I think it is all wrong that you should urge the First Sea Lord, as I think you do, to go behind the Chief of the Air Staff's back to the Prime Minister, he wrote. Under fire, Joubert responded with a plaintive hand-written letter to Freeman. I find the job I'm given to do a difficult one. On one hand, the Admiralty bully me daily to get more long-range aircraft. On the other, a strong force of people, headed by the Prime Minister, take away what I've got. Have patience with me. He again complained about the promised supply of Liberators that had yet to materialize. then expressed his regret at the attitude of Churchill, who had been prejudiced by unfair American claims about his command's failure to use the plane. "Have a heart, old boy. I know what a hell of a time you are having, and I try to avoid giving you more trouble. But if you and I can have it out frankly, I may save the Air Ministry trouble with the Admiralty." But the battle for more resources was only to intensify. Little more than a fortnight after Joubert wrote this letter, the course of the war was transformed by Japan's attack on Pearl Harbor, followed by Germany's declaration of war on the United States. Coastal Command was about to enter its most torrid passage of the war. 6. Endurance. Writing in his wartime diary, the intelligence officer Hector Bolitho referred to the special character of the men in Coastal Command. Flying as crews over immense spaces of sea gives them some of the tranquility of sailors, with occasional flashes of exuberance. It was a view that was also held by Joubert, who undertook several sorties to gain an insight into the experiences of the operational personnel in his command. These flights brought home forcibly to me the intense boredom of long patrols over a grey and empty sea, and the not inconsiderable risks from the weather. Add to that the knowledge that an unsuccessful battle with a U-boat would probably involve a lingering death from exposure in a dinghy 400 miles from shore, or a fairly rapid end by drowning, and the nervous strain becomes very clear. Yet Joubert never failed to be impressed by the resilience, fortitude, and patience of his men, as he continued, "Though the Coastal Command crews lacked glamour and public recognition in their important work, they remained unaffected, slogging along over thousands of miles of patrol, with an average chance of seeing one U-boat in 400 hours of flying. Their morale remained high. The intensification of the maritime war from the end of 1941 did not diminish the wearisome nature of many of the command's operations. The mix of long hours and biting cold was remembered by Edward Nichols, who was a rear gunner on a Whitley with 612 Squadron. As well as a bit lonely, the rear turret was the coldest place in the aircraft, with drafts coming in from every opening and crack. We kept our eyes peeled, constantly searching the sea and sky. It was a bit of an art, because without realizing it, you could finish up looking at just the perspex in front of you, and not beyond. You had constantly to keep your eyes adjusted. One pilot, recounting to the Air Ministry in 1942 his recent experiences of flying from the southwest over the Atlantic, commented, "We are forever searching for signs of the enemy, but nothing appears. Even the waves are formalized into monotony, each one looking exactly like its predecessor. Long trips of deep concentration could play havoc with the mind. As another pilot told the ministry, I have more than once found myself making a sudden, steep bank when out in the middle of the Atlantic, under the impression I was avoiding a mountain." Malcolm Hamilton, who piloted white camouflaged Whitleys before switching to bomber command, recalled that his tour was very boring because we were flying up and down for hours. On one occasion, over the Bay of Biscay, we were at 800 feet, just underneath the clouds. We saw this brightness when we came to the end of the southern leg. The bomb aimer, sitting up in the front turret, called out, "Are those seagulls over towards the land there?" The gunner said, "My God, I think they're aircraft. And if they are, they'll be Germans." You've never seen a Whitley do such a steep turn and rush into the clouds, where we stayed the rest of the day. They were, in fact, Messerschmitts. The duration of each sortie was governed not only by operational needs and the amount of fuel the aircraft could carry, with a safety margin for sudden bursts of higher consumption, like in an attack or a dogfight, but also by the length of time a crew could physically tolerate without losing the capacity to perform their duties. This last factor dictated the concept of the prudent limit of endurance, PLE, which in January 1942 Joubert set at 14 hours, though this could be stretched to 18 hours on certain missions at the height of the conflict. Leslie Bavistock, while serving in 1942 in 201 Squadron based in Castle Archdale, Northern Ireland, regularly flew very tiring 12-hour flights to the Bay of Biscay and back. We sometimes had to do guard duties when the plane was moored. If this clashed with a couple of operational flights, it was not uncommon to be cooped up in an aircraft for 50 or more hours. Fatigue was a central feature of life on base. John Appleton, a Catalina navigator with 210 Squadron, recalled that if demand for sorties was high and the weather was suitable, we would fly every third day. The size of the crew varied greatly according to the type of aircraft. The pugnacious Beaufighter had just 2 men, whereas the Sunderland would often carry a complement of 10, 2 pilots, 1 observer navigator, 2 engineers, 2 wireless operators, and 3 gunners. In practice, however, most crew members were also trained as gunners in addition to their specialist duties, so were able to man the turrets in an emergency. Before any mission, the crews had to don their flying gear, which for much of the war comprised a flying helmet and the RAF uniform worn beneath the Sidcot suit, the thick, insulating garment designed by aviation pioneer Sir Sidney Cotton. But there were alternatives, as described by Edward Nichols when he was based in Wick with 612 Squadron. We had Irvine jackets and trousers, sheepskin-lined leather, also knee-high naval-type white woolen socks, roll-necked white woolen naval pullovers, silk and wool long-sleeved vests and long johns, plus a battle dress with all sorts of convenient pockets. We attached to the collar a whistle to blow if you were unfortunate enough to find yourself in the sea. Further, a yellow Mae West, an inflatable life jacket to keep you afloat. Once kitted out, the crews would be given a briefing by their squadron commanders on the nature of their mission, based on instructions teleprinted to the unit by the group and command headquarters, with the planned track shown in red ribbon on a large wall map in the operations room. Beyond weather reports, the target and code signals, other details were dependent on the task's complexity. A multiple low-level strike, accompanied by fighter escorts on a German convoy, would require more information than a routine solo patrol over the Atlantic, where the captain would bear a large personal responsibility for decisions. After that, the crews collected their parachutes, as well as charts, logbooks, the apparatus for enciphering messages, and the cartridges for the colours of the day, so that if they were challenged by the Royal Navy, they could identify themselves by firing a very flare pistol. Long-range aircraft also carried a homing pigeon for use in an emergency, as Hudson wireless operator George Bain explained. The bird was our third line of communication. If he went down, you could write a message, clip it to him, and send him off. The alternative use was that if your radio went dead or you were out of range, and you suddenly saw an enemy ship, say in a Norwegian fjord, you could send the pigeon back to base with a report. One other important item was the escape kit for each crew member, which contained amphetamine pills, maps, water purifier, cash, high-energy food rations, and a compass. Weighed down with their gear, the crew went out to their aircraft, usually taken there by bus. In the case of flying boats moored on the water, this part of the journey was more awkward, since it had to be undertaken by a set of dinghies. Moreover, ropes were not allowed on any vessel serving the Sunderlands and Catalinas, because of fear that there could be a serious accident if one became entangled in the propellers. Instead, a long hook was used to pull the dinghy alongside the plane. As the crew boarded, the final preparations were underway. On his first mission in the mighty Sunderland, Leslie Bavistock was struck by the frenzied activity going on throughout the entire aircraft when he arrived. The aircraft rigger and one other member of the crew were up front, with the gun turret wound back from its usual position, grappling with the complicated strops that kept us attached to the mooring buoy. Gunners were fitting guns into the turrets, while the flight engineers were up on the main wing, turning over each of the 4 Bristol Pegasus engines, with the aid of handles inserted through holes in the side panels. This was to make sure that oil or fuel was not trapped in the cylinder heads of the lower cylinders, which might cause hydraulic locking when the engines started. The second pilot was also outside the aircraft, looking over the control surfaces, including the rudder and elevators. Similar drills were carried out on all operational aircraft. For the New Zealander James Sanders, plagued in his first days as a pilot by the anxiety that he might have overlooked something on his obsolescent Blenheim, this was almost the most nerve-wracking moment of any flight. I have known it all: the churning belly, the dry mouth, and the nagging, doubt-ridden double flight check before takeoff, fearful that I might have mistrimmed the elevators. But he could not hesitate when it came time for his unit to take to the air. He watched the Blenheim in front of him pause at the end of the grass runway strip as the pilot went through his mnemonic of HTMPFFG: hydraulics, trim, mixture, pitch, fuel, flaps, and gills. Then the plane rolled forward, gathered speed, and became airborne. Sanders was next in line. I watched the control tower, got the green Aldis flash, and it was my turn to move up for takeoff and chant my checklist sacrament like a priest before an altar. Over the intercom, he asked the 2 other crew members if they were ready. When they replied in the affirmative, he pushed the throttles forward, pointed the aircraft into the eye of the wind, and raced across the grass, as purposefully as any tired Blenheim could. And we had liftoff. Up came the wheels, and up came the small amount of flap I had used to get an early release from Earth. We climbed higher, and I reached behind my left hip and groped for the quaint plunger-type controls that would change my fine pitch to a cruising course setting. On an early July morning in 1941, Jim Hunter, an observer in 217 Squadron, was part of an operation to attack the Scharnhorst in his Beaufort, taking off from his base at St. Evell. On entering the plane, he was struck by its smell, the all-pervading odor of 100-octane fuel. Add to this the scent of various lubricants, and especially at startup, the exhaust gases, and one has an environment which I think defies description. It is not objectionable. It's almost homely. With the ground crews having completed their work, the skipper gave the signal, and the chocks were removed. The port engine started nicely, with the usual cloud of exhaust smoke and purple flames from the rich mixture lapping over the wing's leading edge. The engine was set to fast idle, while the same procedure was used for the starboard engine. Once the temperatures and pressures for both had reached normal, the engines were run up, the pitch for the propellers was set, and the magnetos checked for serviceability. Then back to fast idle once more to await the green from the caravan at the end of the field. Next, the Aldis lamp flashed. Hunter said to himself a prayer for a safe return once the plane began to move. For takeoff, The throttles were advanced with considerable caution in order to avoid any swing occurring as we accelerated across the bumpy field. As the observer, Hunter sat beside the pilot at takeoff, with his feet braced against the base of the instrument panel. The Beaufort's airspeed built up to 100 knots, and the plane became airborne on the second bounce. For a flying boat taking off in darkness, a flare path from the harbour was laid out on the surface of the water by a set of dinghies, each of them equipped with a pole, attached to which were 2 lights, a dim one for clear nights and a brighter one for conditions of poorer visibility. A vivid description of the takeoff in a Sunderland from Plymouth Sound was left by Leslie Bavistock. As soon as we were clear of the other aircraft, the inner engines were started. Leaving the sheltered water, we ran into quite a chop, but this did not disturb the Sunderland, now moving comfortably at a speed of about 10 knots. When the engines reached their correct temperature, each one was run up to 1,200 revs. Final checks were then carried out on the ignition systems and engine pressures, while the pilot also ensured that the propellers were in fully fine pitch. The plane was finally ready for takeoff. The skipper opened the outer engines first, at the same time hauling the control column back into his stomach. This allowed the nose of the aircraft to rise as high as possible before opening the throttles of the inner engines. The purpose of this was to cut down the amount of spray from the bow wave that would strike the propellers when the inner engines opened up. With the nose at its maximum height, the inner engines were gradually opened up until the props were finally clear of the spray. Full throttle was then given to all 4 engines. With the aircraft now coming up onto the step, in other words, planning, the control column was centralized with the speed reaching about 50 knots. At about 85 to 90 knots, the skipper eased back on the stick, and the aircraft rose gracefully in the air. Once airborne, the aircraft held straight and level until normal climbing speed was reached at 105 knots. For a flying boat, the condition of the water made a big difference, with calmness heightening the difficulty. John Appleton recalled that in his Catalina, if the water surface was moderately rippled, we were soon up on the step and accelerating to takeoff speed, and then up and away. If, however, as sometimes happened, the water was glassy smooth, the aircraft would not unstick no matter what speed was attained. If this was likely, a dinghy or tender would run down the takeoff path, zigzagging ahead of the aircraft, and so breaking up the surface. This enabled the aircraft to unstick and take off. On a lengthy anti-submarine or convoy protection mission, once the aircraft was safely airborne and on a steady course in favorable conditions, then the automatic pilot, known as George, could be used. In contrast to bomber and fighter commands, most of Coastal Command's sorties took place at comparatively low level. The task of ensuring that the correct track was followed to the patrol area or rendezvous point fell to the navigator, whose calculations, constantly updated, drew on factors like wind direction, drift, barometric pressure, and ground speed. Over wide stretches of water without any landmarks, it was a remarkable skill. Other roles were just as important. After 2 hours in the air on a typical flight, the second pilot would take over the controls, allowing the first to have some rest. The engineer monitored the instrument panels to check on fuel consumption and the behavior of the engines, communicating with the pilot by means of a small electric telegraph. In much of Coastal Command, the wireless operator was also responsible for the ASV radar, watching for any blip that appeared on the cathode ray screen to indicate the potential presence of the enemy. Keeping a visual lookout across the seas were the gunners, one of whom could, in some crews, double up as a bomb aimer. In fact, due to extensive training in Coastal Command, the demarcation between the various occupations was relatively fluid, as Don Boorman, a Sunderland wireless operator in 201 Squadron, recalled. I used to work a rota out for the gunners, 2 hours on the wireless, which was the worst one, then 2 hours on the radar, which was the easy one, and then they would take turns in the turrets. I often used to go to the rear guns. When we went on an operation, we would fire the guns into the sea to check they were going. Our radios were always tuned into the headquarters that were mapping our routes, and if anything was wrong, we would send a message in Morse code. In the turret, he said, your job was to keep your eyes open, looking for the water breaker of the submarine. If the periscope came up, it would make a line. The spacious accommodation on the Catalina and Sunderland enabled each type to have an on-board galley kitchen, where hot food and drinks could be produced. In the view of the Air Ministry, this feature was a necessity rather than a luxury, because research found that a proper, balanced diet on lengthy operations significantly reduced fatigue. We were out for almost a day, so we had to have a meal while we were flying, said Boorman. Others, on shorter journeys in smaller planes, had to make do with sandwiches, though according to William Middlemiss of 233 Squadron, a few crews took other refreshments. Some pilots flew under the influence. I should not say that, but they were pretty well squiffed. Nor did the toilet facilities on the aircraft match those of the well-appointed Sunderland with its flushing lavatory. Our loo was a tiny funnel on the end of a piece of hosepipe, which to use in rough conditions was quite a feat, because if we made a mistake we would have to clean out the aircraft ourselves, recalled John Davis, who flew Ansons at the start of the war. Those weather conditions in the Atlantic and the North Sea could frequently be appalling. One member of the Canadian 409 Squadron, which flew Beaufighters as part of Coastal Command from June 1941, wrote of his experiences. When the clouds were low and rain and sleet reduced visibility to only hundreds of yards, you had to balance the importance of your job against the fact that it was getting dangerous to fly. If you went deeper and deeper into the murk, hoping that it might get better if you carried on a little further, you often ended up squeezed into a couple of 100 feet of space between the grey wispiness of the lowest part of the cloud base and the heaving desolation, which could smash you into scrap metal if you hit it. William Day of 58 Squadron, based at St. Evell, had this memory of a sweep over the Bay of Biscay. We did our searches at 700 feet or less, and on this occasion the cumulonimbus cloud cover was extremely low. When you get it that low, it gets hold of you, throwing you up in the air and down again. I was sure the sea was coming up to me in the rear turret. At least that is what it looked like. Then we dropped out of the cloud with what seemed to be a ripping sound. We had a second pilot who was whipping back on the trimming tab to retrim the aircraft. He was holding on for grim life. We must have pulled up around 200 or 300 feet from the sea. It was a hair-raising experience. The weather could be an unpredictable factor, but there was nothing undirected about Coastal Command's operations. On the contrary, crews were required to fly according to clear tactical guidelines that had been developed by the planners to maximize air coverage or the chances of a sighting or firepower on a target. Among the approved patterns were the simple line patrol straight out from a given point and back, the more sophisticated crossover patrol, where a unit of planes flew along a series of diagonals in a shape that resembled two triangles joined at their apexes, a bust patrol, used by heavily armed anti-shipping strike aircraft along the French or Dutch coasts, or a box patrol to search a given area of sea. For convoy protection, The first duty of the Coastal Command crew was to find the flotilla of ships and its naval escorts, though this process was often helped in daylight by the smoke trails, which could be visible 50 miles away. Once the convoy was sighted, signals of mutual recognition were exchanged between the lead destroyer or corvette and the RAF aircraft. This procedure was very necessary because of the Navy's understandable tendency to shoot first and argue later. Arthur Lane of 58 Squadron was in a Wellington on convoy duty near the Channel, when, all of a sudden, orange lights came hurtling at us. What had happened was that boys on the coastal boats and the corvette, they could be trigger-happy, had heard our aircraft and seen us when we broke cloud. The Wellington, at first glance, could look a bit like a Ju-88, with its 2 radial engines and single fin. The lads were not going to waste time asking, is it or isn't it? So they opened up. Luckily, we weren't hit, but we didn't hang around. We shot straight back in the cloud. If the recognition signals were successfully exchanged, the convoy patrol began. Up and down, round and round, watching and watched, recorded the Air Ministry's contemporary account, which added that on most sorties there was nothing much to report at the end of them, another 18 hours to add to the hundreds already to the credit of the crew. Yet when the monotony on a convoy patrol or an anti-submarine sweep was broken by the sighting of a U-boat, then high drama could follow. Senior officers at the Admiralty and Coastal Command, along with Blackett's scientists at the Operational Research Section, devoted a huge amount of their time to analyzing the most effective tactics to use against Donitz's force. The angle of approach, the optimum moment of attack, the height of depth charge's detonation, the spacing of the stick of explosives, the speed of the run to the target, the use of ASV radar, the deployment of searchlights, and the assessment of damage. All were examined exhaustively. The extent of this analysis and its influence on tactics is highlighted in a typical report of July 1942 from Coastal Command headquarters, which revealed that in 34% of attacks, the U-boats were still partly visible at the moment of release of depth charges, and in another 31% of cases, the U-boats had disappeared from view just 15 seconds previously. It is therefore the policy of this command to concentrate efforts on sinking those U-boats which are still on or near the surface. This meant that for the depth charges, pistols will be set at the shallowest setting. Furthermore, aircraft carrying no more than 6 depth charges will drop the whole load spaced at 36 feet in one stick, while planes with a bigger load were to do the same with the first 6, but keep the remainder for subsequent attacks. The report contained a host of other instructions. The attack can be carried out from any direction. Read 1. Normal height of release is to be 50 feet. Read another. The object of the attack must be to make the center of the stick fall on the center of the U-boat, a goal that needed to take account of how the time from the release of depth charge at 50 feet to detonation at the shallow setting is approximately 5 seconds. If the U-boat is in the process of crash diving, her speed will be 6 knots, 10 feet per second. Therefore, if the U-boat is attacked while some part of the hull is still visible, the center of the stick should be aimed at 5 times 10 equals 50 feet ahead of the conning tower. Crews were also warned that an oil slick on the surface, often greeted as a sign of a kill, could be misleading. So, in the absence of other evidence, depth charges and flying time should not be wasted on such a target. It is considered that in a number of instances, oil slicks arise from oil or oily bilges pumped out, probably days before, by surface ships. Alternatively, they might be caused by oil from sunken wrecks, which gushes up more freely when depth-charged, giving the impression of a damage to a U-boat. On a more positive note, advice was given to crews in a report of May 1942 about the effect of gunfire on a surfaced U-boat. Attack by 20mm cannon and machine guns will not cripple a U-boat, but it may seriously impair its fighting efficiency. In one instance, machine gun bullets pierced the fuel tanks, making the U-boat commander reluctant to dive, with the result that the boat was sunk by surface vessels later. Another paper, in November 1942, stressed the advantages that air patrols had. The U-boat must spend the larger portion of its time on the surface. Its speed, relative to aircraft, is low. The power of surprise possessed by aircraft is good, and given scientific aids for detection and a good lookout, the aircraft can attack the U-boat with a very much greater chance of success, and on a greater number of occasions during a U-boat's cruise than can the most elaborate surface craft organization. There was also praise for Coastal Command from German prisoners of war. A paper of March 1942 recorded that their testimony leaves no doubt that the crews of the U-boats live the life of the hunted, and that they only feel secure when submerged. It follows that whenever the boat comes to the surface, it maintains a constant watch against approaching aircraft. The report continued. Constant diving is a source of irritation to the crew and retards the progress of the boat. The knowledge that there are aircraft in the locality plays on their fears and increases the strain. A pamphlet from Coastal Command, produced that same year, set out in clear language official advice for anti-submarine operations, starting with a candid explanation of the skill required. Accurate anti-submarine bombing is by far the most difficult task that is given to any pilot in the RAF to perform. The problem which is presented to him is to get a straddle with a fairly close-spaced stick of depth charges on an unseen and moving target, using as his aiming mark the fixed and visible swirl. To add to his difficulties, he must get down from an operational height to 50 feet and deliver his attack within a matter of 1 or 2 minutes if he is to be successful. And the lethal range of underwater weapons is so small that an error of only a couple of feet may make all the difference between a kill and only damage. Finally, no sight is yet provided, but the bombing has to be done by eye. As well as advocating an average height of 5,000 feet on patrol, the pamphlet went on to emphasize the need for constant, well-drilled practice and an efficient lookout through a rotor system to keep eyes fresh. It was also urged that after an attack, pilots should not remain circling directly over the scene, for that would keep the U-boat submerged. Instead, he should fly about 20 to 30 miles away, then return in about half an hour, by which time the U-boat may have surfaced. The aircraft may or may not have expended his depth charges on the first dive. If he didn't, he will get his chance again now. If he did, a dummy attack should be made just the same. The U-boat will have to do another hurried crash dive, using up a lot more battery power. Moreover, every time a dummy attack is made, machine guns should always be opened up on the U-boat. A lucky hit may be scored on the periscope or some electric lead or high-pressure airline, which is extremely irritating to the U-boat crew who have to repair or plug it. Besides, the rattle of bullets on the hull is not a pleasant sound to those inside the boat. The experience of a U-boat crew under attack was well described by Hans Goebbler in his memoir of the submarine war. We heard the unmistakable roar of aircraft engines resonating through the hull of our boat. I unconsciously ducked my head at the sound, instinctively aware of how close the aircraft must be for us to hear its engines over the humming of our diesels. Suddenly, a deafening blast, 1,000 times louder than a thunderclap, knocked us off our feet. It felt as if a giant fist had slammed the boat down into the water. A split second later, 3 more explosions ripped through the air, even louder than the first. Inside the boat was pure pandemonium. The lights had gone out, and the air was suddenly filled with thick, acrid smoke. Shouts from the aft end of the boat told us that there was a large breach in the hull. A thick jet of seawater was pouring into the boat, filling the diesel bilge and flooding the engine room. Someone reported that the depth meter indicated that the water was weighing the boat down. Translation: we were sinking. But U-boat crews were astonishingly resilient. The hole was plugged, the water stopped rising, emergency lights were activated, and the air supply restored, enabling the submarine to limp back to base. No pilot pursued his prey with more zeal than rugged Ulsterman Terry Bullock, the son of a staunchly unionist merchant in the linen industry. A fine rugby player and cricketer who had become obsessed with aviation in his Belfast youth, he had joined the RAF on leaving school in 1936, soon displaying his aerobatic skill, superb eyesight, raw courage, quick temper, and dislike of officialdom. Windy buggers and useless bastards were 2 of his epithets for desk-bound officers. In 1942, he even turned down a promotion to the rank of wing commander because he knew that such a position would involve less flying and more administration. So he remained a squadron leader for the rest of the war, dedicated to his vocation of hunting down the enemy at sea. Some complained that such was his disdain for authority, he acted as if he ran his own independent air force. But others admired his ruthless focus on attack, and his achievements had an influence on Coastal Command's tactics, particularly his belief that a U-boat should be attacked along its track at a slight angle to provide a margin of error. A fellow crewman, Michael Layton, when asked who was responsible for most of the U-boat sightings in his squadron, replied, "Oh, it's always the bull. Whenever subs are around, his eyes seem to stick out of his head." One internal Coastal Command report stated that Bullock probably has the best record of any anti-submarine captain in this command. Therefore, his views should be heeded. He makes several statements which are at variance with Coastal Command instructions, but the remarks of a really successful, practical man go down with operational air crews so much better than do official orders. The autumn of 1942 saw Bullock based in Iceland with 120 Squadron, Coastal Command's only liberator unit, where he enhanced his reputation for tracking more U-boats than any other pilot. At 11:30 a.m. on the 8th of December, he was on patrol, protecting convoy HX-217 on its way to Britain, when his sharp eyes spotted the wake of a U-boat travelling on the surface. Immediately, he sounded the plane's klaxon that told the crew to take up action stations. It was now the usual race against time for the Liberator, with its load of 8 depth charges, to reach the U-boat before it dived. As Bullock sped towards the target, the wireless operator flashed a message in Morse code back to base to give the plane's location and report the imminence of an attack. Arriving just as the U-boat, which was later confirmed to be U-254, began to disappear beneath the surface, the Liberator managed to release 6 of its depth charges at just the right angle. The explosions sent a torrent of water gushing into the air, followed by the rapid spread of debris and dirty brown oil. Just 4 members of the 45-strong crew survived and were picked up by another German submarine. Bullock was far from finished. Soon after the wireless operator had transmitted a report of the successful attack, The skipper spotted 2 more U-boats. He went for the second, trailing one, and dropped his 2 remaining depth charges, though it was not clear if the boat was sunk. He then flew back to convoy HX-217 to resume his protection duties, only to spot yet another U-boat. Now without depth charges, he opened up with his cannons, the barrage of 60 rounds forcing the vessel into a hurried dive. As soon as a further report was submitted, he spotted a 6th U-boat, and then a 7th, both of which were subjected to more fire from his Browning guns before he ran out of ammunition. The mayhem was still not over for the Germans. Bullock's flight engineer installed another clip of ammunition, just in time for the skipper to make an attack on his 8th U-boat, which he blasted with 100 rounds from the 303 machine guns. On his return to base, after being in the air for 17 hours, near the prudent limit of endurance, Bullock was far from triumphant. On the contrary, he expressed regret at the insufficiency of depth charges. Nevertheless, through his concentrated aggression and daring, he had thrown a deadly wolf pack into disarray and guarded the convoy from attack. He was the supreme liberator captain and an exceptional pilot, said his station commander, Victor McBratney. Until the autumn of 1942, when the first strike wing was formed, anti-shipping and coastal bombing operations did not receive the same attention as the U-boat war. In the words of Roy Conyers Nesbitt, who flew in 217 Squadron, such efforts were ill-defined and marked by poor tactics, inadequate aircraft, and lack of fighter escorts. Even so, they could be just as demanding and often even more dangerous because of German anti-aircraft defences. Serving that year in Malta, which was under constant aerial bombardment, Tony Spooner had the job of searching for enemy shipping, and then, with the help of ASV, guiding the Royal Navy or RAF bombers or Fleet Air Arm Swordfish onto the targets. Our main duty was to look for Axis convoys going to North Africa. We were called the Special Duties Squadron, and we were supposed to act as reconnaissance at night, using our own codes and radio frequency to communicate. ASV worked much better in the Mediterranean with the calm sea and dry air. Our planes were a mass of aerials because of radar. I once did 14 hours in a Wellington, which must be some sort of record. Because we were loaded to the eyebrows with fuel, I had no means of carrying bombs. Patrick Gibbs was another senior Coastal Command officer who fought over the Mediterranean at this time, flying Beauforts from Alexandria to disrupt the Axis supply lines. Strikes against enemy shipping, he recalled, were rare, but on one occasion he went on the attack against an Italian convoy made up of 2 battleships and lined on either side by destroyers, whose guns formed a defensive screen. The sky was filled not with individual smoke puffs, but with great areas of exploding shells. Vast expanses of water were churned up around our aircraft, and innumerable lines were drawn across the sky by tracer ammunition. Sweat poured down my face as I roused myself to throw my faithful Mark II around the sky, turning first one way then another, climbing and diving, but always heading towards the target. Even in the face of this barrage, Gibbs found a way through and saw the Italian battleship Littorio steaming majestically across his line of sight. Hardly able to believe that I was actually within range of such a prized target, I ceased weaving for a split second, steadied my aircraft to take aim, and dropped my torpedo. Unfortunately, little damage was caused, and soon the Littorio's guns had opened up. The whole side of the battleship seemed to go off like a firework and become a line of jets spurting flame. The water beneath me became a cauldron of foam seething under the explosions of shells burst near the surface. and the sky around my aircraft was filled with flashes and smoke of others exploding in the air. Opening the engines to full throttle, I attempted my escape from the furnace, but my aircraft, rocking drunkenly from nearby explosions, seemed to be standing still, and when, finally, there was a deafening explosion underneath the fuselage and a sickening sound of rending metal, I thought for a bitter moment that the flight had come to an end. Oil from the broken hydraulic pipe sprayed over the cockpit, which also began to fill with blue smoke. Yet somehow the Beaufort stayed in the air, and Gibbs was able to coax it on the journey back through the destroyer screen, until, to his relief, he reached open sea and flew on to Lucca Aerodrome on Malta, where, with the hydraulics gone, he had to do a belly landing, tobogganing down the runway to the accompaniment of a shower of sparks before the inglorious wreck came to rest. In contrast to that ferocious defensive response, Ray Lovett, flying a Beaufort in 42 Squadron, met surprisingly little opposition when he was on a mission to attack the German pocket battleship Lützow off the Norwegian coast on the night of the 12th of June, 1941. The enemy vessel, escorted by 4 destroyers, had been sighted by a Blenheim of Coastal Command's 114 Squadron, but the conditions were not in the RAF's favour as Lovett approached his PLE, with his vision impeded by thick rain clouds. Just as he thought he would have to return home, he saw the Lützow, around 3 miles away, bathed in moonlight. Lovett dived down, then hurtled over the water at a height of just 20 feet, having to rise briefly to avoid crashing into one of the destroyer escorts. To his amazement, there was no reaction from the enemy as the front of the Lützow came into view. Not a single shell was fired in his direction. No lines of tracer arced towards his aircraft. He steadied the Beaufort, pressed the drop button, slammed his throttles open, sped over the ship's bows, and then began his climb to safety. Still, no shot followed him. Suddenly there was an explosion as the torpedo hit the Lützow's hull, and a giant plume of water gushed into the air. But Lovett did not remain at the scene to savour the destruction. Still concerned about the possibility of flak, he now began the journey back across the North Sea. According to the historian Chas Boyer, his torpedo had crippled the Lützow, damaging its port propeller shaft and causing the ship to list heavily to port, with part of the upper deck already awash. The ship had to return to Kiel for major repairs in dry dock. A fortnight later, Lovett was awarded the Distinguished Flying Medal, DFM, the citation for which read, "After maintaining close formation for over 2 hours in most difficult conditions, Flight Sergeant Lovett came out of low rain cloud against the enemy force. He skillfully maneuvered his aircraft and dropped his torpedo inside the destroyer screen, scoring a direct hit on the battleship. The execution of this brilliant attack was so sudden that the enemy was taken completely by surprise." The asset of surprise in the darkness also began to be enjoyed by anti-submarine crews from mid-1942, thanks to a technological breakthrough that was to transform Coastal Command's capacity. But before that happened, the force was to endure its most humiliating episode of the war. 7. Dash. Churchill was overwhelmed with relief after the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, believing that America's entry into the war would be the decisive factor in the struggle against the Axis. Being saturated and satiated with emotion and sensation, I went to bed and slept the sleep of the saved and thankful, he wrote in his war memoirs. But for Coastal Command and the Admiralty, the immediate prospects were forbidding. As the scope for enemy action widened dramatically across the oceans, Britain's resources would be stretched even further. In a paper at the end of the year, Sir Albert Durston, the Director of Naval Cooperation at the Air Staff, warned, "Now that Japan has entered the war against us, and the margin of our naval supremacy has been so greatly reduced, long-range squadrons will become more essential than ever in the Battle of the Atlantic, more especially since the supply of flying boats from America has fallen so far short of expectations." That sense of foreboding was justified. From January 1942, Dönitz's U-boat fleet embarked on a deadly new phase of the battle. The Admiral sent 6 of his largest submarines to patrol the eastern seaboard of the USA, where their operations were supported by fuel supplies from Type 14 U-boat tankers, known as milch cows. For the German crews, this became their second happy time of the war, since they were able to attack America's ships almost with impunity. Ill prepared for the fight, the U.S. government failed to adopt even basic defensive measures like a blackout along the shore or the introduction of a convoy system. In the first 3 weeks of German operations off the East Coast, 200,000 tons of shipping were sunk. January 1942 saw 66 Allied ships hit by U-boats, compared to 28 in December 1941. The monthly total climbed to 82 in February. In the face of this worsening threat, the Admiralty stepped up its demands for both more aircraft and more bombing of the Biscay ports, warning that the Germans are building U-boats at the rate of 20 per month, and this figure is expected to reach 24 per month shortly. The importance of strengthening our offensive against the U-boats is very great. In response, the Air Staff said that these requests could not be met because of the needs of the enhanced heavy bomber assault on Germany, led by ever greater numbers of 4-engined Halifaxes and Lancasters, which were now coming into service. But as a substitute, the American 4-engined Boeing B-17, known as the Flying Fortress, was available, having proved unsuitable for night bombing due to its limited loading capacity and its visibility caused by flames from its exhausts. On the other hand, the Flying Fortress had strong defensive armament and a top speed of 287 miles per hour. The Air Staff therefore proposed that all Fortress aircraft allocated to this country throughout 1942 should be earmarked for Coastal Command, with the aim of building 5 squadrons by the end of the year. In addition, they promised another Bomber Command Whitley squadron fitted with ASV would be allotted to Coastal Command, and to be returned later in the year. This was not nearly enough for Joubert, who believed that Churchill and the Air Chiefs were not facing up to the realities of the war at sea, as he complained that month. The prospect of Coastal Command being able to work at reasonable efficiency appears to be becoming more and more remote. The one Liberator squadron was being allowed to die out without any reliable alternatives. Neither the Sunderland nor the Fortress, still less the Wellington or the Whitley, are long-range aircraft by Atlantic war standards. While fully aware of the importance of a sustained bomber offensive, it appears to me that if England is to survive this year, in which we are already losing shipping at a rate considerably in excess of American and British building, some part of the bomber offensive would have to be sacrificed, and a long-range type such as the Lancaster diverted to our sea communications. The diligent Dudley Peyton Ward recognized how difficult Joubert's job was at this time, writing, "There is no doubt that on occasions during this depressing period, the air officer commanding was metaphorically kicked by the Admiralty for not asking enough, and blamed by the Air Ministry for demanding impossibilities. But others felt that the Admiralty was at fault for not pressing its case hard enough, or in challenging Churchill's focus on the bombing offensive. I have heard Alexander time and time again give in to Winston without a fight, recalled Sir William Davis, the Navy's Deputy Director of Plans. As the losses mounted in the Atlantic, the Allies suffered another heavy blow in early February, when the Germans added a fourth wheel to the Enigma machine, making it 26 times harder for Bletchley Park to break. Through this innovation, the Kriegsmarine effectively imposed a blackout on its communications with its submarines. The problem was compounded when B-Dienst acquired a new copy of the British Merchant Navy's own codebook, leaving British traffic even more exposed. This was part of a pattern of setbacks in early 1942 that badly eroded confidence in the Allied campaign. On top of the massacre of American shipping, the Russians were faltering against the German invader. British troops in North Africa had failed to advance, and Singapore was about to fall to the Japanese. The situation would have been even worse in the North Atlantic if Hitler had not made a serious misjudgment about Allied intentions. Unsettled by British commando activity on the Norwegian coast, the Führer became convinced that the Allies were planning to mount a full-scale invasion of Norway. Much to Dönitz's regret, he instructed that that part of the U-boat fleet should return to protect the North Sea, while also giving orders that the battleships Scharnhorst, Gneisenau, and Prince Eugen leave their French base for Germany by taking the direct route through the English Channel. The German naval chiefs, led by Erich Raeder, agreed that the ships were vulnerable to Allied bombing of the French ports, but were aghast at Hitler's instruction to sail up the Channel, which seemed to them a suicidal gamble given the strength of Britain's maritime forces in home waters. Nevertheless, with their habitual thoroughness, they drew up plans for the daring operation, known as Operation Cerberus, under the command of Vice Admiral Otto Ciliax, in which the capital ships would set sail at high speed from France, protected by a powerful force of surface escorts and fighter aircraft. For months, the Allies had been concerned about a possible breakout by the Kriegsmarine's capital ships, and had consequently drawn up their own response, Operation Fuller. Their plan was hampered, however, both by excessive secrecy, which meant that most officers were kept in complete ignorance about it, and by the autonomy of the three branches of the RAF, which undermined cooperation. Fuller featured stronger patrols by Coastal Command Hudsons of 224 and 237 squadrons off Brittany and the Channel, as well as preparations to use the command's three Beaufort torpedo squadrons, 42, 86, and 217, backed up by Swordfish of the Fleet Air Arm's 825 squadron. In addition, Spitfires from Fighter Command and 250 aircraft from Bomber Command were to be put on 2 hours readiness, while the Royal Navy agreed to send reinforcements of motor torpedo boats, destroyers and mine layers to the Straits of Dover, plus 3 submarines to patrol the sea off Brest. But crucially, in the wake of the sinking of the Repulse and Prince of Wales in the Pacific in December 1941 by Japanese torpedo bombers, Sir Dudley Pound refused to dispatch any capital ships further south, driven by fear that they would be too vulnerable so close to enemy-occupied coastlines. It was to be the first mistake in a disastrous catalogue of errors and ill luck that at times descended into farce. On the basis of military and naval intelligence, backed by his own instincts, Joubert gave a remarkably accurate warning on the 8th of February 1942 of the Germans' imminent breakout within the next week. Far less accurate was the unanimous belief within the Admiralty the Air Ministry and Coastal Command that the German flotilla would leave Brest by day in order to use the cover of darkness at night once they reached the Straits of Dover, by far the most dangerous part of the journey. In fact, in another example of German audacity and faith in the battleship's protective screens, Ciliax planned to leave on the evening of the 11th of February and sail through the Channel in daylight, the very opposite of the British military chief's conjecture. By 7:30 that evening, having held a conference with his senior officers aboard the Scharnhorst, Ciliax was ready to depart, only to be delayed for a couple of hours by an ineffectual RAF bombing raid on Brest. No damage was inflicted, and at 9:30 p.m. the Scharnhorst steamed out to the open sea, followed by Gneisenau and Prince Eugen. By then, the British string of bungles had already begun. 2 Hudsons from 224 Squadron that had taken off from St. Evell that evening to carry out reconnaissance over Brest both developed radar problems and returned to base. A 3rd Hudson only went on patrol at 10:40 p.m., by which time Ciliax's formation, travelling at 27 knots, had already made rapid progress along the French coast. Despite its size, it still remained unseen, even when 2 successive Hudsons of 223 Squadron completed extensive circuits over the Channel between 12:30 a.m. and 7:15 a.m. on the morning of the 12th of February, before going back to their base at Thorney Island near Portsmouth. In their defence, the weather had become increasingly foggy, but that could not explain the next blunder. As dawn broke, ground radar stations near Dover had picked up from the German fighter cover unusual aircraft activity in the Channel, but initially this was dismissed as an air-sea rescue operation. By 10:10, it was clear that something much bigger was happening, and Spitfires from Fighter Command's No. 11 group were sent to investigate. By coincidence, another pair of Spitfires were out on a training flight over the Channel, one of them flown by Victor Beamish, who later recalled, "We were about 5 miles off the French coast near Le Touquet. I saw 2 ships roughly in line astern, surrounded by 12 destroyers, and circled again by an outer ring of E-boats. When we arrived over the ships, we saw in the air around 9 to 12 Me-109s. They immediately attacked us. The Spitfire pilots took evasive action and returned fire, then headed home, keeping radio silence until they landed at Hawkinge near Folkestone at 11:07. In doing so, they were following RAF standing orders, which were designed to prevent aircraft from revealing their locations. But in this case, such a precaution was both unnecessary, given that they had been seen by the Germans, and misguided, since it meant a vital delay in making their report on the advance of the German convoy. Almost 14 hours after the Germans had weighed anchor, the British had confirmation of the Channel dash. Finally, Operation Fuller was put into action. But the enormity of the task and the impact of the delays appeared to overwhelm their forces, as coordination and communication between the units broke down completely. In place of a concentrated attack on the ships, there was disorganized mayhem, slowness, and tragedy. Mishaps continued to occur. 7 Beauforts at Thorney Island were ordered into the attack, but only 4 had been fitted with torpedoes. Once this quartet took to the air, they failed to find their fighter escort, then discovered their briefing about the target had been wrong. 2 of them eventually found the ships and managed to launch their torpedoes through heavy flak, but without inflicting any damage. Nor did the other 3 Beauforts achieve anything better once they had been rearmed and taken to the air. A far worse fate was suffered by the 6 Swordfish of 825 Squadron, based at Manston, and led by Lieutenant Commander Eugene Esmond, a veteran of the sinking of the Bismarck. When the fighter escort failed to materialize in the numbers expected, Esmond knew the mission was as doomed as the charge of the Light Brigade, given that it would be undertaken by obsolete biplanes flying straight into heavy enemy gunfire in broad daylight. The station commander at RAF Manston, Tom Gleave, recalled Esmond's mood at takeoff. Although his mouth twitched automatically into the semblance of a grin, and his arm lifted in vague salute, he barely recognized me. He knew what he was going into, but it was his duty. His face was tense and white. It was the face of a man already dead. It shocked me, as nothing has ever done since. As the swordfishes pressed on with their attack at a height of just 50 feet, through a merciless barrage from the guns of the battleships, carnage was inevitable. All 6 planes and 13 men were lost, including Esmond, who won a posthumous VC. The Luftwaffe's own diary for that day paid tribute to how the swordfish were piloted by men whose bravery surpasses any other action by either side that day. But even the Fleet Air Arm's unparalleled heroics could not disguise the incompetence and dilatoriness of the RAF and Royal Navy. The 14 Beauforts of 42 Squadron, based at Lucas in Scotland, had been ordered south on the 10th of February to RAF Coltishall, in line with Joubert's original directive, though because of poor weather in the north, they did not actually arrive until late in the morning of the 12th. Even worse, just 9 of them had been armed at Lucas, so 5 were without weapons, but the mobile torpedo unit had failed to turn up at Coltishall as arranged, leading the Beaufort crews to name it the Immobile Unit. In the desperate circumstances, the torpedo-equipped 9 were instructed to fly for the convoy via Manston, where they were supposed to rendezvous over the airfield with Hudsons and fighters. But there was more confusion, because of both the incompatibility in radio equipment and poor visibility, which meant that the formation lost its cohesion. The chaos was recalled by Arthur Beach of 42 Squadron, who said that the briefing at Coltishall was the most fantastic I ever had in my life. It was in a fighter command drome, and they hadn't got a blackboard, so they put a table on its side and laid it against 2 chairs so we could see it. That sounds funny now, but at the time it was dreadful. The mission continued to be difficult. We got to Manston and circled it. There was no sign of any Spitfires. We'd been there 5 minutes when 2 squadrons of them turned up, but they were no good. Their radios were on a different wavelength to ours, so we couldn't speak to them. Then we were ordered to go. Everyone followed, except the Spitfires. We went to Texel with no fighters. There was heavy rain and cloud when Beach's squadron found the convoy, his own plane dropping its torpedo at the Gneisenau. The ships were firing at us as we went in, but we did not get in too close. We dropped at maximum range. The sea was calm. Flying back, we were pursued by an Me-110, but I saw in the distance 2 lines of destroyers. Beach flashed the colours of the day. His signal was recognized by the first destroyer astern. Suddenly I heard a loud bang. The destroyer had got our plane. Thank God for the Navy. We managed to land at Lowestoft. There was no evidence that the Beauforts scored any direct hits, and nor did the Hudsons that eventually managed to reach the scene using their ASV radar. The planes of Bomber Command fared no better. Out of 242 dispatched, only 39 were reported to have attacked the ships, but none scored any hits. Headed by the destroyer HMS Worcester, the light forces of the Royal Navy proved equally ineffective. The last hope lay in the 12 Beauforts of 86 Squadron, which took off from St. Evell, refueled at Thorney Island, and then flew to the Dutch coast in the late afternoon to intercept the enemy ships. Yet again, the effort was plagued by misfortune. In rapidly fading light, the crews failed both to meet their fighter escort or find the German convoy. 2 Beauforts were shot down in the futile quest. Edward Shackleton, then an intelligence officer at St. Evell, remembered, "We were awfully slow to respond. Scharnhorst and Gneisenau were halfway up the channel before we went on the attack, which was never really pressed home. It was a failure." During the dash up the channel, the most serious damage to the convoy came not from an attacking aircraft or naval vessel, but from Allied mines laid by No. 5 Group, Bomber Command. Both the Gneisenau and Scharnhorst were badly rocked by explosions, forcing them to undergo lengthy repairs when they limped into port in Germany on the morning of the 13th of February. In addition, the Luftwaffe had 17 aircraft shot down, while 2 torpedo boats of the Kriegsmarine were damaged. Just a fortnight after the dash, Gneisenau, while in dry dock at Kiel, took such a severe direct hit during another Bomber Command raid that she was never able to put to sea again. In the longer term, paradoxically, Britain's tactical defeat therefore turned into a strategic victory, because the threat of the Kriegsmarine's surface fleet in the Atlantic had been drastically reduced. But none of that could detract from the scale of Hitler's triumph. Once again, his boldness had been vindicated. Even if the threat of the Scharnhorst and the Gneisenau had been temporarily removed, the outcome of the Channel dash was a humiliation for Britain. The public was dismayed, the press in uproar. Nothing more mortifying to the pride of our sea power has happened since the 17th century, thundered the Times. Followed just days later by the surrender of Singapore, the fiasco sparked a political crisis that led to outrage in Parliament, a board of inquiry, and a major reshuffle in the cabinet, with Beaverbrook out and Attlee elevated to the post of Deputy Prime Minister. Already seriously ill and exhausted, Sir Dudley Pound saw his reputation take another blow. Having lost a total of 42 aircraft, all 3 RAF commands came out of the saga badly, but it was Coastal Command that was most discomfited. Amid the shambles and self-sacrifice, to use a phrase of Roy Conyers Nesbitt, the weakness of its anti-shipping operations had been brutally exposed. Heavily criticized for his complacency, Joubert blamed lack of coordination and inadequate equipment, on top of a vast deal of confusion, in particular at Manston Airfield between Fighter Command's controllers and the coastal and naval commanders. Sholto Douglas, who was head of Fighter Command at the time, admitted to an extraordinary chain of blunders and misunderstandings on our part, but wrote that Coastal Command should have done much better. He added that the few Coastal Command aircraft that were available were late in getting off, were wrongly armed, and it appeared did not even know, through a misunderstanding in communications, what they were to do. That verdict was largely upheld by the Board of Inquiry, headed by the experienced judge, Sir Thomas Bucknell. Its report was delivered in March and debated in 2 secret sessions in Parliament, though it was not published until after the war, because of its condemnation of the absence of unity between the services and within the RAF, reflected in the fact that there was no clear line of authority for the execution of Fuller. The report also pointed to the failure of Coastal Command and the Admiralty to achieve a high level of integration, echoing the row about operational control that had raged towards the end of 1940 and never been fully resolved. Indeed, in a debate in the Lords, Some peers complained that the oversight of Coastal Command was an awkward compromise, which had produced alarming results, such as the poor reconnaissance of Brest. Predictably, Lord Trenchard, the founding father of the RAF, heaped all the blame on the Admiralty, whose operational control meant that it was responsible for the disposition of machines and the construction of torpedoes. According to the RAF historian, Wing Commander Alistair Byford, part of the difficulty lay in the personality of Joubert, who lacked the weight to impose a satisfactory inter-command arrangement and was unable to maintain the generally harmonious relationship with the Navy that had been established by his predecessor. One immediate consequence of Fuller worked in Joubert's favour. He had complained that if the Air Ministry, in its wisdom, deprives the command of the tools necessary to do its work, then that work will be badly done. Immediately after the fiasco, Joubert wrote to Freeman to ask for fast, well-armed aircraft with which to do visual reconnaissance. He understood there is a grave shortage of mosquitoes and Beaufighters, but it seems to me that here is a role for either of these aircraft of such importance that fighter and bomber command could well afford to part with 10 or a dozen of this type. Freeman told him again there was no chance of any mosquitoes. You are wrong in supposing that either bomber or fighter command have a considerable number of these, though he was more hopeful about Beaufighters, or, as a substitute, long-range Spitfires. Furthermore, recognizing that Coastal Command's anti-shipping forces were too meagre, the Air Staff finally agreed to Joubert's long-standing demand for Handley Page Hamdens to be used as torpedo bombers. The move was enacted by the direct transfer of Squadrons 144 and 455 from Bomber Command, and the modification of the planes by the deepening of the bomb bay and the installation of 500-pound bomb racks under each wing. By the summer of 1942, there were 4 Hamden squadrons in Coastal Command, but there was to be little improvement in the effectiveness of anti-shipping strikes, not least because the arrival of Hamdens was soon diluted by the departure of more Beaufort and Beaufighter crews for the Middle East. The continuing weakness of the force was reflected in results. In March and April, just 2 enemy vessels, totaling 1,994 tons, were sunk by Coastal Command. In May, a further attempt to sink the Prince Eugen off the Norwegian coast by 42 and 86 squadrons ended in another failure. Soon afterwards, the 2 squadrons joined the exodus to the Middle East. The Hamden, slow and lacking agility, proved a disappointment as a torpedo bomber. Its inadequacy, compounded by the German decision to strengthen their anti-aircraft defences at sea by the addition of more guns on their minesweepers and flak vessels. Their well-organized convoys featured not only heavily armed Speerbrecher merchant ships, but also 4 Postenboot auxiliary patrol boats that carried anti-aircraft artillery and machine guns. This array of weaponry exacted a heavy toll on Coastal Command's anti-shipping forces. Losses from anti-shipping operations remained disturbingly high, particularly for the command's dangerous rover patrols, in which formations of usually 3 aircraft undertook low-level searches off the German and Dutch coasts. May saw 43 anti-shipping planes shot down by flak or fighters, in return for just 12 vessels sunk. The following month, Joubert had to order a temporary halt in low-level attacks after a quarter of his aircraft sent on such missions failed to return. At the same time, operations over Norway were radically curtailed. 2 lessons were obvious from this experience. First, a dedicated, well-equipped, highly trained strike force was necessary. Second, Such a force would have to be made up of bowfighters, faster, more maneuverable, and better armed aircraft than most other types. The crisis in anti-shipping was mirrored in Coastal Command's anti-submarine arm, as Dönitz's fleet, emboldened by its success off the U.S. eastern seaboard, grew in size and confidence. By March 1942, there were 90 U-boats at sea. Yet the demands of the bomber offensive meant that the air staff still resisted giving any priority to Gibert and Pound, despite the First Sea Lord's warning that if we lose the war at sea, we lose the war. The explanation for this resistance was set out in a memorandum for the War Cabinet by the Air Secretary Sir Archibald Sinclair on the 8th of March. Squadrons of Bomber Command could best contribute to the weakening of the U-boat offensive by offensive action against the principal industrial areas of Germany within our range, including the main naval industries and dockyards. To divert them to an uneconomical defensive role would be unsound at any time. It would be doubly so now, when we are about to launch a bombing offensive with the aid of new techniques, of which we have high expectations, and which will enable us to deliver a heavy and concentrated blow against Germany at a moment when German morale is low. Churchill agreed, arguing that the bombing offensive against Germany is our main effort, and at present, apart from munitions, our sole means of helping Russia. In the quest to prioritize strategic bombing, Portal and Churchill now had a formidable ally in the form of Arthur Harris, who took over as head of Bomber Command in February and immediately gave it a destructive new sense of purpose. Brave, unsentimental, blunt and ruthless, Harris had spent much of his early life in Rhodesia before serving in the Royal Flying Corps in the First World War. That conflict convinced him that there must be no repeat of the savage, blood-soaked stalemate on the Western Front. In place of vast armies bogged down in trenches, he adhered with a passionate intensity to the belief that sustained aerial bombardment was the path to victory. His method to achieve that goal was simple: kill the Boche and terrify the Boche. To him, the Navy, the Army, and the rest of the RAF were of secondary importance to the bomber force. In particular, he was dismissive of Coastal Command and resented its demands for aircraft and crews. Portal shared his faith in the bomber, but on a personal level found Harris uncouth and difficult. The trouble with Harris, off the record, was that he was a cad and would not hesitate to go behind your back to get something he wanted, Portal told a journalist after the war. At a pivotal conference of the Chiefs of Staff Committee on the 27th of March, called by Churchill to discuss the Bay of Biscay, the Admiralty set out its demand for 6 squadrons of Whitleys or Wellingtons and 3 squadrons of Lancasters. Sir Max Horton, the Navy's head of submarines, argued that the ability to attack the U-boats by day or night during their passage through the bay would increase the chances of kills and limit the length of their operations by forcing them to spend more time travelling below the surface, thereby using more fuel and power. In response, Portal revealed his doubts about the entire Bay offensive after a study of Coastal Command's operational statistics over the last year. There had been a total of 281 sightings in the year, resulting in 3 U-boats known to be sunk and 5 badly damaged, which Portal calculated was 1,150 hours for each hit. In the same amount of flying time, 2,625 mines could have been laid from the air, he said triumphantly. Neither Horton nor Pound had much time for this theory, since there was no evidence of a single submarine casualty from magnetic mines. Again, no final decision was reached. Churchill having ordered further analysis by the two staffs. The next day, Portal repeated to Churchill his hostility to any transfer of Lancasters or Liberators from Bomber Command to Coastal Command. "The Lancaster is our best heavy, and can carry 8,000 pounds to Berlin. Any attempt to shift some of them to Coastal Command," he continued, "will seriously weaken our hitting power." In addition, Liberators were badly needed for the North African campaign. Yet some kind of compromise had to be reached. With Alexander pressing Churchill over the frightful losses in the Atlantic, the War Cabinet eventually agreed that Coastal Command should be supplied with an additional 2 squadrons of Whitleys and 2 of Wellingtons, while 8 Liberators, previously destined for the Middle East, would be lent to Joubert's force. It was a decision that would do little to quell the burgeoning discord over the maritime war. Many outside the top ranks of the Air Staff and Bomber Command felt that the obsession with area bombing was not just ill-conceived, but undermined Britain's war effort by squandering resources that should have been deployed elsewhere. That was the view of Admiral John Tovey, the commander of the Home Fleet, who said that whatever the results of bombing cities might be, it could not of itself win the war, whereas the failure of our sea communications would assuredly lose it. Tovey was so infuriated by the primacy of the bombing campaign that at one stage he even urged the Admiralty chiefs to resign if they did not win more support for the aerial defence of the convoys. "A stand has to be made," Tovey told Pound, because the aircraft of Coastal Command were quite inadequate. Although their lordships did not take such a drastic step, the agitation continued. Sir Henry Tizard, one of the government's chief scientists, heavily influenced by data from Patrick Blackett, warned that the present policy of bombing Germany is wrong. We must put our maximum effort first into destroying the enemy's sea communications and preserving our own. That we can only do by operating over the sea on a very much larger scale than we have done hitherto, and we shall be forced to use much longer-range aircraft. Everything is lost by concentrating on this bombing offensive instead of concentrating on the sea problem. Informed by his research, Blackett was even more sceptical. When Frederick Lindemann, Churchill's scientific advisor, produced a paper that extolled the potential urban devastation that could be caused by an expanded bomber command, Blackett issued a riposte based on his own modelling. If a quarter of the 4,000 bomber sorties which could be flown each month by the summer of 1942 were diverted to anti-submarine operations, it would save 1 million tons of Allied shipping a year. The passage of time only strengthened his opinion. In 1961, he wrote, "If the Allied war effort had been used more intelligently, if more aircraft had been supplied to the Battle of the Atlantic and to support the land fighting in Africa and later in France, if the bombing of Germany had been carried out with the attrition of enemy defences in mind, rather than the razing of cities to the ground, I believe that the war could have been won half a year, or even a year earlier." In early 1942, however, the momentum was with Arthur Harris. With his flair for publicity, Harris began, soon after his arrival, to plan a sensational operation that, if successful, would dramatically bolster his command's reputation as a potent instrument of war. In doing so, he had to reverse the usual practice whereby Coastal Command begged for aircraft from Bomber Command, instead asking Coastal Command for support. His headline-grabbing scheme was to launch a vast armada of over 1,000 planes at the city of Cologne on the night of the 30th to the 31st of May under the code name Millennium. Because Bomber Command had little more than 400 frontline operational aircraft, Harris had to build up his force from other sources, such as training units, reserves, and other commands. Crucially, Coastal Command was asked to supply 250. But on the eve of the raid, the Admiralty refused the request, fearing that the losses would be too high. Despite this decision, Harris managed to scrape together his proposed number of aircraft, and the raid went ahead. It turned out to be more of a public relations triumph than a military one. The British press gloried in its scale. But the damage inflicted on the city, though severe, was less than Harris had hoped. In June, he held 2 more 1,000-bomber raids, the first on Essen, the second on the port of Bremen. The latter, held on the night of the 25th to the 26th of June, saw the participation of Coastal Command, after Churchill, whose dramatic side was captivated by the showmanship of Millennium, had lent heavily on Pound and Alexander to cooperate. "I must definitely ask for compliance with this request," he wrote. Following the Admiralty's reluctant approval, Joubert supplied 102 Wellingtons and Hudsons, which targeted the Deschimag shipyard. The Millennium raids had enhanced Harris's reputation as a commander of ambition and resolve, but the loss rate over Bremen, at 5%, was too high to be sustained. Nor had the initiative done anything to lessen the friction between the Navy and the establishment over competing priorities. Coastal Command, at the moment, is not sufficiently strong to bear its proper share of the war effort, Pound complained to Portal in May. Against this backdrop, the deadliness of U-boat attacks was becoming alarming. In May, 607,000 tons of Allied shipping were sunk by Dönitz's submarines, easily a monthly record for the war until then, though the total was surpassed in June when 700,000 tons were lost. At a liaison committee meeting in May, when disquiet was expressed at the low number of Coastal Command sightings of U-boats, given the escalation in enemy activity, Captain Peyton Ward explained that this was almost entirely a question of the lack of aircraft available, adding that Coastal Command had very few long-range heavy aircraft. He said a very strong case could be made to show that they would be of the greatest value in attacking the U-boats entering and leaving the French ports, and in extending the air support to our shipping a greater distance from the coast. The number of U-boats within 300 miles of the coast was fully as great as within 300 to 500 miles, but the number of ships sunk at the greater range was much larger. This was due to the air support being inadequate to a range of 300 miles, and most inadequate beyond this range. However, Coastal Command was about to make a far-reaching breakthrough, not in the size of its force, but in its technology. 8. Light. Daylight was fading over the horizon as the 4 Wellingtons taxied to the end of the runway, ready for takeoff. It was late in the evening on the 3rd of June, 1942, and the crews of 172 Squadron were gripped by nervous anticipation ahead of their experimental flight from their base at RAF Chivner in Devon. Once airborne, they climbed slowly out to sea, then took a gradual turn southwards to strike a track for the Bay of Biscay. Soon the sky had turned pitch black, except for the occasional glint of a star. Suddenly, a remarkable sight filled their vision, almost as if it were a harbinger of their mission into the darkness. One crewman, Canadian Donald Fraser, recalled, "A sporadic shower of meteors burned itself up in the Earth's atmosphere, momentarily frightening us with its unexpectedness." The trip continued towards the Spanish coast. Its leader was Jeff Greswell, a Coastal Command veteran described by Fraser as a thin, wiry man with a small moustache, a crop of black hair, and an enviable flying record. Greswell's experience and authority were essential for this trial of the practicality of the new searchlight designed by Humphrey de Verde Lee. With his aeronautical expertise, Squadron Leader Greswell had been intimately involved with Lee's project. Now, the moment had come to put theory into practice. If the Lee light worked, it could radically alter the balance of the submarine war by leaving the U-boats no hiding place at night near their French bases. Approaching the bay, the Wellingtons fanned out and began the search for the enemy. A frisson of excitement ran through Fraser's plane as the radar operator picked up a blip on his ASV screen, indicating a vessel 5 miles ahead. Immediately, the skipper sounded the klaxon for action stations. The searchlight had been lowered, and the navigator had scrambled up beside the pilot. I put the searchlight through a practice run with the light off, adjusting the controls up and down and from side to side, as shown on the indicators in front of me. The index finger of my right hand toyed with the on-off switch for the searchlight beam. At 2 miles from the target, amid mounting tension, the bomb doors were opened. Then, at a distance of 3/4 of a mile from the target, Fraser switched on the light and started to swing it across the path of the Wellington's flight. But to the crew's disappointment, once it was illuminated, the object of their search turned out to be only a fishing vessel. Fraser's account continued. The captain ordered, "Light off, light up, bomb doors closed." The engines whined as he opened the throttle, and the wimpy Wellington climbed slowly to its patrol height of 1,000 feet. Just after the searchlight had been retracted, through a laborious process of hand pumping, a second blip was spotted, and the attack operation repeated, only for the crew to find that the target was another fishing boat. 2 of the other Wellingtons had similar encounters. But Greswell and his second pilot, Alan Triggs, had more luck, when at 2 a.m. they picked up a contact 70 miles off the Spanish coast. Using the standard attack procedure, the Lee light was lit at 3/4 mile range at 250 feet, but failed to pick up the target ahead in the beam, as we had hoped. Greswell soon realized what had happened. The barometric pressure set on the altimeter some 400 miles away in Chivner was such that, when indicating 250 feet, we were actually flying nearer 400 feet when the light was switched on. The beam overshot the target. Greswell reset the altimeter and climbed away, only to catch sight of a submarine still on the surface, firing colored flares into the sky to give its position. The crew knew that these were not the signals of a British submarine, so Greswell came in for a second approach. This time, the homing process worked perfectly. I opened the bomb doors, the Lee light illuminated the U-boat, and I attacked from the starboard beam, dropping a stick of 4 depth charges. The tail gunner saw the depth charge plumes, saying they had straddled the U-boat, and he opened fire on the conning tower as we flew over. It turned out that the submarine was not a German one, but an Italian, the Luigi Torelli, which had sustained such severe damage, including fires in 2 battery chambers and the complete loss of electrical power, that it only just reached the nearest Spanish port. On his return leg, Greswell spotted another submarine, and, having expended all his 4 depth charges, used the Lee light to make a machine gun attack, scoring hits on its hull and conning tower. A mood of elation swept through Coastal Command's headquarters at the news of Greswell's success. The force now had a valuable new aid in its arsenal. Just a day after his historic trip to the bay, Greswell had an interview with Joubert, where they agreed on the need to put more Lee Light Wellingtons into production, and to demand that the Air Ministry step up the supply of more accurate American altimeters. Joubert later wrote that the impact of the Lee light was instantaneous. Up till that moment, the U-boats had been diving by day and proceeding at high speed on the surface at night, thus escaping our air patrols. But the searchlight aircraft completely changed the scene. Terrified at the chance of being caught fully surfaced by an aircraft they could not see until it was upon them, the U-boats returned to the practice of proceeding on the surface by day and submerging by night when in the searchlight area. From this moment, the sightings and attacks rose sharply. That was spelt out in an Air Ministry report of January 1944, which stated that in the period from Greswell's attack on the 4th of June 1942 to the end of 1943, 151 sightings have been made during the hours of darkness with the aid of this light, resulting in 108 attacks. Yet, for all his enthusiasm to Greswell, Joubert bore some responsibility for delays in putting the Lee light into service. If he had fully backed the project from the start of his time in charge, instead of encouraging another, less practicable innovation, then this equipment might have been available sooner. It was as early as October 1940 that Humphrey de Verde Lee, known as Sammy, had written to Coastal Command headquarters when Bowhill was the chief, with his proposal for a searchlight to be installed in a Wellington for locating and attacking enemy submarines at night. Lee noted that while ASV radar could detect the presence of surface craft, it had two huge drawbacks. First, it could not identify whether these craft were submarines or not. And second, ASV went blind about a mile from the target. The purpose of his searchlight, therefore, would be to bridge this gap and allow proper identification. It was an idea that reflected both his inquisitive mind and his grasp of engineering. The son of a Hampshire vicar, he had been an apprentice with the Vickers Company before joining the Royal Naval Air Service in the First World War. Hunting German U-boats had been one of his duties in the conflict. After demobilization, he worked for many years on a cotton plantation in the Sudan, then went into Coastal Command in September 1939, serving in its personnel department. A year later, with the German U-boat crews enjoying their first happy time, Bowhill was intrigued by the idea of the searchlight and took it up with the Air Ministry, which approved a contract with Vickers to begin experiments. Once the device had been built, trials with an ASV Wellington in March and April 1941 proved, beyond doubt, that the direct illumination of a sea target from an aircraft using ASV was an entirely practicable proposition. Bowhill was delighted, writing to the Air Ministry that the results are so encouraging that I feel we are on the verge of producing a very effective instrument. He urged that Lee be given a research post so that he could work exclusively on the searchlight, a suggestion backed by the command's senior air staff officer, Geoffrey Bromett. Development of this idea and improvements to the equipment should be regarded as a full-time job for Squadron Leader Lee. Without his technical knowledge and drive, an experiment which may well lead to important results is in danger of going slow, might even fall by the wayside, through lack of a champion who is undeterred by obstacles. But that was precisely the outcome that almost occurred. On becoming Commander-in-Chief in June 1941, Joubert favoured a very different concept: the turbine light. Developed by the Air Staff's chief scientist, William Helmore, and the General Electric Company, initially for use against enemy night intruders, this was a far more powerful searchlight, and Joubert decided to adopt it for Coastal Command's anti-U-boat operations. With his own light now apparently shelved, Lee returned to his personnel duties. But he was not finished. Against Joubert's instructions, he carried on with his scheme in private, even asking the engineering firm of Savage and Parsons, which had worked on the Wellington, to build him a full prototype. Lee recorded that the company, which was headed by the inventor and skywriting pioneer Major Jack Savage, had no official order to produce such a light, and it was purely out of faith in my invention and as a result of my persuasion that they did so. It was fortunate that they proceeded, for the turbine light turned out to be a flop. What seemed to be its greatest asset, namely its tremendous power, actually brought a host of problems. Its batteries were so heavy that the plane could neither carry depth charges nor an operational load of fuel. The light burned through its carbon rods at a phenomenal rate, and at low level, in damp conditions over the sea, its watery glare dazzled the pilot rather than increased his field of vision. Joubert changed his mind and told Lee to resume the development of his light. According to Donald Fraser, when Lee explained that he had already had a prototype built, Joubert was angered. "Who gave you permission to go on with this work?" "Nobody, sir," replied Lee. In his own memoir, Joubert admitted that he took Lee to task over his freelance work. Yet the needs of the command were more important than Lee's disobedience. Nothing more was said, recalled Fraser. Weighing only about 1,000 pounds, Lee's device for the Wellington consisted of a 24-inch lamp mounted in a retractable underturret controlled by a hydraulic motor. For other planes, like the Catalina, he also came up with a lighter, detachable 32-inch nacelle version that fitted under a wing and had electric controls. A special Coastal Command flight was set up to conduct trials at Chivenna, which proved completely satisfactory. With the zeal of a repenting sinner, Joubert became a passionate advocate for the Lee light, pressing the air staff for more production versions even before 172's sortie in June. "I hope you will do what you can to have the necessary orders placed at once," he wrote in February. The ministry waited until the outcome of Greswell's mission before approving production orders from Vickers for sufficient Lee lights to equip 2 Wellington squadrons and all Catalinas, as well as enough to conduct trials on Fortresses and Liberators. To Joubert's frustration, the promised schedule of deliveries by Savage and Parsons was not met, prompting him to write to Stafford Cripps, the Minister of Aircraft Production. "I am very dissatisfied with the position in regard to manufacture," he told Cripps, as he stressed the real urgency of the program and requested that the company be given additional labor. Cripps gave Joubert an alarming but credible explanation for the delays. Towards the end of the month, Major Savage had what is practically a nervous breakdown, and before this episode, had planned his production so ineffectively that he omitted to manufacture a number of parts. Cripps assured Joubert that the General Electric Company were now helping Savage and Parsons to make progress on the fulfillment of the orders. Deverd Lee had his own source of annoyance when he learned that Air Commodore Helmore was being given the credit in parts of Whitehall and the press for the searchlight's invention. He had no part in the Lee light, any more than I had in the Helmore turbine light. I was responsible for carrying this idea into practical effect. Due to his invention, the waters of the bay became more treacherous for the U-boats. On the 6th of July, 1942, the Lee light system claimed its first definite kill of a German vessel, when a Wellington of 172 Squadron, piloted by American volunteer Wiley Howell, sank U-boat 502 off La Rochelle with a perfect straddle of depth charges. All 52 German crew members lost their lives. Dönitz was perturbed by the change, writing in his diary, "The aircraft has suddenly become a very dangerous opponent." But huge risks also continued for Coastal Command crews. Alan Triggs, who had flown alongside Greswell on the first successful Lee light mission, experienced an engine failure on the 12th of August while on a sortie over the bay and had to ditch in the sea. He and the rest of the Wellington crew made it to their dinghy, but spent the next 6 days at sea before they were picked up by the Royal Navy, after a succession of rescue attempts had failed due to poor weather and enemy action. One Sunderland dispatched to the scene came down awkwardly in the heavy swell, whipped up by a 25-knot wind, and was badly damaged, with the result that its own crew also had to take to a dinghy. Tragedy struck when that dinghy burst, drowning 5 of the Sunderland crew. The only survivor, navigator John Watson, managed to swim to another tiny craft that had been dropped earlier by a Whitley. On the second day, another Whitley spotted the men in the water, only to be shot down by a Luftwaffe fighter. More air-sea rescue planes were sent, but struggled to find the dinghies, until at last, on the 17th of August, a Hudson with rescue gear appeared above them, followed at dawn the next morning by a high-speed launch, HSL, protected by 3 more Hudsons, 2 Beaufighters, and 3 other naval launches. Altogether, in this draining episode, 57 RAF aircraft had been involved. 2 were destroyed, and 17 crewmen lost. There were almost more casualties on the journey back to Britain when the convoy was targeted by a pair of Focke-Wulf 190s. But these enemy planes were chased off by the Beaufighters. Greswell's success with the Lee Light was immediately followed by another morale booster, provided by one of Coastal Command's most daring feats of the war. Codenamed Operation Squabble, the plan was hatched after British intelligence reported that the Germans were to hold a military parade along the Champs-Élysées in Paris in early June. Armed with this information, Joubert decided that a single Beaufighter should make an uninvited appearance at the event, to the accompaniment of heavy machine gun fire. Many on the air staff had grave doubts, thinking the risks were too great, but Joubert was adamant. The men he chose for this mission were Ken Gatwood, a former journalist now in 236 Squadron, and his navigator, George Fern, who were briefed on their task by Joubert at Coastal Command HQ. In summary, they had to fly at low level down the Champs-Élysées, strafe the musicians and soldiers, and if that failed,